Welcome, everyone, to a special edition here on Built in Buffalo of your NFL Draft 2024 coverage. We're here for the second round. We were in it for the long haul all of yesterday from start to end. Man, we didn't realize at the time that our Buffalo Bills weren't even going to make a pick that day, but I'll tell you what, it was a lot of fun. It was interesting to see the picks come out. One by one, we got to analyze it and break it down. Akeem and I were here all night with you, and that was, we're back again for it tonight. So, Akeem, how you feeling today? I'm still feeling the energy, and what do you know? We're starting around and the Bills are on the clock. So that was not what we expected when we planned out the draft coverage, but here we are, and it'll be interesting to see what happens right at the top today.
Hey, most definitely, Anthony. Hey, Rich, Akeem Richens. If you don't know us by now, please get to know us. We are the Built in Buffalo Network. It was a lot of patience that had to be shown if you're a Buffalo Bills fans, because when our time came up at 28, we thought we were selecting, and bam, what happens? We trade out of 28. Now, who do we trade out of 28 to? With the Kansas City Chiefs out of all teams, but I seen Brandon Beane's press conference. I understood the logic behind the trade, right? We're not worried about the Chiefs. We are worried about us, and we got good value. We end up getting back into the third round at pick 95. Excuse me, and that was more important for the Buffalo Bills. So, I'm excited to see what happens today.
It was weird being the voice of like logic and reason last night and not like the one being the emotional reactor. Usually I'm the emotional reactor, but last night I was like, look, guys, it's okay. We got extra picks and Bean is still going to end up doing what he wanted to do to begin with. So that was a little weird for me being like, hey, everybody calm down. And again today, and I think by the end of today, Bills fans are going to be very excited about what the Bills are doing in this draft, because I'm expecting multiple, if not, well, we have 3 now, but I'm expecting 4 picks in this second and third round today. So we'll see how it shakes out and what positions we fill. And once again, as we get started here, I want to say a special thanks to everybody tuning in. Don't forget to like, subscribe, stay with us all night. We're going to be doing all the coverage for you. And we are, once again, sponsored tonight by Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York State? Look no further than Acropolis Realty Group. Acropolis is your full-service independent brokerage specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, the experienced team at Acropolis Realty Group is there to help you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And I said this last night after every read here, after every mention of Acropolis, but they helped me find my home here in Syracuse. They cover all of New York State, but I had a really great experience working with them. My agent Vince went above and beyond, so definitely reach out to them. Tell them Built in Buffalo sent you. Tell them, Anthony sent you. Tell them the Hoof sent you, whatever. As long as you connect it back to us, that'll be great. So we're happy to bring you again coverage all night long. The Bills are going to be on the clock in no time here. The time is just flying already, right? Tonight it starts, picks, resumes at 7. So we have a little bit of time to discuss things. And we're going to jump right into it with our originally scheduled plan, right? Which was to have a few guests on, talk about what happened in day 1, review the picks, maybe talk about division. And that fits right into our first guest. So Akeem, you want to introduce our first guest?
Yeah, let's get my good friend on. He is a AFC East nemesis, AFC East foe, but it's all love at the end of the day. This guy does great work, great content creator, great stuff coming from the New York Jets perspective. Mr. Jet Central, Ian himself. Let's get Ian on here. Ian, how you doing, bro?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So glad to be here. I'm actually really excited to see what you guys do at 33. Can you hear me okay, by the way?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Cool.
Yeah, hey man, we're excited to have you, man, and I know you're excited to hear or see what we got going on. But I saw the New York Jets selection at pick 10, going with the tackle Fashanu. I want to jump right in and get your thoughts on that, because I know Brock Bowers was in a lot of mock drafts going to the New York Jets. So how do you feel about the overall pick and staying away from probably the sexy pick in the first round and probably end up getting that later in the round?
I love the pick, man. I got to be honest. I absolutely love the pick. The reality is the Jets have a good tight end in Tyler Conklin. You know, he had over 600 receiving yards with 4 different quarterbacks a year ago, a bad offensive line, and a bad play caller. I think, you know, with the additions that we've already made on the offensive line, Tyron Smith, Morgan Moses, John Simpson, AVT coming back healthy, of course, Fashanu now too, and Aaron Rodgers throwing him the football, that's 620 yards. I think it's realistic to say that Conklin could have 750. He could have 800 receiving yards. And you know, if you draft Brock Bowers, honestly, it wouldn't be a bad pick. I think Bowers would still be good. You know, he would be an upgrade over Conklin. But if Bowers goes out there and has a 1,000-yard season, you know, that would be objectively pretty awesome. But is that really going to push the Jets over the top? I don't know. I think what really is going to push the team over the top is keeping the 40-year-old quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, who will be turning 41 in the season, coming off an Achilles tear. We got to keep him upright. So I think for me, Olu Fashanu made all the sense of the world, and there's a nice little bridge there with Tyron Smith to where he doesn't have to play right away. And so Tyron Smith can really, you know, give him a lot of information and mentor him along the way.
I like it a lot. All right. One more question for you, and then I'll let Anthony take over. We see what you did throughout the course of the offseason. Y'all made a lot of moves. I want to get your thoughts on your overall offseason, and two-part question: what are you still looking to add as a Jets fan, and what do you expect to see with the rest of the draft?
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard not to like the moves that the Jets have made. I think the only downside is we're signing a bunch of guys to one-year deals. So we're essentially pushing off a lot of problems. They're Band-Aid signings, in other words, right? Mike Williams, 1-year deal. Morgan Moses, 1-year deal. Tyron Smith, 1-year deal. John Simpson, 2-year deal. You know, of course, the whole Rodgers situation, his future is always in question. You never really know exactly when he's going to, you know, hang him up. Ideally, I'd like to have Rodgers here for a couple more years, but just being realistic, the door's open there. But man, dude, as far as the second part of the question is concerned, wide receiver. The New York Jets need help at wide receiver because we went Olu yesterday.
Yes.
I want the Jets to move up. You guys, man, you got the pick of the litter, Mitchell, Franklin, like a ton of different guys that you can go with. Coleman too. So I am a bit envious there, but no, if the New York Jets can maybe trade up with some of their extra draft capital to move up into like the 40s or something like that, I would really like that for a wideout.
Nice, man. Nice stuff. Anthony, you got something?
Interesting. So we know we're competing with the Jets for a wideout, but the question is, who's the number one on the Jets board and who's the number one on the Bills board? Because even us Bills fans were wrong about that yesterday, thinking maybe Leggett was the pick. Although, Akeem, in our last mock last week, right, we picked Ladd McConkey. He's still on the board here, so, you know, anything can happen this round. One of the things, Ian, I wanted to get your perspective on is from the division standpoint, right? It's good to be the Buffalo Bills. We're on the top for the last 4 years, right? But thinking about the Jets and that competitive roster that they tried putting together last year and obviously fell apart for a number of reasons, injuries all over the place, right? But then coming into this season, you mentioned the one-year deals, the kind of, okay, this is what it feels a lot from the outside, like the Jets are going all in, do everything we can for this 1 year and see if we can make it work. But I wonder what that means both for the long term, you know, I mean, even if they, for some, find a way to win the division this year, if it's not the Super Bowl, what do you do then, right? And then you're rebuilding going into the next year. But also, what is the long-term plan, I guess? You know, what is the thought process being a Jets fan saying, yes, we're all excited about this year because we have a healthy Aaron Rodgers in this team. But then what happens if it's not, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel this year, and then going into next year, we're going to have all these other changes and try to build? Is it from the inside? Is there a sense that they're building it the right way in addition to going all in? Or is that a wrong perspective or what?
So personally, I'm actually not the biggest fan of building a team this way. So they made a whole bunch of draft picks, right? They had a bunch of first-round picks a couple years ago with Gardner and Jermaine Johnson.
They hit on
Garrett Wilson. Yeah, Garrett Wilson, AVT. And they showed promise, right? And unfortunately, Zach Wilson didn't work out. They fired the offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur. And then they went out and they got Aaron Rodgers, and that move alone just sped everything up, right? Because, Rodgers, it's win now, short window. Is he going to retire soon? And then he gets hurt in year one, so it's like, it's a whole year wasted, A. And then B, will Rodgers look the same? So when you talk about the New York Jets' future, there's a lot of pressure here. And it kind of feels like the Jets are, they're viewing this as an all-in type of season, but they're almost like flying by the seat of their pants almost. We're not going to really worry about what could go wrong. We're just going to hope and cross our fingers that everything goes right this season. One more player, too, that I forgot to mention that's on a one-year deal was Hassan Reddick. They traded away a future conditional pick in 2026 for Reddick, but he's on an expiring deal. So lots of veterans, lots of one-year contracts, definitely an all-in type of mentality.
I like it a lot, Ian. We have Ian from Jet Central in here giving his perspective and his take on the New York Jets selection last night at pick number 10 and what else they may do for the rest of the draft. Ian, I know you're on a strict time schedule. Is there anything else you want to say before you get out of here?
Hey, no, just thanks so much for having me, guys. I know it was short here. Good luck. So my brother's a Bills fan, and he has to work tonight, so he's going to be missing the 2 second-round picks. So I got my fingers crossed for you. I hope you guys get a stud. Hey,
man, we appreciate you. And then I know this was the short version, but we're going to do an extended version here in the near future, man. I appreciate you, and good luck on the rest of the draft.
Awesome, guys. You too. Whenever you guys want to hop on the channel, feel free.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
Ian. All right, Ian. And that was our first special guest, Ian, Mr. Jet Central himself. Does an excellent job with the content creation over there for the New York Jets. But Anthony, I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste no time. We have another guest. If you wanted to introduce him, you want me to introduce him? It's up to you.
Go ahead. Oh, we're moving on already here, huh? We're not even. All right, go ahead.
It's up to you. It's up to you. We want to get a thought and a perspective in. We got about 2 minutes before we technically could get him in.
I was just gonna say it was nice. Let's close that chapter at least, right? It's nice to get a Jets perspective in here and say, where are the Jets really at? Because I know as Bills fans, we kind of laugh at the Jets a little bit, even though everybody's saying Aaron Rodgers and the national media likes to praise them. I feel like we don't take them seriously. And now this year we might have to take them a little more seriously if they're going to be healthy with Aaron Rodgers. Me personally, I wanted Aaron Rodgers to be healthy last year so that we could beat them and show that that's not the right way to beat this Bills team. And I still don't think it is. I don't think the Jets are going to get over the hill by whatever they add in this draft with a healthy Aaron Rodgers, because I think they just need to get younger and rebuild at the position of quarterback and elsewhere to start competing with even Miami, right? Miami was a better team than the Jets last year. So, and then work their way to Buffalo. So to find that consistency in the organization, the Jets still feel like a dumpster fire at times to me, especially last year when the injuries and everything piled up. It was like, are they going to fire the coach? Are they going to do that? Again, good to get their perspective. And the fact that they still respect what the Bills are doing and know like, hey, the Bills are still going to land a guy, even though they traded out twice. So it's always good to get that perspective. And Ian, we'll definitely have to have some more conversations leading into the season with him for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Great guy, man. Great guy. But let's move on right quick, right? We have I'm not gonna waste no time, get our next special guest in here. I know he's on a strict time schedule. We have NFL writer, Mr. Jarrett Bailey, coming on right now. Let's get him on. Hey Jarrett, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Hey.
We're doing excellent, buddy. We're doing excellent. Let's start right to it. What are your obvious? What's your surprises? I read your article in terms of what you think is going to happen in the draft today, right? But what surprised you last night in the NFL draft? Let's get let's start there.
Man, for being a Steelers fan and whatnot, I'm very open about Josh Allen being my favorite player and give a lot of love to Buffalo. So like Buffalo fans have like really like rallied around me the past 2 years, and it's been very nice. But a lot of them got a lot of Bills fans were angry at me last night, mate, because I was pointing out like, what the hell are the Bills doing? Why would you ever trade with if the Chiefs are calling you saying, hey, we want to trade up to get this guy? Why would you say, all right, yeah, sure, why not? We can't beat you in the playoffs, but we'll help you get better. I don't get the thought process of that at all. And I said that, and Bills fans like, well, if they weren't gonna take him, why? Dude, if the Chiefs want him, why are you letting them get him? That is my whole thing. So that was the biggest surprise for me.
Interesting.
Was outside of the Penix stuff, because that's the obvious answer.
Right.
That was, but yeah, man, like the Bills actively being like, sure, we'll help the Chiefs get a guy they like makes no sense to me. I don't care if he wasn't on the Bills board and they weren't going to take him. That's not the part that I care about. I care about the fact that they actively helped the Chiefs get a guy that they wanted. And the fact that it's, Xavier Worthy, who's the fastest guy in the history of the NFL Combine, getting that type of speed, giving that to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, I didn't like it personally. That was a big shocker for me. And now they'll be opening up round 2 with a 33rd pick. Intrigued to see what they decide to do there. I assume it's going to be a receiver. So whether that be A.D. Mitchell, whether that be Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, hell, maybe they'll trade again. We'll see what Brandon Beane does. Maybe something crazy happens and they make another trade. So we'll see, but we'll find out in a matter of 20 minutes who the next Buffalo Bills player will be.
Yeah, I would say that I'm surprised that those fans were coming to you saying that was the wrong thing to say, because from our perspective, at least on Twitter, Bill's Twitter, and the interaction, we were live last night when this all was happening. We were all shocked that it happened for sure. Like not only just a trade down, right, but a trade with the Chiefs, and kind of had to talk through it and be like, okay, I guess you're getting something back. And they obviously think Xavier Worthy isn't going to be that great of a player if they're willing to let Kansas City take him. But also in Beane's press conference when he said, they were going to get him one way or the other anyway, so we just got assets from them regardless. Yes, you can talk through, but I agree that doesn't take the shock away from it. Like, wait a minute, right, you still are having this relationship with them to help them get the player they want. And it was a shocking part of the draft. But I was going to ask at the beginning of this draft today, because of the players, do you have a favorite group of players who didn't make that first round cut this time and it might be there, for these first few picks here that, were maybe surprises for you or guys you thought would go higher that are still on the board? And where do you think they land at this point?
Yeah, I mean, Cooper DeJean's at the top of the list of guys I'm surprised that are still on the board. That's a dude who, one of the more versatile defensive backs in this class. Depending on what the 49ers do with whatever receiver they move, if they trade Deebo Samuel, if they trade Brandon Ayuk, depending on what they do, because I wrote today for USA Today about moves that I think could happen. I said the Patriots should trade for Brandon Ayuk. You just got Drake May. You don't really have a go-to receiver for him right now. Trade the 34th pick for Brandon Ayuk and call it a day. And if they do that, then the 49ers are sitting there with the potential to get Cooper DeJean to put in a secondary with Talanoa Hufanga, who was an all-pro safety last season that he was healthy. Charvarius Ward, this is the last year of his deal. So I think that would be an interesting interesting combination to watch for. I think that there's going to be a few player trades. I think that the 49ers are going to be trading at least one of their receivers. And depending on where that player goes, I think we could see Courtland Sutton from Denver on the move as well. The Steelers reached out to the Broncos about inquiring about Courtland Sutton. They also freed up enough money where they could afford Courtland Sutton right now. So I think that's something to pay attention to. So there's going to be a few guys already like in the league that are on the move. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of receivers in this class. So you got guys like, an A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, but projected third round guys as well, like a Jamari Thrash, Malachi Corley. It's a really deep receiver class. So intrigued to see where they go. Jackson Powers Johnson and Zach Frazier are both still on the board. So some good offensive linemen that are still available as well. It's a deep class. It's a top heavy class, but there's still plenty of talent all over the board where, we're going to see difference makers go early here.
So
now, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just you touched on a couple of the other questions that I wanted to ask you, actually, one of which was the wide receiver position for the Bills seems likely here. Do you have a best fit for the Bills at this point that you think is the best fit versus not necessarily who you think the Bills are going to take, but one of the players you think is the best fit for the Bills? And same with the Steelers. Obviously, the Steelers have been more involved, at least in the rumors and in what gets released. They're interested in that guy who's, getting traded, or this guy. Seems like the Steelers want to get a veteran presence on their team, at least from what, has been released. Do you think that, if they don't go that route, do they take receiver here? And is there one that you like for the Steelers?
Well, for the Steelers, they've done a lot of extensive work on the Texas guys. So Xavier Worthy, who's off the board, A.D. Mitchell, who's still available. Malachi Corley as well from Western Kentucky. They did a lot of work on. So if he's there at 51, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick. I think that they could probably wait a little bit and still get him. And in terms of Buffalo, A.D. Mitchell was one of the better deep threats in college football last year. And so if that's a guy, we know what type of football that Josh Allen plays, and we know the deep ball and everything. We know how fantastic Josh Allen is. They don't really have a boundary threat right now. Without Stephon Diggs, after trading him to Houston. Mac Hollins isn't going to be a starting boundary receiver, no disrespect to Mac Hollins, but they need to get somebody that's reliable on the outside who can be both, the underneath natural separator at the line of scrimmage, deep route tree, but can also win downfield. So I think A.D. Mitchell can be that. I think Ladd McConkey can be that. I like Ladd McConkey. He had a really nice week in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. So I think that those are both guys to watch for. I think Keon Coleman could all three of those guys would be fine picks. And if the Bills wanted to take Cooper DeJean, I wouldn't hate that either. And then wait till 60 to take a guy. Cool. I think that they'll have options. In terms of if they wanted to go, a Cooper DeJean at 33, and then if a receiver that they like is still there at 60, if Keon Coleman gets to 60, if Ladd McConkey gets to 60, I think that would be best case scenario. But also, I'm not ruling Buffalo out of, acquiring a guy via trade. We know how aggressive Brandon Beane is. They'd have to move some money around, of course, but there's plenty of things that they can do in order to make that happen. So I wouldn't rule them out of making a splash trade. I know Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report reported that it's probably not going to be Deebo Samuel, which is a smart move if you're Buffalo. And no disrespect to Deebo Samuel, I just don't see the fit there. He's not being a natural outside separator. That's not really his game. I would much rather see them pursue Brandon Ayuk and see if they can make that contract work. I don't know how they would divvy up the money, but if it's something that they can make happen, I would love to see them get aggressive and say, to hell with it. Pick 33, Brandon Ayuk, take him, and go from there. But if they can get Ayuk, I would love that. I'm not going to rule them out of making a splash trade.
Nice. Hey, Jared, we have, for those that is tuning in, we have 517 people in the chat before the NFL draft has even started. So that is amazing. We have NFL writer Jared Bailey in the building discussing and breaking down last night's NFL draft with us and giving us his expert analysis on the questions we asked. So, Jared, I want to ask you, being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, I want to get your thoughts on Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, he hasn't had a losing season ever, right? So he has that. No NFL coach can put that claim in their resume. But the Pittsburgh Steelers has been in a state of mediocrity lately. So what are your overall thoughts on Mike Tomlin in terms of remaining the head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers beyond depending on the results?
Yeah, I mean, look, man, I wrote after the New England loss last year that, okay, it might be finally time to, cut ties here, because at some point you got to stop banging your head into a wall and expecting something different to happen. But I think that he felt the heat a little bit after this season, and the Steelers organization felt some heat of, another year in which, they got to the playoffs, but everybody and their mother knew that they were just an exhibition for the Bills to beat up before they advanced to the divisional round. So they fired Matt Canada midseason. They got rid of all their quarterbacks from last year. There's a ton of new faces on offense where they hire Arthur Smith, they sign Russell Wilson, they trade for Justin Fields. So I can't see them being worse than what they were last year, which is a 10-win team.
Okay.
a defense that's still very good that add Patrick Queen. I think that they'll be at minimum right back, where they were last year, in the wild card spot. Maximum they, get another win, go 11-6 with facing a third place schedule, and maybe win a playoff game, because right now they've gone 7 years without doing so, and that's I want to say it's the longest streak since like the 60s where they were just horrible. I'd have to go back and find the exact year, but they haven't won a playoff game in a long time. Mm-hmm. So if they don't show improvement this year, then there needs to be serious questions about, okay, what are we doing here? And how can we get somebody that's a real difference maker? Because Omar Khan, the general manager, has shown that he's not Kevin Colbert, the former general manager. He's going to be much more aggressive. He's going to try to get guys that can help them win. So I'm excited. Going from a quarterback room of Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, and Mason Rudolph to now Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. I mean,
pretty nice.
I'm ready to be in Latrobe. I'm ready to see these guys in camp. And when the time comes, we'll see, what the offense looks like. But again, the bar is so violently low, it would be hard for them to be worse. So I think that there will be a lot of improvements.
I like it. I like it a lot. And your first round pick was an offensive tackle, I believe. What does that mean for Broderick Jones? Is he moving over to the left side? How is that dynamic going to work on the offensive line?
Well, Fatanu played. He talked about this today. He feels comfortable all over the offensive line because they cross-trained all their offensive linemen at Washington. So if they wanted to move Broderick Jones to his natural spot at left tackle and start Fatanu at right tackle, that's something that can be explored. If they want to keep Broderick Jones at right tackle and have Fatanu be the left tackle, that's fine too. Jones came in and played right tackle last year, and he did a good job. So whatever they decide to do, I'm all for it. I think that both of them are position versatile when it comes to left tackle, right tackle. So, however, Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan both said, they drafted Broderick Jones to be a left tackle. So they were pretty adamant that eventually they want him to move to the left side. So maybe that process starts as soon as this offseason and in training camp, when if they decide to move him to the left side, have Troy Fatanu, their first round pick, on the right side. And it's clear that they have a vision in mind when it comes to this offense. And Arthur Smith's offense, it's going to be ground and pound early, get to, second and short, set up play action, and then have a few, 3 to 5 times a game where Russell Wilson just chucks it to George Pickens and hopes something good happens. So,
Russell Wilson is the starter. He is the starter then. Okay.
I would say week 1, Russell Wilson will be the starter. Justin Fields will be the starter by season's end.
Like Anthony said last night.
I literally said the same thing. Last night I said I think Russell Wilson lasts about 3 games, and then they're going to want to put Fields in, just because I think he has the higher ceiling, the better legs at this point, unless Russell Wilson catches fire, which could happen with that team. They do have weapons that they've been waiting to use. So anything can happen.
I think the temptation of having Fields there, he's 25. He's going to
exactly.
That's just going to be too tempting to be like, all right, let's at least see what they have. Now, even though he's not, I don't think he's going to be the starter week 1. I think Arthur Smith will have like a Justin Fields package where we'll see him like 8 to 10 plays a game.
Oh, that's smart.
So we'll see Justin Fields even if he's not the starter. But I think at some point, last year the Steelers were 6-4. When they were considering benching Kenny Pickett, they kept him out there, and now obviously he got hurt. But I can see a similar situation where, the offense, it could be better than last year, but it's still not quite where they want it to be. And they say, you know what, we got Fields on the bench. Let's see what we have in him. And I think that's how the season could very much end. So I'm looking forward to it regardless, though. Hoping for the best from Russell Wilson. If we see Justin Fields, very excited about that. The most excited I've been as a Steelers fan in a while. I was very much against the Kenny Pickett selection and had to deal with it for 2 years. So I'm liberated right now. I feel good.
Nice, man. Nice. Hey, Jared Bailey, NFL writer, we appreciate you for joining us. We know you have to run. You have a busy schedule, but we appreciate the time, man. Anything else you have to say or you want to say before you get out of here?
Yeah, man. Follow my written work at USA Today, as well as Steelers coverage at Behind the Steel Curtain. My podcast, The Pump Fake. Listen to wherever you get your podcasts. That's about it. And enjoy the rest of the show with the guys.
Hey, man, we appreciate you, Jared. And we'll talk soon, man. We'll talk soon. I'll hit you a little later. We'll talk soon. I appreciate you for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you for the content. Thanks for coming here. It's always good to get the outside perspective, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, boys. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Man, we are ticking down, getting closer to what with the Bills on the clock, right? Only couple minutes away here from, the Bills officially being on the clock and the second round getting underway. Again, we weren't expecting to see the Bills pick here, but they're showing the top Mel's best available on ESPN right now. And one of those guys is Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver. And rumors flying already today about the Bills at 33 being interested in Keon Coleman, who, has been a hot and cold guy throughout this draft evaluation season, at least. Not somebody that was a desired guy to go to Buffalo in my mind. I know that my podcast partner, Eric Brown, would disagree with me. He very much likes Keon Coleman, his size, his ability. Do you think that at least this was my perspective, do you think that could just be smoke? That Bean is saying, you know what, we don't want Keon Coleman, but if we tell everybody that, maybe somebody will trade up with us again to get Keon Coleman, just like Carolina did with Leggett, because, they maybe thought we wanted Leggett, but we didn't. So we got something out of them. Let's work this again and see what happens, because, there's a lot of guys on the board, directions this can go. I think we have to hold back our evaluation yet in terms of who the pick actually will be. But where are you guys at with the hype around, will they trade again? Is it going to be one of the receivers? Your gut instinct, having waited almost 20 hours now and had to listen to everything out there.
As far as Keon Coleman, I think he is absolutely an option for the Buffalo Bills. We want to harp on his 4.6 speed, because when we hear about times like that, there is not too much success stories that you could attach to those times. I believe for Larry Fitzgerald was probably a 4.6 guy who excelled. Cooper Kupp is probably a 4.6 guy. Even the Nakua is probably a 4.6 guy that's excelling with his separation and his ability. And last but not least, Anquan Bolden. So those are a couple of names that I think of that ran a 4.6 that was still able to consistently separate and make impacts in the game. Mm-hmm. Can Keon Coleman do that? Mm-hmm. That's the concern, because I spoke about the success stories, but there are just as much failures as there is success stories, and the percentages are not adding up to the Bills' favor comfortably as Bills fans if the Bills select Keon Coleman. But I know Izzy is higher on Keon Coleman than I am, so maybe you can sway us into that Keon Coleman factor a little bit, Izzy.
So I think Keon Coleman is hindered in the draft by his 40 time, obviously 4.61. Devontae Adams was like a 4.56, 4.57 guy. One guy that we know as Bills fans, Stevie Johnson, ran a 4.63, 4.68. So I think it's really going to come down to, can he develop his route running like Stevie Johnson had to, and then get himself on the field. I don't know if you want to pick a project this early, especially since he's going to have to work on that route running. But he's got the right guys in the building to do it, like Khalil Shakir. And I think that he's got promise. Is he my first pick? No. If I want a guy who's going to run routes, and I want him now, and that's Ladd McConkey. If I want size, I go Coleman. And if I want, just the raw talent and ability, I go A.D. Mitchell. So you have different options here, and it really depends on what the Bills want to fit the culture, the position that they're trying to put him in, and the playbook. So I like Keon Coleman, but he's going to have to fit a specific role within the new Joe Brady offense. And if it's anything like he ran in Carolina, I think he could be a fit. So we'll see.
Yeah, with Coleman, it's not really the speed for me. That was never – I don't care that he ran a 4. The guy has a big body. He can work the ball. That's what you want out of him. But it's more of the concern about, can he get open, right? The fact that he's this contested catch rate, is that because he isn't getting separation, or because he can't get separation, or just the offense he was in and, you got to let him do his thing. He has that body that I'm looking for, right? The big build, he's not afraid of contact. That's for sure. But, again, the questions about can he get open at the next level? Will he be able to do that at the next level? That's concerning, because to me, that's boom or bust potential. And I don't want a bust candidate. I want somebody who's at least going to contribute and then has a higher ceiling, right? So that's why I was steering more away from Keon Coleman and, toward a different direction of somebody on the board like a Ladd McConkey right now, right? Because that is, I know, Izzy, you and I were on the Ladd McConkey train last night saying, hey, he's still on the board. That's a guy we still like. The route running, the crisp ability, the catch radius, he's got those traits. He's, maybe not everybody's favorite, but those are certainly big things that we could add and would be effective in this offense.
I like Ladd McConkey. You know, I like his skill set. I like his route running ability. The injury, the little injury history scares me. The nicks and knacks and injuries that he gets. Maybe he can. That's something that he can overcome as he's continued to develop in the weight room and things of that sort. So we'll definitely see. I know I'm higher on Troy Franklin than probably you guys are. In my opinion, I really like Troy. I think he's a savvy route runner. I think he's a separator. I think he had a bad knock on him because he ran a 4.4. People was probably looking. I don't know what people was expecting, right? The kid ran a 4.4, and we're like, that's it. If you ran a 4.4 10 years ago, it would have been blazing fast. So that gives you an idea with the flu. So that gives you an idea of where the NFL is turning to. But I really like Troy Franklin's game as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who the Buffalo Bills select with the 33rd pick if they make a selection at pick 33.
Yeah, right. Because you just brought it up, right? There's the trade down option, right? That is an option again. We've seen Beane do it twice already, and he's probably thinking the same thing. Hey, there's 5 guys on the board we would like to take right now. So let's trade down, find somebody who really wants to get their guy right now. Because, you know, we talked a little bit last night that Cooper DeJean being the guy on the board who PFF has their 8th overall prospect in this draft is, you know, what if the Bills take him? You know, what if the Bills traded down to take him? Again, am I sold on taking Cooper DeJean here? It's not that I don't think he's a great player, but the impact he'll have on this team right away and moving forward, I'm not so convinced that would make the most sense for me. So I'm not going to be the happiest with that pick of Cooper DeJean at 33. I would rather they trade down, still say, okay, if that's the guy we want, or defensive player, or, you know, we're happy with these 2 wide receivers who are still here. Because I do think at the top of this round, there's a few teams there who could take wide receiver. So if you really want one of these guys, you have to take them at 33. You stick and you pick, and you're happy with it because you got what you got from the first round, and you still got the receiver you wanted. But if you choose to trade down, you're risking losing a couple more of those receivers, and you have to know that, right? One of the things I saw after we signed off and I was on Twitter and everything, it was like people thought Brandon Beane was stupid or something. Like, I mean, I had to shoot down a lot of ignorance of, guys, Brandon Beane is very aware that he did not get Xavier Worthy. Brandon Beane is very aware that the Panthers wanted Xavier Legette. Like, they traded out of those spots because Beane said, no, this isn't our guy. And if you want him, we might as well get something for it if you're coming here to pick that guy. So he knows what he's doing here, and that's why I think if they stick and pick, we know this is the guy that they had conviction about. And if they trade out, you know that they kind of have a few guys on the same level, and they're still playing the game of, we want multiple picks in this round, so the lower we get, the more we're going to have leeway to play and come back up and get multiple guys in this same range.
I had full-blown arguments with people.
Yeah.
Beane didn't get Legette or Worthy. They were both on the board. I was like, what does that tell you about Beane? It means he did not value them. They weren't his guys. Like, look, if Beane doesn't take McConkey, I can get past that, because just because he's my guy doesn't mean he's their guy. I can't just sit here and assume that I'm more intelligent than an NFL GM whose ass is on the line, by the way.
Yeah.
My ass ain't on the line. I'm going to be a fan tomorrow, next year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. My position as a Bills fan is intact, regardless of what happens. His ass is on the line. He knows it's on the line, and he's going to do what he feels is best for, A, the team, B, his job, and, you know, C, the continued success of this team in the future. So I think that Bills fans got to relax a little bit, all right? You just got to relax a little bit, take it in, just let it come to you, let it happen. Right? That's what Beane's doing. It's his job. Let him do his job.
Now I will say this, and you're absolutely right about Brandon Beane. I think, you know, there's a lot of frustrations from Bills fans, and at the end of the day, we have to take our personal feelings out the equation, right? A lot of us get personally, emotionally attached to certain players that we think should fit the Bills as if we're GMs and we're not.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, we're fans, and we have our perspectives and we have our beliefs on who we think the Buffalo Bills should pick. But At the end of the day, they are the experts. It's going to be interesting to see what the Bills do going forward. Talking about Cooper DeJean a little bit, I know there'll probably be frustrations from Anthony's perspective, but at the end of the day, is he a good football player?
You're on the clock.
Right.
He's an exceptional football player. And I think Brandon Beane, that would be one of his spills at the end of the day. If he is selected, the Bills are on the clock. If he is selected, that, hey, we want good football players. And Cooper DeJean is indeed a good football player. He's an immediate, he can be an immediate plug and play guy at the corner or safety position. He covers multiple facets in the back end, on the back end. So that can be in a Sean McDermott defense, that can be a viable option at 33 for the Bills, even though we all have our personal feelings and thoughts towards the wide receivers.
Yeah, here we go. We're already starting up, boys. It's getting ESPN is showing all the different rooms of people who are still available. Right now, they just happen to be on Ladd McConkey, and it didn't look like there was any action there. So we'll see. Now AD Mitchell. It also doesn't look like anybody's on the phone. So interesting here. We're getting closer to 5 minutes on the clock, and the pick isn't in. It seemed even last night, though. Teams waited till around the 3-minute mark to put in, their pick or wait and see if they got calls. The Bills had the advantage now of waiting all night and fielding calls and taking interest if it was there, spreading rumors maybe out themselves to see if teams wanted to come up here. Obviously, the big benefit of why this position is always tradable is because those guys that fell out of the first round that are first round talents are right here for you the taking. Just like we were talking yesterday when there was no defensive player taken off the board until 15. It's a similar get here where it's like, look, that guy was a first round. We had a first round grade on him, and he's still right here. We should trade up to this spot and get it again. And I think that's what Beane is doing, working the clock, saying, hey, let's wait it out. Let's see what happens here. If we want to trade, we'll see who's going to be put in there because, it's. I don't want the Bills to go too far down. That's my only concern here, right? You don't want to go too far down that you end up missing out on whichever of the players you were interested in, right? And maybe that's what the Bills are doing, fielding a call, maybe 10 picks back, and they're like, you know what? We could take that, but that might be a little too far for our guy. So maybe we will, trade 4 picks back, 5 picks back to see what happens here. And it does. They're showing the Bills draft room. I am seeing some handshakes and things. So
see McDermott.
I think the pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. It's not official yet, but judging by the hand, you don't handshake over we just traded down again. That's for sure. So I think that they had discussions all night long and they got their guy. Yeah, something's happening here. It's interesting to watch. They have it on the live. We can clearly tell that something's happening. But the clock is still ticking, and it doesn't say pick is in yet.
Right. McDermott's talking to somebody. He was talking to somebody.
Exactly. And they're all high-fiving and shaking hands and being like, yeah, we did it. They don't do that for a trade down. That they would be like, okay, we're moving back. They would still be working the phones, trying to work. Yeah, now it's official. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. I'm nervous, gentlemen. I am very nervous here because, as much as Cooper DeJean, great. He's a great player. I don't want to take a defensive player here. Ooh. I really think that I would want it to be the wide receiver. And again, no spoilers, people. Hopefully we didn't give the alert here. I'm watching live on ESPN. So, they're showing Bills Mafia present at the draft, waiting for who will be our first pick of the draft here in the second round at number 33. Heck yeah. Go Bills, baby. They're all hyped up there. Fatheads of Brandon Beane around. Gotta love it. And Beane we still trust. And right on cue, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Miller going to join the show here. Joe, how you feeling, brother? Oh, where'd he go? Let's get him in here. There we go.
Oh, it's working.
Coming out. Joe Miller, how is it going from the Overreaction Sports Network? Love what you guys are doing there, by the way. How are things going, man? The pick is in. We're nervous here. Do you have who
Good.
you want?
Good. So I'm up in the air, right? So I mean, at the end of the day, they need to take a day one starter, regardless of what they do. But first of all, let me just say, Ant, it's been a minute, and Akeem, I don't think I've been on a show with you in a couple of years. So
right. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. So yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on, but I'm continually refreshing my my pick leaker feed to find out who the Bills are taking, which they have not said anything yet. So, and Aaron Williams is about to come out. It looks like. Is my TV too loud?
He's making this pick. Yeah. No, we can't hear it. No, you're good. Yeah.
So the pick is in, and the Twitter leaker guy is not.
Well, that's good. You know, you can't. We'll get it live on the screen instead. It was interesting. We were just saying because ESPN, you could see the draft room and they were celebrating, but the clock was still going and the pick wasn't in yet. But obviously, they had made their decision. Go Bills logo on the side of the head. Gotta love that.
Let's see. Let's hear it.
Whoa, my
can't believe
God.
It. I can't believe it.
The smoke was real in this case. I just talked about it. I was just saying, you know, it sounded like maybe that was smoke coming from the Bills. First off, let me just say I cannot believe this pick for one reason. What I did at 6 o'clock this morning, I was texting with my guys, Sterling and Eric from the Hoof Podcast, right? And Eric was crying a river over what the Bills were doing yesterday. And I kept telling him, stop it. You don't even know who we picked yet. You don't even know. And you know who Eric's number one guy is, who he wanted the Bills to get at 28? Keon Coleman. And I kept telling him, Eric, we're going to end up taking your guy now. And then what are you going to say about it? And here he is. Obviously, we just talked about some of the benefits of him. He's a big body guy. He has the power. He contested catch. He gets the ball. But there's the risk of, can he really get open at the NFL level? What are these contested catches because he doesn't, you know, get separation? And is he going to deal with physicality at the NFL level the same way? But the Bills get that big-bodied receiver guy who will fit into this offense well. If that's the one they had their sights set on, obviously they were able to come down, pick up assets, still get their guy. Immediate reaction, guys. What do you think?
Go ahead, Akeem.
I'm looking at the pick. I wasn't the biggest Keon Coleman fan because of the separation reasons. You know, I know you had success with Nacua and Cooper Kupp and Anquan Bolden and those guys, but there's a lot more failures than success. But I do understand and see why the Buffalo Bills went that route. Big target, big immediate red zone threat, contested catch guys, something that Josh Allen never had yet in his career. So it's a wait and see process. I want to see how he will be implemented in the Joe Brady offense and see how this takes off. But the Buffalo Bills did indeed select Keon Coleman.
Yeah. So for me, there's not a lot about. There's not a lot. Sorry about that. There's a technical issue. There's not a lot about his measurables that have me worried, right? So I was listening to you earlier, Anthony, just about his 40 time. Stevie Johnson was a great just example that you threw out there. You know, a guy that looked great in college, didn't run the fastest 40, but obviously excelled. When Stevie was drafted in the 7th, and everybody's like, he's not even going to make the team. I was like, have you watched his film? Like, this kid can play football. So when you talk about his measurables, his size, his ability, all that stuff is there. Interestingly enough, the information that I have received or had been receiving over the last week and a half is when the Bills had him in for his visit, they weren't overly impressed with him. And it was more of a personality thing than it was anything else. So I am beyond shocked right now that that's the guy that they took. So I like it. I like him as a player, and I like what I see on the football field. But the intel that I was receiving was a little bit different as far as just culture fit, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
And again, taking the Eric perspective here, because he and I have been back and forth on this issue. And again, my concern was, hey, there's a lot of scouts who know more than I do who are saying this guy is 50-50 in the NFL. Is he going to make it and be a star, or is he going to fall on his face and not be great? And that to me was too much of a risk. I just said that alone was enough for me to say, I don't want to pick Keon Coleman. And then like you heard the rumblings of, well, this isn't really a Billsy guy. And is he going to fit the culture? You know, it doesn't seem like it. But Eric's argument was turn on the tape, watch the physicality, watch what he can do. He's going to be very competitive at the next level. He's going to be the yards after catch guy. You know, he was arguing with me that you watch the contested catches, that ball is in tight spaces and he comes away with it. And he fights guys for it. And he's not afraid of contact. And those are the positive things that, you know, even I was interested in with a Xavier Legette, with a Ladd McConkey, right?
Yeah,
those were features that I wanted there. And by the way, so Bills fans don't freak out. It doesn't matter if you don't like Keon Coleman right now. Likely the Bills are still looking at wide receivers, you know, and again, what I preached last night and again today, I want two guys with different skill sets. So now you got the Keon Coleman, go get me a Troy Franklin and I'm good to go, right? Like that would be a great matchup together because Troy Franklin is that down the field, more speedy, you know, a little smaller build guy. And now you have the Keon Coleman. So I think the Bills Brandon Beane knew what his plan was coming in. And now he's got that one mold guy, Keon Coleman. Look, I'm going to be excited as everybody else to see what he can do. But I'm not on I was all over this guy at this pick. You know, that's the one I wanted. Eric's going to have those bragging rights. So if he becomes a star, he will, you know. But, you know, it's tough to I'm excited, but I'm not overly hyped. I'm more excited to see the next couple of picks now that this one's out of the way. And I will say, at least it wasn't a defensive player because that would have just sat in the pit of my stomach like, oh, is this okay?
Yeah. Go ahead, Akeem.
So now it's about because of what the moves the Buffalo Bills made last night. Tonight it turned from a quiet night to a busy night. We still have 60 and 95 here. So Joe, what are you thinking? We could get back to Keon Coleman in a minute, but what are you thinking about what's in play for the Bills for the rest of the night? Are you thinking they might trade up, or are you thinking they might sit back and pick their guys? And what positions do you think they're going to be trying to attack now that they got their possible first wide receiver out the way?
So this thing has slid sideways for me. I expected at this point Cooper DeJean. That's who I thought that they were going to take at this point. And then there was going to be some working going on from there. Obviously, they've got, 60? Number 60 is their other second-round pick. One thing I know for sure, they're not going to take 10 players in this draft. So they're going to probably move back into the third at some point. They're going to address the defensive backfield at some point. The question is when, and how much does it take to get to someplace where they can get Kool-Aid, or they can get Cooper DeJean or somebody like that. Also, you know, you look at Zach Frazier. Frazier, is that his name? The center from West Virginia. To me, coming away with that guy would be absolutely unbelievable. He's got all the pedigree and all the stuff that a guy like Sean McDermott likes. Wrestling state champion. He's got state champion wrestlers like in his family. Like, he's everything that you would think about when you think about just a Sean McDermott kind of guy. And obviously, I would say that we all feel, as much as maybe the Bills disagree potentially, that we feel that they're not settled at center, right? Connor McGovern isn't like, hey, he's the guy. Meanwhile, the Bills might be thinking, no, he's the guy. But you got to wonder if there's going to be an inside and, you know, an interior offensive lineman kind of goes there at some point. Back to Keon Coleman. If you watched the presser last night from Brandon Beane, it was interesting because everybody ran away with the first soundbite of, we didn't call anybody to try to trade up. And that was kind of like misinformation, excuse me, in as much as he was talking specifically about a question, top 10. He didn't make a single call to move into the top 10 to even find out about the top 3 wide receivers that were in this draft. There were more pointed conversations and questions asked to him about moving up later, to which he was inferring. He didn't necessarily say Brian Thomas Jr., but he made it pretty clear that he was trying to move up, and it just got way too expensive. So you can and what that means is somebody wanted one of his 2s, which he did not want to give up. If he had a 3, you could probably have expected him to move up, probably take Brian Thomas Jr. That's who they were kind of going after. What's interesting about that whole entire conversation was the slide back from 32 to 33. In as much as they took a wide receiver, I don't know why you just don't take, if you like Keon Coleman there that much, why not? I know they're trying to stockpile picks, which is great, and I'm sure that, you know, the Carolina Panthers told them exactly who they wanted, right? So I'm sure that they required that. Who are you taking? So they told them. So they're like, well, we don't want Legette, so go ahead, take him. Sure. All that to say this: the Buffalo Bills are a team with a quarterback that, you know, plays off script, and we love the off scriptness that he plays in. But he is not a Peyton Manning. He is not a Tom Brady. He is not even a Kirk Cousins. that stands in the pocket and throws with anticipation. He basically waits for a guy to flash and then paints him with a football, which is not a skill set that a lot of quarterbacks, even if they can do it, can do, if that makes any sense. Going into this draft, the Bills needed a separator, a Curtis Samuel type, a Cole Beasley type, a Stephon Diggs type. Josh Allen doesn't really throw a lot of 50-50 balls. He's not that guy. Like, if you're open, he generally is going to overthrow you. Unless he's in his head too much, then he's going to underthrow you. But normally he needs a guy that's going to be able to stretch and go get a ball. And if it's underneath, he needs you to flash open. I'm probably more surprised by that because I feel like there were some other separators in this group. Maybe not as big as Keon Coleman, not as physical as Keon Coleman, not as contested catch related as Keon Coleman, but it's an interesting pick nonetheless. It'll be wildly. I'm excited to see where this goes from here, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I think to your point about, having the flexibility now, right? I think all of Bills Mafia can have a sigh of relief. Hey, look, we brought in a wide receiver, whether you like him or not, and that was your guy or not. The Bills got their wide receiver.
At least one.
Now we have room to play. Now, if we trade up to get a
Right.
cornerback or a defensive lineman or offensive lineman, like you said, there's plenty of flexibility there to come up and play in this round. Now you got all the later picks. You have that second rounder next year. That our second rounder, I think, will be the one in play for Bean today to trade up and get another guy. That's why I fully expect somewhere in this round 2, round 3, the Bills are going to make multiple picks because they're coming up to get their guys. And that was part of the strategy of moving down yesterday so that you could move up today and have that flexibility. And I'm excited to see who that guy's going to be, especially now that we took the wide receiver and can breathe a sigh of relief there.
Yeah,
so
I would expect 4 guys tonight.
Yeah.
I would expect them to get 4 guys tonight.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And the offensive lineman, that's not just because you've been hanging around 2 offensive linemen, is it? You're saying that just because?
No, I think we're all in the same headspace. When Ryan Bates got traded, we were like, oh, Mitch is going to be here for at least 1 more year. And then Mitch got cut. And we were like, wait. This makes sense.
100%. Yeah. And what's his name? JPJ is still on the board, predicted to be a first round selection by a lot of people, right? Still on the board as well. Although I feel like he's one that one of these teams is going to come up and want to trade up for at some point here, right? In the top of this round. Those offensive linemen are always quick off the board, especially the ones who can start day one. We missed, by the way, the Chargers traded up and did take Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver. We knew that the Chargers were one of those teams that we couldn't let come ahead of us this round because they were very wide receiver needy, especially after going offensive line in the first round. So they get their guy in Ladd McConkey. I think that's a good fit for them. We'll see how that one works out. Atlanta just made their pick. I can't see it now, but it's not refreshing on my screen yet. But the pick is in.
Defensive tackle from Clemson.
Oh, wow. So defensive tackle, but not Newton, right? Oh, okay. Thank you. In the background, we have Izzy helping us out with producing today. So there you go. The Falcons select defensive tackle, Rook Orohoro. I think that's how Orohoro, right? So that's, And so again, defensive tackle, they get a defensive tackle after taking their quarterback. I'm surprised they didn't go kicker here. What do you guys think? After going quarterback in round 1, signing the biggest guy there is in the offseason, and they pick a quarterback as well. Definitely the most baffling move of the first round, but they seem to be getting back on track here with this pick. Defensive tackle, that's where we thought they might go at 9 or at where were they? 8 yesterday with the quarterback. So I think this is a good fit for them overall, and doesn't quite take somebody that I thought was on the Bills' radar, which is a good sign.
So where does we saw a little bit of of Joe Brady's offense last season. He gets a full season to implement his entire offense and exactly what he want to do. Where do you see Keon Coleman, Joe, being an immediate impact player for the Bills offensively right away based on what we've seen from Joe Brady's offense?
I don't know that you see him as an immediate impact player as far as that goes. I mean, the Buffalo Bills he's a first, some people had him rated as a first-round draft pick. The Bills obviously didn't. Otherwise, they would have taken him last night as a first-rounder. Being said as well, that everybody that we had a first-round grade on was gone. So you can assume that they did not have a first round grade on him. So that being said, the Bills have basically brought guys along slow, even guys that started or played as rookies. When you look at even Dalton Kincaid, they started them out relatively slow. The Buffalo Bills are going to take at least one more wide receiver in this draft. And all you got to do is look back to Keiir Elam and Christian Benford and be like, okay, the 6th rounder's playing and the 1st rounder's not. So I don't know that we can expect necessarily anything other than the Bills are going to put them out there on the field and they're going to see how they consume the playbook, which is, to my understanding, still one of the hardest to learn playbooks out there. And a lot of that is because Josh Allen plays off script so much. And there's a lot of choices inside the routes that the Bills wide receivers are given. So with that, I'll be just as interested to see it as everybody else will, just to see how much leash they give him, how much opportunity. You hope they give him a lot. The Bills don't have a boundary receiver. I don't care what anybody says. Khalil Shakir is not a true boundary receiver. The Bills don't have one. So now they do. We assume, and it'll be interesting to see what else they get. Keep in mind, again, Stephon Diggs was he 5th, right? 5th round draft pick. So guys can be found late. Devontae Adams wasn't a 1st round draft pick, right? So, I mean, there's guys out there that can be gotten late that can come in and, light up the offensive.
Especially in a draft class like this, where we know wide receiver is very deep in this draft class, right? That's what we've heard. One of the best ever at the position. Do you now, in the perspective of the Bills just took Keon Coleman, is there a name for you? And again, I don't know how deep you've dove to the depths of wide receiver, but is there a guy? I brought up the name Troy Franklin just because that was one well discussed in Bills circles, that he could have been the pick at 28, a few months ago. And, they brought him in for a visit and everything. But is there a name for you that now fits that mold? Or are you on the same page as me that a true X receiver like that now who has some speed down the field, take your pick guy, but Troy Franklin was the first one to come to mind. Where are you at with that? Is there a name or names that you think would be in that same vein, or are you thinking something else to pair with?
No, I'm swimming in the same pond. I mean, Troy Franklin is a prolific receiver. He's fast. He can get open. He can get separation. So he fits that mold as well. There's a lot of people out there and I did some research last night. There was a lot of people out there that were like, oh, he can't catch. And it's like, and so I was like researching his catch rate, and I found nothing that said that he had trouble catching the football. So I don't know necessarily, but that's what happens, right? I mean, so much of this stuff is smoke and mirrors, and so much of it is just diversion and misdirection. I mean, all the way up until this point, like the information that I got from inside the building, right? And it's like there's no reason to not tell me the truth as far as that goes. And you also don't know in a situation like Keon Coleman. Like the reality is with Brian Thomas Jr. gone, maybe they like Keon as much as there could be some other things. They like his skill set better than everybody else. So it turns into he's the best guy on the board. Let's just take him, right? So, it's never going to be what, we saw guys fall in the past in history due to drugs or alcoholism or whatever. We're not dealing with that type of stuff any longer. It seems like in the NFL now it's more, small cultural personality things, how does he learn things? How does he, remember plays? How does he yada, 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 but all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so Troy Franklin, to answer your question, is probably where I'm at as far as that goes.
So would we feel, and when I say we, us and everybody that's watching right now, we got 960 people in the chat, right? Will we feel better for those that don't feel good about Keon Coleman, would we feel better about him if Kelvin Benjamin didn't exist?
I don't correlate the two.
You don't correlate the two. Okay.
I don't. So Kelvin Benjamin is fun as much as his career fell off tragically. Not that he died or anything, but just like the way that it kind of went. My greatest recollection of Kelvin Benjamin is we jumped up to take Sammy Watkins. Kelvin Benjamin also went in the first round. And then in that preseason game against the Carolina Panthers, he caught that crazy contested catch where he's falling down in the end zone over his shoulder. And I was like, why didn't we get that guy?
On Stephon Gilmore. I remember the play. On
Gilmore, right. So it's just like, well, why didn't we get that guy? And it was just kind of one of those strange things. But, sometimes the player undoes himself. I'll just say it that way. And no two players are alike, right? So, Anth, I don't know how you feel about
worlds that. Away, right? Yeah, it's so funny thinking of a name like Kelvin Benjamin now, where the Bills are at now versus when we were discussing a guy like Kelvin Benjamin, right? And that's right when we started podcasting. So yeah, yes, that's great. So, but now we're in much better situation here. I did see a video though released today that was, posted on Twitter about Keon Coleman talking about what he eats at McDonald's. His he's like, oh yeah, the two
Spicy chicken.
spicy chickens and the 10-piece nugget and the
My kind of guy.
milkshake. And so he had the whole plate of food, yeah, right. But you look at the guy, and I'm not worried about what he's eating. Let's put it that way, right?
Right,
He is a physical human being and player, and I think that he's been able to keep his body in shape. And coming to the NFL, always you're going to be able to take that next step with the guys in their training staff and room, and yeah, I don't think there's any concerns there of him turning into a Kelvin Benjamin type and being the butt of jokes, the way Kelvin Benjamin now is. But
I'm going to be honest. If you're not going to McDonald's with a $5 fan meal, you're missing out. So that's just
sincerely.
Fries, a McChicken or a McDouble, and 6 nuggets or 4 nuggets. I mean, let's go. And I think a drink with it too, right? So
I'm interested to hear what Brandon Beane is going to say about Keon Coleman, because there's going to be a reporter going to give those comparisons. What did you see in Keon Coleman that you didn't see in Xavier Legette? What are your thoughts? So I'm going to be tuning in to see the presser
or AD Mitchell.
Right?
Yeah, right.
That's
why wasn't he your guy? Yeah.
Literally, if it wasn't Cooper DeJean, I thought for sure it was AD Mitchell. That I was like, if it's not Cooper, it's AD for sure. And then when he said Keon Coleman, I was like, wait, did you read that right?
I was surprised that AD Mitchell was looking into everybody's last mock drafts. It seemed like AD Mitchell was the name that came up the most at 28 for the Bills, and that was a little surprising to me, because I'm like, wait a minute, this is the same guy who has character problems, of effort problems, which to me was the number one kill zone for McDermott and Beane. Like, you don't give effort, that's a no forgiveness zone for them, right? So that's I might not be the reason why they didn't go with him and they went with Coleman, but we know what Beane's going to say, right? Again, I nailed it last night saying this is exactly what Beane's going to say about these picks, almost to a T. I think when Beane goes up there, you know what he's going to say. He's going to start from Coleman. This is what we like about the guy we did take. And somebody's going to press him, as they should, and say like, hey, well, what about AD Mitchell? He's stronger, faster, whatever. And he's going to continue to say, well, we just like the fact that Keon Coleman had the experience with this and whatever. He's not going to disparage any of those other guys. They tried to bait him into that last night too, and he avoided the questions. So we know they picked him. They're obviously had him ranked above McConkey and the rest of the guys that were still on the board. So he'll praise him, but he's not going to tell us why they didn't pick AD Mitchell. That's for sure.
No, for sure. I mean, he might give you a little bit of a sprinkle of what maybe he feels Keon Coleman gives, like you said, above the other guys, or what they feel. It's in my Twitter mentions right now that the Bills just drafted Gabe Davis. It's like,
I've seen that.
Okay.
Gabe Davis. Maybe if you're talking like Roman Wilson or somebody like that, I could see the comparison to a Gabe Davis with some of those other guys in the draft, but certainly not Keon Coleman in my mind. So not exactly the same player. You want him to run rough physical routes. Like, that's what you want. I don't want Gabe Davis doing any of that.
And not catching with the clap skill, right? Not doing it catch a football.
And I'm glad you mentioned, Joe, that one of the things you brought up that I do like about Keon Coleman, his hands, right? He's a strong physical dude. He has good hands. If as long as Allen gets it on the money to him, I'm not worried about him being one of those guys who struggles to catch balls from a Josh Allen, right?
So
it takes some getting used to. But then
the Bills have gone through it twice, and we mentioned Kelvin Benjamin on this program already. And you're looking at a bunch of drop passes that year, Josh Allen's rookie year in 2018, and then 2022, the Bills, and actually the year before that, the Bills struggled with drops mightily, right? Gabe Davis catch rate was like 50% or something like that. Like, there was guys drop, and it almost became infectious. And then at the end of last year, Stephon Diggs is dropping footballs all over the football field. Going into the draft in 2023, the Bills made a very, very pointed strategy of getting guys that could catch the football. When you look at Dalton Kincaid, Justin Shorter, who we have not seen on a football field yet, has a 97% catch rate in college. People dogged his measurables, dogged his route running, dogged everything. It's like, but he catches the ball 97% of the time. And it's like, well, that's important when you got a team that drops the football half the time. So that could be part of it too. I mean, they may have gone after Keon Coleman because he's a sure-handed catcher when they're still kind of struggling. It's funny. We're Bills fans, right? And we watch these games, and we did all through the drought, and it still haunts us. Like, you watch guys, and like the ball is thrown, and they reach out and they stab and they catch it. And like, there's no way he catches that. And it's like, how do you catch that? Why do our guys never catch balls like that? but it's almost like catching is almost like a culture thing on a team as well. Teams that catch the ball well, all the players seem to do it, and teams that drop the ball, all the players seem to drop the ball. So it seems like they might still be
Khalil Shakir, right? I mean, Kincaid even.
Yes.
Kincaid, not so much. Shakir, you throw him
sure-handed.
the ball, he's catching it, right? I mean, it
Sure-handed
could be
catcher,
anywhere.
right.
He's catching it. He broke records this season. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice to see them saying this is something that matters to us, and we're going to make sure going forward we fix that problem that we've had in the past. And from that sense, you're going to upgrade over some of these guys, right? So that is the total thought process, right? You're not going to replace a Stephon Diggs year one with one guy, right? No, you need to bring in a movement to replace a guy like that, both in his target share and his production on the field. And the Bills knew that coming into this draft. And Keon Coleman is the first step in that, saying, okay, he's got sure hands, he's more physical, he's a bigger body, and they're likely going to add that secondary piece to go with it. Interesting pickup by the New England Patriots there. They take Polk with their pick, another wide receiver that, a lot of people were high on for the Bills. Any thoughts on that pick for them? He wasn't one of those guys. I mean, he's talented. I would have been happy if the Bills ended up with him in this round, but I wasn't clamoring for the Bills to pick a Jalen Polk, although I know some people out there were. So where were you at with him, and how do you feel about him going to New England?
Excellent pickup for them, in my opinion. We're talking about sure-handed with Keon Coleman. Jalen Polk is as sure-handed as it gets as well. Is he going to beat you down the field with speed? Not necessarily, but he has the ability to do so. He has that deceptive speed similar to Gabe Davis, where he was able to stretch the field. But I think he's going to be an excellent guy, excellent target for Drake May in the short and intermediate routes. I think he understands how to work the soft zones and coverages, and he's going to be a guy that's going to make the game easier, more of a security blanket for a young player in Drake May. So I like the selection, and I like the pairing.
Yeah, I can't disagree with any of that commentary. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the Patriots have a lot of work to do. I mean, with quarterback and wide receiver filling out both those rooms. So the best thing they can hope for is that the two catch fire, right? That you got the two rookie guys that come in and catch fire together, which is probably what the Bears are kind of hoping happens too. So it's just one of those things. But I wouldn't exactly be drafting them in my fantasy leagues, either of them.
Yes. Right. That's a great answer right there. They're gonna find chemistry. I'm sure they will succeed. But I'm not exactly clamoring that they're going to be the best new tandem in the NFL.
Yeah, waiver wire week 10.
There you go. When they're in an advantageous situation.
Yes.
So do you think this Keon Coleman pick was do you think Josh Allen was a Keon Coleman guy ultimately? Do you think that has anything to do with it? Because this is a guy that we could say what we want, but this is a guy that, in my opinion, adds a dimension that Josh Allen never had. And that in terms of showing that being a big target and having that big catch radius, especially with a guy and the way that Josh Allen likes to play football, I think that dimension and that pairing can be something that possibly we're not looking out for as fans. I want to get your thoughts on that.
I would have to say that if Josh Allen had a repeat of last year where he said Dalton Kincaid no matter what, his no matter what post-it note for Brandon Beane was probably Brian Thomas Jr. because Brian Thomas Jr. is that off-script player. Brian Thomas Jr. is that guy that knows how to work back to the football, which Gabe Davis does as well, like the guys that the Bills have had in the past, and Khalil Shakir is learning how to do even still. I'm not so sure that at this point of the draft that Josh Allen is probably like peeking his head in going, hey, this guy, no matter what. I would say we are probably in a world where any offensive weapon type player that comes in on a 30 for 30 visit or top 30 visit, Josh is probably meeting them. So there's probably a thumbs up, thumbs down moment there, but I would be hard pressed to think that Josh is like that guy. Go get that guy. Like that would have been yesterday, which they couldn't bring themselves to do it. So
I would say the interesting thing is that, on that podcast appearance at one of the golf events, I think it was where Allen was talking about you guys he likes and he does follow the draft and all that. He mentioned Xavier Legette by name, but he also said, at least in the wording, what I translated it as is kind of what Akeem said there, that he was looking for something he hasn't had yet, right? He talked about Worthy's speed, and that would be interesting because, he's so fast, and we'll see how that goes. But the body type of a Keon Coleman, similar to a Xavier Legette, right? That bigger body guy who can fight for the ball, makes me wonder if maybe he did talk to Brandon Beane and said, you know what, this guy, that guy are the three interesting ones for me because I've never played with that type of body and receiver who can fight and really make contact and get the ball in tight situations.
Well, he did. It was just a preseason, and that was Isaiah Hodgins.
Right.
So, who was a free agent this year, and the Bills looked at briefly, but ended up not giving him a contract, like re-upping him this year. So yeah, he went back to the Giants.
Yeah. So again, I think that you have to believe that Josh Allen had at least some input on this. Like, hey, what do you think? Like Joe said when he came to visit, at the very least. But even in this moment, like, hey, of these three guys, these are the three we're looking at, and Allen. Solicited or not, it seems like Josh Allen says, I give my advice to Beane, right? And then Beane does what he wants with it, but solicited or not.
He said as much. He said that Josh, has opinions, and we respect what Josh wants. I mean, Josh is the guy that has to play with these guys. So
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Anthony.
I was just going to say kudos to Beane again. Beane doesn't lie to us. Beane does not lie to us. I say this all the time when he does press conferences. Take him at his word. If he's trying to hide something, he'll hide it, right? But if he says something straight out, he's not lying to your face. He said he wasn't going to give up a lot of picks this year. He didn't do that. He said, we kind of have an idea of what we're looking at. Clearly they did, and they didn't want these certain guys, but they did want the guy they took. And that just speaks to the fact that when it's rare, right? Other GMs around the league aren't like this. And GMs we've had in the past haven't been like this, right?
Right.
When Brandon Beane speaks to the media, he does not lie. If he doesn't want to tell us something, he'll make it known that he doesn't want to tell us something.
Generally, you're right.
But what he says, what he interprets from how he answers questions, what he does release is generally what we should believe, because it speaks to his track record, speaks for itself.
Yep.
Go
ahead.
I was just listening. I was just peeking in on X and listening to Dan Orlovsky talk about Keon Coleman, and he gave his Keon Coleman comparison to a wide receiver, longtime Chicago Bear wide receiver, Brandon Marshall. I think that's a very interesting comparison. Do I see it? No, I don't see it yet, but I do think that is a interesting comparison. Joe, I don't think you see it either, so I want to get your thoughts.
I would say that you never hear a pundit come out and go, that dude's trash. Like, what are they drafting that guy for? He looks like Kelvin Benjamin. Like, they never.
I would love it if somebody said that.
Nobody ever does that.
If somebody said
they always try to comp him to some guy that is just an edge under being a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, right. Brandon Marshall. I mean, I think Brandon Marshall, more of like, sure, he's a big guy, but that's a downfield threat all the way. And Brandon Marshall, and
he was a bully. He was a physical bully. He was a physical.
Sure, that's what I mean.
He was.
He would use his body, and he's Mike Williams. I mean, that's who they comped on NFL Network. They started flashing Mike Williams immediately, and it's like, well, pump the brakes. But I mean, Mike Williams is a different animal, in my opinion. But it'll be nice to have a presence like that on the football field, for sure. So, I mean, it's something Josh is not. I mean, at one point, it was the John Brown's first year, John Brown and Beasley's first year, and coach was calling them the Smurfs, right? Because all the guys were tiny. Brown, Beasley, Isaiah McKenzie, who else was on the team then? They were all tiny. So,
tiny.
So that for him to have a guy in the huddle that he can look at eye to eye might be fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. So you heard the gasp from me while Akeem was talking. That was because T'Vondre Sweat was taken by the Titans with the number 6 pick in the second round here, which was a little bit of a shocker for me, given the off the field questions, everything flying around him. So that was an interesting pick. And of the 7 picks already in for this round, 3 wide receivers, 4 defensive tackles. Ladies and gentlemen, that's called a run, right? Out of 7, you've got 2 players, 2 positions there: wide receiver Keon Coleman, Lampakaki, Jalen Polk, and then you've got defensive tackle Arohoro, Newton, Sweat, and now the LA Rams selected Braden Fisk, the defensive tackle. So this is what you call a run, and at least 3 of those were trade ups. 4 of those now were trade ups. So that tells you that people are saying, okay, if this is a position we need to go get them now because they're coming off the board. And that could speak well to your team if you're going after, say, offensive lineman or, safety cornerback, right? Those positions that are still premium positions in this round, and maybe the top talent is still there, is still on the board here with the Eagles on the clock and their pick is in. But that is an interesting trend that I noticed right away with these past couple of picks. Surprised that Sweat went this early after everything going on?
I'm not that familiar with him, so
With his, I believe that's the defensive tackle. He has some weight issues coming in. A little bit. You always have them type of concerns when you have weight issues, because that's work ethic, right? And playing in the NFL, you have to have work ethic to be successful. So it might be a little high, but at the same time, when you have a guy that's 6'6", 340, 50, 60
Huge
pounds,
yeah.
you know, that can play a one-tech defensive tackle, he has the ability to be a stalwart. He has the ability to take up those double teams, so those linebackers could shoot gaps and make plays. So I definitely see why the pick was made there.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles made a trade to get the pick that they're on right now. The pick is in. They haven't announced it yet, and I thought they were going to take Cooper DeJean in the first. So if he gets by them this time, I'll be interested to see how far he potentially falls.
You got to think that this could be that landing spot. And, you know, again, while we're waiting for that pick to get in, I want to say we're up over 1,000 live viewers right now. Thank you all for tuning in with us. Like, follow, subscribe on the Built-in Buffalo Network. If you're watching on YouTube, you can super chat us. Remember, super chats all get discussed live. So if you super chat, we'll put it up on the screen. Whatever topic you want to discuss, something from round one, the first pick for the Bills and Keon Coleman, something going on later today. You know, you can always super chat and get involved in the conversation. We love interacting with you that way. So like, follow, subscribe. And I want to say that we do have a sponsor for the show tonight. It's Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York State? Look no further than Acropolis Realty Group. They are your full-service independent brokerage specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, our experienced team at Acropolis Realty Group is here to guide you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. So we're happy to have them as a sponsor. Like I said, they helped me find my home here in Syracuse. They were a really great team to work with. It was my first home buying experience. So my wife and I needed some help along the way with what's going on here. How do we do this? What does this mean?
First home buying experience, and you picked New York of all places to buy a home.
I know, right? Yeah. So there was, but let me tell you, Syracuse home prices versus Denver home prices.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the fact that, like any other state in the union, you can sell a home by owner and sell it in 23 days. In New York State, they're like, oh yeah, your close date's like 62 days away, and it's like, why? Well, the attorney's got to be involved. It's like,
right.
Why?
All those fees. Exactly. Right. But again, having somebody, you got to, at least for me, having that first experience, you want somebody who knows what they're doing to help walk you through that, because you're like, wait a minute, I just wrote a $15,000 check and there's nothing off this here, that it's just going in the shredder. So it was an interesting, that first time going through the home process. But
tough market right now too. So real tough.
Yeah,
market.
Right. It is.
Definitely,
it is. Even finding, again, Acropolis does rental properties too, which I think is huge, because at least everywhere up here in New York State right now, it's even hard to find,
everything
rental
okay,
properties.
Everything okay over there?
Yeah. I was just looking at the Eagles.
It's a pick?
Not yet.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh, something crashed. Something crashed, and I thought Akeem was like looking at whatever crashed in his room there. I was like, oh, is everything all right?
Yeah, everything good. So funny. I'm reading. So I'm reading about, as I trying to multitask, learn about our new Buffalo Bills guy while we do this live, right?
Yeah,
so as I'm reading about Keon Coleman, there's concerns about his speed and his quickness and his explosion, and because of those concerns, a lot of people have them as possible big slot receiver. So I want to ask you right now, as
exactly what we need. Another slot receiver.
Who would you put on the field and where if the Buffalo Bills had to play a game today, Anthony?
Well, if you're asking me that, I mean, immediately 12 personnel, right? Because Knox has the best overall chemistry built with Allen in terms of over the years, right? And he's a reliable target for him.
Dang it!
And
they took Cooper DeJean.
They did take Cooper DeJean. The pick is
excellent. And
Man,
that's
go a long
actually
way.
no, that's excellent for the Philadelphia Eagles. They couldn't
That's a
tackle
great
at
pick.
all last year. They couldn't
Yeah.
tackle. So now you get Quinyon Mitchell, and now you come back and get Cooper DeJean. I think this is two very good picks for the Philadelphia Eagles, in my opinion.
Sorry, Anth.
A team that's in Super Bowl contention. No, thank you for interrupting me, because that was the pick. And, we talked a lot about Cooper DeJean all last night. Would he be the pick that the Bills traded down for or traded down for again? And I necessarily didn't want that to be the case, but not that I don't like Cooper DeJean,
like
the
the
player.
pick.
This is a great pick for them. And
I like
the
the pick.
Eagles needed help at that position. And there they go. They get the guy who was the 8th overall PFF ranked player in this draft. So getting him this late, regardless of your opinion or what team he went to, was going to be a steal for whatever team. That's an A+ ranking by most people who evaluate the draft. And that, by no means is my specialty, but certainly everybody's going to look at that pick and say it's a great pick for this late into the second round, late being the 8th pick. But, for a guy who was predicted to be in the first round easily, great pickup for them. What are your thoughts? You were hoping he might somehow get to the Bills, Joe, or
that's that I thought for sure that he was going to be a Buffalo Bill for a lot of reasons. But to answer Akeem's question, to me, it's a scramble drill. Like, it seems like they're putting together a group of guys that can, the slot is clearly one of the harder positions to play in the NFL on an offense, right? So, I mean, the slot guys are kind of specialists. Usually it's their size that pins them into the slot versus having a guy that's really tall that can play the slot and play outside. So if I'm strutting guys out on the football field, we've seen Dalton Kincaid play outside on the boundary. We've seen Dawson Knox play outside on the boundary, both being successful. Curtis Samuel can play outside on the boundary. None of them are necessarily like boundary guys where they never leave the boundary.
Right.
But to me, it's probably going to be where do you want to go? Like, where do you want, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there'll be formations, obviously, but I don't know that they're necessarily going to be pinned into. It's going to probably depend on a lot of guys learning all the positions. Which
right.
Yeah.
And that brings me to what I was going to say about that point, which is, tell me what the situation is. Is it 3rd and long? Is it 3rd and 3? Is it 1st and 10? Because that's going to mix it up. What it does allow already, the guys that we brought in before we even drafted Coleman, there's this mystery component of what are the Bills going to do if they have Knox, Kincaid, James Cook, and other people lined up there, Curtis Samuel in the backfield, maybe Shakir on the boundary in that situation. Who are they giving the ball to in that place? You don't know on first down. They could be running it right up the gut with 2 blockers and do it that, or they could be doing a pass to Khalil Shakir, so it sets you up in a way where your offense can be a little more mysterious, which is always good. If the defense doesn't know what's coming at them, you're in a good place. I think now with Keon Coleman, what that adds is more of a boundary guy who you maybe can put in the slot occasionally. They did that with Diggs too. He wasn't always lined up. He sometimes went in the slot, right? So even that, just that little mystery of confusion of, wait a minute, he's their boundary guy and now he's going in the slot. Does that mean they're going to him? Does that mean they're trying to mess with us?
Which they did a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And I think that's what the Buffalo Bills ultimately want. They want a bunch of guys that can play every position.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to say positionless football, but we're talking and clamoring for these X receivers. Maybe the Buffalo Bills just want good players and not really. Hey, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
That's what Brandon Beane said. Brandon Beane said maybe we don't need a number 1 wide receiver, and I was like, I don't know about that.
No. Yeah. Is that smoke or
I remember when we didn't have a number 1 wide receiver for a long time. I don't know if we can go without a
right.
But we also didn't have Josh Allen. So I mean,
and I think that's where we're at, right? In terms of, I'm glad you said Josh Allen. When Josh Allen was a rookie, it was imperative to maybe have that number 1 receiver, have those vet receivers to speed up the progression process for Josh Allen as a young quarterback. But now that he's reached stardom, maybe the roles have reversed now. It's like, okay, I'm the star now. Now it's time for me to develop my young receiving core. And he's going to have those growing pains, but I think he's more than capable of doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, and the other thing we didn't even talk about, right? This is the first year of Brady shaping the offense. So what this pick tells me more than anything is, and the signing of Samuel as well, this is what Brady wants for his offense, right?
Yeah, for sure.
This is what Brady is going to bring in and say, Coleman is the body type, is the player that I think will fit this part of what I'm drawing up. And Samuel is going to be this part of what I'm drawing up. So
DJ Moore, right? Didn't he have DJ Moore back then? DJ Moore,
right.
Curtis Samuel back
Carolina.
then?
Yeah. So that makes sense, right? So
Maybe.
there's some comparisons to be had there, but we can start to get a picture of
Yeah.
what it is Brady is picturing for his now drawn up offense. We saw a little bit of it obviously during the season, but he's having his hands on it the entire offseason.
Yep. So I think that's my time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I was
Yes,
going to
sir.
say, Joe, you got any? You can plug your network again.
Oh.
Love what you're doing over there. Tell us how things are going. Give the guys, tell them I say hello, and we'll have to have them on the hoof soon. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's a lot of crossover in listeners, just in the sense of just the community that we all share. Like we all see the same names in our chats and comments. But for anybody that didn't hear or doesn't know, Vox Media, who owns SB Nation, who owns Buffalo Rumblings, shut down the entire podcast network across the nation. So it wasn't a Bills thing, it wasn't a Buffalo market thing. They shut down everybody. So there are no more Vox Media SB Nation pods. So with that, everybody's kind of scrambling and going into kind of different places. Some people are taking breaks. Myself, John Fina, and Jerry Ostrowski basically jumped over to my network, the Overreaction thing that has been in existence for a very long time. I never got rid of it, even when I went to Fanatics. Hey, I saw that. Even when I went to Fanatics. So if you are looking for myself, if you're looking for John Fina, if you're looking for Jerry Ostrowski and our content, we are now doing a shared kind of like responsibility thing, which is a lot of fun. Just search anywhere you go, Overreaction Buffalo, and it'll pop up in YouTube, your favorite podcast platform, whatever. But Overreaction Buffalo. And you can follow me on Twitter at Joe Miller Wired.
Genuinely, I've listened to every episode so far, and it's been great content. It has been. I really, you're on my list, and I will continue to, because you guys, you have the chemistry down. You give great content and analysis. Gotta love it. So I'm glad you were able to get that going and keep going in stride rather than take this setback, because I know for a lot of our favorite content creators, this was a surprise reset, And,
well, the big one is Bruce, right? Bruce still hasn't landed, so Bruce hasn't mentioned necessarily where he's going yet. So super excited. And I text back and forth with him quite a bit, so he hasn't told me either, just so everybody knows. Like I don't know where he's going. So.
Awesome.
But we all need some Bruce in our life, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So appreciate
Thanks
you
again,
guys.
Joe. Little did we know when we got you that it was going to be this, key of right when the Bills were picking, right? And this is the time slot you picked. But
for sure.
we appreciate you.
We appreciate you, Joe.
With us.
Yeah, dude. You guys have a great night. Go Bills.
Go Bills, baby. Hey man, great to have Joe on, man. One of my favorite content creators as well, man. Joe is a very knowledgeable guy, man. I love listening to Joe. And he has that smooth Billy D. Williams voice, to that radio voice. I love his voice, man. So shout out Joe and appreciate him for kicking with us at Bills and Buffalo.
Yeah, we go way back. So it was good to have him. When we first got started and came on to the networks, Joe was very helpful to us and just a good person in general to have as a contact and interact with. And really love what they're doing now with their own thing over there at the Overreaction Sports Network. So we're going to keep things rolling here. Did any news break while we were saying goodbye to Joe here? A run on cornerbacks. Holy cow. Yeah. So now we're 10 picks in and only 3 positions have been picked. The last 3, all cornerbacks: Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and who was the last one by the Texans? Refreshing. It says cornerback. The cornerback from Georgia, Kamari Lassiter. I didn't look too much into him, so I don't know. But another cornerback gone off the board. 3 in a row. Again, kind of signaling, hey, somebody picked a cornerback. Quick, let's get our guy. And the number of trades in this round is very, very active right now. So people are saying, I have a vision of who I want to get, and I'm going up there and I'm getting them. So as we keep things rolling, though, we have our next guest ready to go. Peter.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
Peter.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Peter, how you doing, Peter?
I'm doing good. I'm obviously enjoying the draft. Obviously recouping from last night's little bit of a roller coaster late night evening for the Bills.
Yes.
No, I'm enjoying it. The Bills, I guess, got their receiver that they wanted and that they clearly wanted. They're probably maybe not okay with him taking at 28, but that was their guy. Obviously, they moved back a couple spots, get a couple more picks, and I guess you got to trust what they're doing. So, it's been fun.
Yeah. Glad you could hop on with us for sure. One of our own here at Built in Buffalo. I've enjoyed watching your content and everything.
Thank you.
This is our first time being on together, so I'm glad you could hop on with us. But man, What do you think of this second round so far? Interesting that it's only been 3 positions: wide receiver, defensive tackle, and now a run on cornerbacks as the Cardinals are on the clock and their pick is in. Yeah, interesting. How do you feel about this? How it's going down?
Well, you said a lot of trades, right? Like people were projecting round 1 to have a lot of trades, right?
Right.
But for some reason, round 2 and round 3 is the time of the draft where, like you just said, a corner goes. Teams are like, oh crap, I need a corner. Let's go get our guy. Let's go get our corner, right? Because eventually you wait a couple more picks, there's no one left in that spot, and you're stuck picking a position that you didn't want, right? So there's a lot of movement. So if you're watching or following the draft, you kind of have to keep your head on a swivel, because I'm not saying the Bills are going to go move up, but if they do, like, it just comes out of nowhere. It could be 45, could be 46, 47. But yeah, a lot of receivers off the board. Obviously, probably the biggest name that's still on the board is probably AD Mitchell, right? Like that's a name that a lot of people doing mock drafts had him as a first round pick, right? And he was mocked probably 80,000 times to the Bills at 28. One of my favorite prospects in this draft. And obviously you kind of have that diabetes concern a little bit. Like that's kind of, I'm not no doctor over here, but obviously that's probably drawn up a little bit of concerns for some teams. And just the fit, like when you see like a Jalen Polk go in front of him or a Ricky Purcell go in front of him, there's something not right there at the moment, which results in a team kind of passing on. The Chargers obviously go Ladd, the Bills go Keon, right? So you kind of see someone's gonna, if he can stay, if everything's okay with his medicals and he's puts 100% effort, obviously that's one of the people's concerns. Someone's getting a hell of a player in this second round. So I think that's surprising. And like you said, 3 positions off the board. Teams need corners, D linemen people need obviously as well, and then obviously the receivers are flying off the board.
Yeah, the concern with AD Mitchell falling here, it makes you wonder who's going to be the team to take that risk, right? And you look at the board and who needs receiver that's still there. Next selection is in, and we said it. The cornerback run is for real right now. Okay, so another cornerback coming off the board. Max Melton goes to the Cardinals here. Again, 4 in a row now. That's 4 straight cornerbacks. There's runs, quote unquote, where you get a couple of the same guys in the same position. This is a literal straight run of cornerbacks right now. And same thing, we had that with the defensive tackle and wide receiver in this round too. So this draft has had a few unique features in it so far, and I'm a little bit surprised to see him be taken here. But any thoughts on the cornerback run? Who's up on the board now? Is the Raiders still sitting and picking here, or did they also trade out? Still on the clock, it seems. So maybe they'll pick a cornerback to go with him. But that leaves the cupboard starting to go bare, which is why teams trade up in the first place, right? You see, okay, we thought maybe one of these 4 would fall to us. Now they're all off the board, and we have to go to our last ditch effort here.
Yeah, like the corners, all my first round corners are gone. Like Kool-Aid McKinstry was the last first round corner, right? And obviously Cooper DeJean could play safety, could play corner, right? Kamir Lassiter had a second round grade on, so with Max Melton. Like TJ Tampa is still a guy out there. DJ James from Auburn, Ennis Rankestraw Jr. from Missouri as well. So there's a couple obviously options, but maybe this kind of bodes well for the Bills as well, just because they don't really need a corner at this point, right? Like you want to see positions go that the Bills don't need, right? So if the safety board kind of stays how it is at 60, the Bills could be setting up perfectly. And I just saw that graphic come across. That's a good pick by Vegas. I'm just gonna
right. So
Jackson Powers Johnson.
I did mention earlier, another name that a lot of people had going in the first round that was still on the board. And here he is falling to the Raiders in the second round, in the middle of the second round almost here. So, a great pick by the Raiders to get a guy who could be your starter day one, and was projected to be that first round pick. I saw him mocked to Miami in a lot of mock drafts in that first round. So Raiders get a guy here. And again, with this run on cornerbacks, maybe some teams not necessarily reaching, but going up to get their guy, that leaves a guy like JPJ falling right in the laps of the Raiders.
I said on my show this week, or maybe the week before that, he's probably the safest pick in this draft, right? Like, I don't know if he's going to be a superstar, right? Or an all-pro, a Hall of Famer. I don't know, but I have a feeling this guy is going to be a really good NFL player for 8 to 12 years, right? Like, he might look, he maybe makes a couple Pro Bowls, maybe makes a couple All-Pros. Maybe he's not the greatest center ever, right? Whatever. But I do think when the time's done, you're gonna be like, okay, really good pick. Nothing flashy, nothing like moves like nothing jumps off the board when you go on social media on that stuff. But if you can get a center that is on your team for 10, 11 years, it's a really good value. And if you can get that guy in the second round, right kind of in the middle of that, or 15 picks in the second round, it's a good selection. We've seen the Raiders in the years past just not be able to draft, right? Like just not be able to draft.
So there you go, right?
Yeah.
They're saying, hey, we'll pick the safest guy in the draft.
Yeah,
and
maybe-
we can't mess
yeah.
him up, right? So
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go. That's some good analysis right there, saying they screwed it up in the past, and now they're saying we'll just go by the book and take the safest guy we can and let him help us out,
Yeah.
because they do need offensive line help there. So that I do think that's a good pick for them. The question is, does Green Bay now follow up with that same idea and go interior offensive lineman here, since we're seeing what seems to be a run on certain positions in this second round?
They went tackle yesterday with Jordan Morgan, and obviously that video of that fan in Detroit not happy about it. Interesting who they want.
Is it announced yet? Oh, the first linebacker off the board in this now second round. They go with Ederin Cooper from Texas A&M. Some people, thought this certainly not a deep linebacker class by any means. There's not one going in the first round, first one coming off the board here. What do you think about this pick? Any thoughts on linebacker position, or if this is a good fit for Green Bay?
Linebacker position is probably the least position I study, just based off because the Bills don't really need it. Yeah. So that's based off that. Just obviously focusing on the Bills for the most part. I thought him or Peyton Wilson from NC State were probably the top two consensus linebackers. I know people like Junior Colson as well from Michigan. Look, the Packers are known for drafting pretty well over the years. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if they really needed I'm assuming they needed a linebacker, but they go tackle, they go linebacker. They think they get the best linebacker in the draft. If you get the best linebacker in the draft, it's probably a good pick. So
Panthers just traded to come up now to this pick from the Colts. So they're obviously eyeing somebody here at this point in the draft. But the conversation I want to go in now is looking at the board where it stands now. We talked about how Brandon Beane has this ammunition to move up in this round if he so desires. Is there a player right now on your radar that you're saying, look, this is the guy I think that Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott are looking at, saying, we want this guy, and if we have to trade up for him, this is where we do it, or we wait until this run starts? I think the way it's fallen so far, there are guys that they can sit and wait and let it happen so far. But is there somebody that you think they have their eye on as like, okay, if this is our target, we got to move up and try and get him once that run starts?
There's a couple. Obviously, there's some receivers right there, and I don't know if they double dip. So if they want to double dip, there's options, right? Like you have Troy Franklin, you have potentially A.D. Mitchell, Roman Wilson's a stud, Tez Walker, Javon Baker, which they might avoid just because they kind of took Keon Coleman already. Right. So depending on what they want, there's Malachi Corley. There's a ton of receivers that if you're at 6 and you like a guy, you probably can get a guy. I think when it comes to maybe the safety position, I think the safety position when they need, I think there's going to be a couple safeties on that board, like a Nubin or Bullard or Kitchen, someone like that. Name the safety, and I think he's there. So I would probably keep my eye on the safety position. That's probably what I'm thinking at the moment.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because I have said all off season that like safety is my least position of worry, because we know Brandon Beane can turn guys into stars at that position, and so I don't want to invest too high in a safety, but you got to believe that if one of these top safeties is still there, that's going to light up the eyes of Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, and that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Is okay, that's a position we got to keep our eye on. Maybe there's an offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman, or even a tackle that they're like, hey, at this point in the draft, this guy's fallen. He could be a great piece for us, both in a competitive sense now or in a depth role. So I could see them going that direction as well. Obviously, all our eyes are still on wide receiver. And the fact that after those first three that were taken, we haven't seen another one come off the board, that's a good sign for the Bills, saying we're going to wait until 60, till our guy is there, and maybe we take the wide receiver to go to pair with Keon Coleman. Again, that skill set. The question I was asking of our other guests too, now that the Bills have picked Coleman, do you have a favorite to pair with him next to him in terms of skill set. Obviously, like you said, I like Javon Baker, but that's not going to really be, that's going to check the same boxes kind of that Keon Coleman does in terms of that physicality, and now we're looking for maybe that downfield threat, the speed. Do you have a favorite of the guys that could go at 60 or even later?
I would probably say Troy Franklin. I think he fits perfectly with, I think, Keon Coleman, right? Like that guy that can stretch the field, that can take the top off the defense, right? And I think, like you said, Javon Baker's probably not the pick of where they want to go. And obviously, I think Javon Baker would have fit if they went maybe like a Troy Franklin earlier, or if they went Xavier Worthy, whoever they went, right? So probably Troy Franklin. You could go Roman Wilson. Just do they have too many Roman Wilsons kind of on that roster already? In Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir. I would, if I had to say one person, I'm going to put AD Mitchell to the side just because
something's up there. Yeah,
something's up there. I'm going to put him to the side. I would probably say Troy Franklin if he's at 60.
I like it. Yeah, that's the same. We've discussed him already today and, previously. And again, going back months ago, Troy Franklin could have been the Bills' pick at 28. Some people had him mocked at 28 to the Bills. So that skill set, that player is still there. And I know he gets a lot of knock for being a smaller body guy, but I think the Bills could use that, right? And say there's some room for growth here. He's going to put some weight on at the NFL level, but still be that speed threat down the field and that, guy who can get open in situations when the play is broken just because he has, that speed and downfield ability.
Yeah, I agree.
So first running back comes off the board. Sorry to
Jonathan Brooks. Jonathan Brooks from Texas.
Yep, just came off the board to Carolina there. First running back now coming in the second round here. We know also, we haven't said this is very deep running back class, but it is a position that the Bills are still looking for, I think they have a type now, right? We need that bigger bodied running back as well to be kind of the bruising running back to complement what we have there now with James Cook and, kind of be the third down back to take a little weight off of what Josh Allen does at the position. And there's certainly some intriguing guys. So seeing Jonathan Brooks, the first running back come, does that start a run at that position all of a sudden here? So you have that situation going. Still, I don't know if there's a player that I feel that Bean is saying, I have to trade up for this guy at this point.
Tyler Nubin's gone, by the way. Sorry to cut you off. Tyler Nubin's gone. Sorry to burst your bubbles there. But, yep.
Giants took him. Oh, okay. So the Giants selection is in. Yeah. Oh, okay. So there you go. The first true safety coming off the board. I know you can say Cooper DeJean, right? But true safety, Tyler Nubin, definitely one of those guys that was discussed a lot with the Bills and fit. Now going to the New York Giants here at the 47th overall pick, 15th in this round. So there you have it. First safety off the board. Would have been a good fit in Buffalo, sure. But it doesn't break my heart because, like I said, I feel like safety is one of those spots where Bean and McDermott especially, can coach those guys up and turn them into something special. So let's save that for the 5th, 6th round pick in my mind. But that means more talent is falling the Bills' way as well. I'm sure they had their eyes on him, right? I'm sure this was somebody McDermott and Bean were watching, but I don't think it's one where they're like, dang, we should have traded up for this guy.
Yeah, I think there's enough safeties. I said throughout the week leading up, the cream of the crop for the draft for safeties is round 2 to round 4. And I know that's a little bit of a wide margin, but I think that just shows how many safeties there are and how many talented safeties. So I'm assuming they have a guy or two, and I don't know if it was Nubin or not, but I don't think you have to be going up to get a safety. In my opinion, I think if you want to go receiver is probably the only one you kind of go up and go get another guy. But they could be stand pat. The D tackle room is starting to get a little bit thin in that second round grade, in my opinion, right? Like I think it's Chris Jenkins from Michigan, and then I like Michael Hall Jr. I like Dwayne Carter. I think they're more third round guys, and obviously third, second at pick 60 kind of gets it obviously overlaps. So D tackle could be a position, but that's also I feel like a position they would wait for at. They could take it at 60, but they don't move up. I think unless they want Chris Jenkins. I would probably say the only guy they probably could move up for, in my opinion. I don't know what the Bills are going to do here. I think it's going to be interesting. Obviously, there's still a handful of picks that are still to go, but they're gonna have some options. And you know what? Maybe they move back one more time. Maybe they move back to 65 or 66. Like that could be. We talked about them moving back from 33 to Could they move back from 65 or from 60, stay in the 60s, and go get an additional pick?
Yeah,
I don't know what the value is, but
anything's possible. Anything's possible. Yep.
Yeah, I think that again, my expectation is that Brandon Beane is going to come away with 4 players today. 2, maybe 3 in the second round and 1 in the third, or 2 and 2, but he's going to make it work so that he maximizes the value and fills those slots we're talking about, right? Interior defensive line or offensive line, you've got safety, all running back. He could get, and that obviously the wide receiver is a glaring one. We already took Coleman, but one to complement him. So any of those positions, what's the best way? Okay, you get to the pick 60 and you say, there's still a bunch of guys we could pick here. Let's trade down again, get more to be able to come back up and get the guys that we are really targeting in higher picks in the third round. Because, yeah, obviously as you drop, those later picks get more value in terms of what you can trade them for and come back up for. Always got to have a partner, but you're seeing it today, man. This trade market is crazy active. If you look at the traded picks here, it's a majority of the second round picks are traded. I think only 2 or 3 have been sticking picks at this point.
They could also move from ship some of those 4th rounders they have back into the 3rd round. That's what kind of I feel like they would probably do towards the end of that 3rd round and add another pick. I think they talked about they love the top 100 in this draft. You want to maximize that. Obviously, that would entail you getting another pick tonight on top of the 3, 1, or now 2, but the 3 you had heading into tonight. So, and yeah, that's kind of probably what motivated them last night to move back. They thought obviously they could get 95. That's an additional pick in the top 100. I think I agree with you. I think they walk away with 4 guys tonight, which would be a pretty, depending obviously on who they pick or position, but a pretty nice haul.
Yeah. I think so as well. We'll definitely see what happens there with the Buffalo Bills at pick 60. I don't foresee a move up, but again, anything's possible. We saw Tyler Newman off the board there with the New York Giants, but it's still a lot of safeties. I like Cameron Kitchens, Javon Bullard still there, Cole Bishop. I really like Jaden Hicks. So we'll see. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there with the safety position. I think Peter made some excellent points, especially at the defensive tackle. Can edge be a possibility here, depending on
100%, yeah.
Depending on who's available at 60. So I think anywhere within the offensive line, I think safety. I even think they can probably get a safety at 95 if they keep that pick. So at 60, I'm thinking somewhere along the defensive line or maybe a double dip at wide receiver. But we still have a long way to go. We'll see what happens. We have that 2 second-round picks next year. Are we going to mortgage one of those picks to move up now or move up at
exactly right? I think that's totally in play, especially right now. You're thinking they could give up next year's second-round pick. That would be the Bills, obviously, in the later half of the second round you would expect if you're the team receiving it, but you throw in maybe one of those 4th round picks this year and you're so all of a sudden saying, hey, we get something this year, we get that pick this year and we still get our guy. Heck yeah, we'll take that. Right. So there's some options here with what the Bills have put in play. And to your point on edge, right? Maybe they are thinking, hey, that's our guy. And then we have this drop off, right? Beane has said that there is, there is a drop off in the second round, just like there was in the first round, and he wants to get the players he's targeting before that drop-off. However, the way the board is falling, I'm thinking a lot of the guys that they included in the top half of the pre-drop-off are still on the board, and they're saying, hey, we're going to end up with some of these guys in the 3rd round that we thought were part of the top half of the 2nd round.
The Mason Smith pick that just went to the Jacksonville, that's on our screen right now, that was the guy the Bills had out in for a visit.
Yes.
So if you're keeping track of visits, that's probably obviously someone they probably had interest. I don't think they had interest at pick 48. I don't think
that's high.
I think that was a high pick. He went ahead of a Chris Jenkins from Michigan, and obviously they're different types of players, right? Obviously, Mason Smith's a big mauler, but that's an interesting pick from Jacksonville at 48. That's a little high for me. So obviously the Bills probably didn't think he would be going that fast.
Yeah, so that leaves the Bengals on the clock now. some options here. Could they pick a wide receiver, right? Because we talked about them being one of those teams that having the issues they are having there. Now they're at the podium. The selection is in.
Yep.
I don't have the sound on, so I'm waiting for it to come across the screen.
Who did the Bengals go in the? They went Amarius Mims from Georgia.
Yes, the line,
Yeah,
offensive line. Mhm.
Yep, the tackle.
He's,
I like him.
He's a
Good pick for them, yeah.
He's
Big
gonna take
body,
a little,
huge.
it's gonna
huge
take a
guy.
little while for him to develop. Like he's not a guy that can come in and play. I don't think he is. I'm not gonna say I'm an expert on offensive lineman here, but he didn't only played like about 1,000 snaps at Georgia.
Yeah,
And there you have it.
right?
Yeah.
Defensive tackle Chris Jenkins coming off the board here.
They had to. DJ
one
Reed
of-
is gone. They had
Oh
to.
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Mhm.
you're right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's a
so
good
that's
pick
one
for
of the top
Cincinnati.
players on the board right now. I'd have to imagine for most
Yes.
teams.
Yes.
And he comes here to Cincinnati, and we know that they needed some help now on that defensive line, and they go and get their guy. So good pick here for the Bengals as well.
Yeah, I like it.
Shoring up both offensive and defensive lines, right? You can never go wrong in football if you're picking offensive and defensive line. I mean, it probably means you went wrong last year, but it's a good time to always draft those guys in the NFL, right? And they've added two really powerful guys. One, I think Chris Jenkins is more going to have an impact sooner, I guess, and not have the curve that maybe you were talking about, Peter, of Mims. But Mims has the size and the strength to be a very top at his position down the line. So, yeah, two great picks for them. Commanders pick already in. It says, but not announced yet.
They have 50. Okay, so we got 10 more picks.
Yeah, we're moving right along.
Yeah,
we're moving right along.
Who we add with Keon Coleman.
Do you think we go receiver? Like, would you guys, if you had to, you think receiver?
Right now, with everybody at your disposal on the board, I think it's going to be the same situation as the first round. It depends on which guys they see as, okay, these were the three guys we had at this spot. This was our number one, and he's still there. Troy Franklin, for example. We're taking Troy Franklin right now because he was our number one. Or is it a fact of, Troy Franklin and who else is in this range? Roman Wilson and Baker we talked about is probably not the guy because of his body type. But you get my point that there could be a situation where they're like, you know what? We're not fully convicted on one of any of these three, so let's try and trade down. Or let's go to the edge position because there is a big drop off there. It really
depends.
Of
edge players, yeah.
There's a lot of edge players.
As we get closer, that's what I mean. There could be.
I really like him. I really like this kid.
Yeah, Mike Sanders. Yeah.
Washington's having a solid draft, man. I
got a question. AD Mitchell's there at 60.
Wow.
You taking AD Mitchell?
Yes.
You're right. Unless they marked them off their board, right?
Exactly.
Like,
that's what I was
the one thing. You got to some teams definitely have them off. Like Devondre Sweat, who went forgot who he went to a handful of picks earlier.
Yeah, way earlier. Yeah.
Had some off-field. Tennessee. So he had some off-the-field concerns. I'm assuming some teams just crossed him off their board, right? That's why guys fall. If AD Mitchell is on your board, you just liked Keon Coleman for whatever reason. I'm not saying that's not the reason, but like you obviously liked Keon Coleman more. You can go get AD Mitchell, and you walked away after two picks with Keon Coleman and AD Mitchell. That would be
something. You're saying
that
something.
would be something because you get another outside receiver with Keon Coleman, and you have Shakir, Samuel, and Kincaid, and add anybody else you want in there with Knox as well. Right? Like you just rebuilt that receiving core overnight.
Yeah, that would be an epic get if it goes that far. If, like you said, they didn't just completely cross him off their board and say
exactly.
Not to liken him to DK Metcalf, but we remember a similar thing happened there where it was just teams said we can't take him and we're not taking him, right? And some team had to take the chance on him, and that ended up being a very good bet for the Seattle Seahawks. Yep. So, and not that that's going to work out the same way here for AD Mitchell and very different reasons, but again, they either have him on the board or they don't. And even if they do, maybe they like one of these other guys pairing with him. We know they like Troy Franklin. At least I believe they like Troy Franklin. It's just a matter of where and how much do they like him, right? So if AD Mitchell is still on the board and they go Troy Franklin, that does tell me that AD Mitchell was never an option and that Troy Franklin, was the guy.
100%.
Right, because I'm thinking right now, right, with the runoff at defensive tackle, knowing Bean how he is and how his mind is, it's like, okay, if they really wanted an offensive tackle, it's probably now is the time to go and get him. Right now, who knows who they might pick at 60? It still may be a D tackle, but with the run that they're having, I'm not sure if the defensive tackle is the position they're gonna go when they pick at 60. So
I think they can wait at this point.
I would really like if Mitch was there, it would be hard to pass. My opinion, it would be hard to pass a kid like that up. I seen him in multiple championship games against multiple first round picks out there. When you're playing in those games, there's first round talent all over, and Mitchell showed up time and time again. So it'll be hard to pass him up at 60.
Yeah, it's interesting, and obviously, I think right now it's probably receiver, edge, or safety for the Bills at 60. I think that, like you said, Akeem, D tackles kind of the guys at 60 are probably gone at the moment, right? And if you see Mason Smith go that high, you're probably going to wait on a D tackle unless you want to reach. In my opinion, it's probably receiver, it's probably safety. There's a lot of safeties on the board, which also could mean there's a lot of safeties at 95 or in between that if they get back into the third round. So
I mean, it depends on who comes off the board, obviously, in these next few picks, but interior offensive line, right? Interior offensive line.
100%,
at guard who could maybe play center. I mean, there's still a few names on this board at that position that I think Bean and McDermott could say, well, at this point in the draft, that guy could come in day one, be a competitive person for those two positions that we need competition and depth at. So we'll see if that continues here, but the pick, nope, maybe not. I thought they were posting the pick here, but maybe not. Steelers are on the clock at 51. They would be we have a run of people actually sticking and picking with the Jaguars, Bengals, and now Steelers on the clock. There was only 3 or 4 picks before that who actually stuck in their position and picked versus trading either up or down, obviously.
So right quick, right? Let's get back to Keon Coleman right quick, right? Because I think people have a misconception, Peter. I think because they see Keon Coleman run a 4.61 40, that would equate to being a bad athlete. But on the contrary, he is a pretty damn good athlete.
Yeah.
How much guys 6'3", 215 are returning kicks for their football team, man? So let me get your thoughts on Keon Coleman in terms of the dimensions he adds to the Buffalo Bills offense.
Yeah, so I'm a Virginia Tech football fan for college, right? And he obviously played at Florida State. Before, obviously, he's at Michigan State before. But yeah, ACC. So I watch a lot of – that's the main conference I watch. I watch a lot of ACC football. And this guy, week in and week out for a team that obviously just missed the playoff by an injury, was their number one receiver, was their go-to receiver, a guy like you said, Akeem, that makes a ton of athletic plays. You're right. That fact that he ran that 40 put people's minds in a different sense, right? Like I soured on him for a couple weeks, right? Just because you see that 40 time and you're like, oh boy. But there's a way now in college and the NFL, you can track game speed, right? Like it's 2024, you can track game speed. So you know exactly how fast he's running when it actually matters. And we've seen the Bills not care about 40 times, right? Gabe Davis did not run a great 40 time. And we know the clip being kind of like that because Gabe Davis fell to them in the 4th round and it ended up being a solid pick for the Bills, right? So he's an athlete. He gives you a threat on the outside. He gives you a threat in the red zone. The Bills needed an X receiver. They needed a big receiver and they needed an athletic receiver, right? And they get that. So as long as the Bills and everyone thinks his game speed is faster than his 40 time, which I think it is, and I think the Bills would never have taken him if it wasn't, then it's a home run pick. I think you think 40 time, you think he's slow and you think he's not athletic. But if you go back and watch his game speed, he's faster and you can track all that kind of things. Is he Xavier Worthy speed? No, but Xavier Worthy is not normal of his speed. He's in a different category. But I think Keon Coleman's a way more polished receiver than maybe an Xavier Worthy. And I really liked Xavier Worthy. Obviously, the Bills did not. but I think they're getting a very talented receiver, former basketball player, played at Michigan State, right? Like a super athletic guy. And I think the final thing is that they bought into his game speed. And once you buy into his game speed, you can cross off that 40 time. And I don't think it really mattered for the Bills at the end of the day.
Nice.
Yeah, well, of note, while you guys were talking, Frazier just went to the Steelers.
Excellent
who
pickup.
are really building that offensive line
They
now
are.
with their first
They are.
2 picks here, tackle and center. So yeah, they knew they had to shore things up, especially bringing in a quarterback like Russell Wilson, not so mobile, mobile, but at his age now, you got to protect him for sure. Something the Broncos didn't do well, and the Steelers are saying we're going to right that wrong here and invest both of our first 2 picks in this direction. So that's pretty good get for the Steelers here in the second round.
So I want to ask, and I apologize. I want to ask Peter, and I want to ask both because I have a name in my head, and I don't think he's been mentioned much. Give me a wide receiver, Peter, that you wouldn't mind pairing with Keon Coleman, not named Mitchell and Troy Franklin.
Not named. Ooh, okay. I have two guys. I like Jalen McMillan from Washington. He's one of those slept-on receivers just because he played with Polk and Odunze. Polk, obviously, Odunze, a top 10 pick, and Polk went a lot higher than I think people thought to the Patriots, right? So you're behind those 2 guys. You're not going to get the targets. You're not going to get the recognition. And he battled some injuries this past year. Him and Tez Walker from UNC, right? Tez Walker from UNC didn't start the beginning of the year because of NCAA eligibility issues, right? And we saw Drake May's production completely drop when Tez Walker was not on the field, missing his number 1 guy. He didn't test great. He didn't have a great post-college, like kind of offseason leading into the draft. Some of the reasons maybe he's still available at this time. But I think his tape speaks for himself. He's another game changer on the outside. I know people have soured with him just because of what he's kind of did at the pro day and the combine and all that kind of stuff. Wasn't particularly great, but I would say Tez Walker and I would say Jalen McMillan. But Tez Walker definitely for his speed.
Wow, there you have it. The Colts, ladies and gentlemen, just took A.D. Mitchell. There you have it. He's off the board now. So
Tough.
Another one out of play, but he had to go somewhere, right? So in the Colts were talked about taking a wide receiver even in the first round. They get A.D. Mitchell here. If it works out for them, that could be the absolute steal of this draft. So great pick for them. Now he's off the board, just as we're talking about wide receivers to pair with Keon Coleman. And I like the question of who outside the box maybe that's not Troy Franklin do you like there? You could talk about names that we've heard mocked to the Bills, like a Luke McCaffrey, right? That's one that I've heard. But how much a developmental more type player in my mind, not necessarily contributing on day one, but he has the pedigree, and we know Brandon Beane likes the family and all that. You could say, but
what about Jerry Rice, son?
Oh, that's another one, right? Yeah. So
Brendan Rice.
Same thing. Brendan Rice in the later rounds. Certainly, if they land those other positions we talked about here in second and third round, I think coming back tomorrow, you're going to be aggressive and maybe try and get those guys if you feel a certain way about them. And maybe some of these other guys come off the board, right? I was thinking of Malik Washington. Could he be the fit? Malachi Corley. Those 2 guys to me would make sense along with a Troy Franklin to pair next to Coleman. But yeah, I mean, am I convicted that I think of those names, I would still want Troy Franklin to be the guy.
I like Tez Walker, Peter. I like Tez. Vertical threat.
That would be an interesting one for sure because he's still a bigger guy, tall. He can go down the field, but yeah, I like the skill set there. Maybe more of a playing him on the boundary for sure, right?
Yeah, he's 6'2", so
yeah.
He's super. I think his offseason kind of hurt him not having a full season because of the NCAA is horrible at their job.
Yeah, always.
So yeah, he has the intangibles, and I know the Bills definitely had some off-season interest, and he ran a 4.36.
Yeah,
explosive.
Wow. Explosive.
Yeah.
He's super talented.
Yeah, he's talented. He's footwork. He's still, getting in and out of his breaks, in and out of his cuts.
100%.
Still a lot to work on. But as far as being
as
a
your double dip.
Yeah, as being a compliment to Keon Coleman and being being a big guy like Keon Coleman, but being able to add a different dimension to Keon Coleman. I think both of those in the offense, they can they can find ways to be impact players while still progressing as young players.
I think if Tez Walker had a better offseason, he probably would have been already gone. I think he's that talented. But look, that could be who he is, right? Like that offseason could be indicative of who he is, and that's soured some teams. I don't know. It's if you want to, or if the Bills buy into that at all. So that's kind of probably where it's at.
Interesting. Coming from Ryan Talbot, just came through here. He said he finished a conversation with Keon Coleman's agent, and Coleman is pumped about coming to Buffalo and has a big fan in Josh Allen. We talked about this earlier with Joe Miller, right? That Josh probably said, hey, this is a guy I like, just letting Bean know. Coleman's agent said, I do know Josh was adamant in the building about him. So, yeah, that tells you Josh's influence is there, and having a big body guy like that, they're going to have that chemistry moving forward, hopefully. And Allen got his guy again.
And Keon Coleman's moxie with Allen, right? His approach, his attitude, he's going to bring an attitude and an aggressive demeanor that I don't think we've had in the Bills receiving room. And I think that attitude and aggressive demeanor can mesh well with Josh Allen's when Allen gets hyped up. So I think it could be, has a chance to be a fascinating pairing. But again, we'll have to see how it comes about.
Also, speaking of Ryan Talbot, he put a tweet out 5 minutes ago. Guys at 60, right? The Bills could be targeting. He had A.D. Mitchell at first, right? So that's gone. Marshawn Nealon, the edge rusher from Western Michigan.
Okay.
And then he mentioned Cole Bishop, the safety from Utah.
Oh, wow.
Troy Franklin, obviously the receiver from Oregon. And then Javon Bullard, the safety from Georgia.
Were those all top 30 guys? I think so, right? 30 visits? I think so.
Marshawn Nealon's a top 30 visit and says in this tweet.
Bishop, I don't know on. I'm not sure on, but
yeah, he said Bishop.
Franklin,
Bills have done their homework. This is what he said. Bills have done their homework on Bishop. Top 30 visits for Nealon. Franklin, they said, another wide receiver that the Bills spent a lot of time with, and then for Bullard, Georgia safety that the Bills know well thanks to Jamel Adai, who's now on the coaching staff, who has obviously past coaching experience with him. So just something to know. I'm not saying he's right, but Ryan Talbot's usually really tapped into this kind of stuff. So
yeah, really like that the Keon Coleman, his agent insight there. That was great to have come across because that was something we had discussed just earlier here, and it's a great sign that Josh loves the pick. I mean, obviously we knew he would probably have his opinion heard, but lots of moving down and still get Josh a guy that he's confident in, that he's looking forward to playing with. And the other players on the board going through the positions saying, hey, look, there's still safeties. There's still Troy Franklin. There's still edge that the Bills have done their homework on and seem interested in, at least based on the information that we have right now. And with, less than 10 picks to go to the Bills pick, certainly it seems like one of these guys that they are really targeting is going to be right there for them at 60. And this could be within range of, do you have to trade up above a team? Looking at the teams ahead of them right now, there's been so much action though, in terms of trade market, that you really don't know who could get ahead of you to pick, the guy that you suddenly have your eye on. So I'm sure that they are meticulously going through and saying, you know what, if this player is taken, we have to trade up and get that one. And if not, we'll go with this guy. So those conversations in the war room in Buffalo right now are getting more intense as it builds closer to the pick here. And they might sit and pick at 60. But like you said, if all of those guys are still on the board at 60, I hope they entertain trading down. And like with all the action going on right now, seems like they wouldn't have a hard time finding a suitor.
That was an interesting pick by the Commanders.
Where did they go? The tight end. Oh, the second tight end taken now. Ben Sinnott.
I like him though. He can move. He's a mover. He's a mover. Ben Sinnott. I actually like the pick. High stick around for a tight end, but he's a good athlete, and I think he can do some things, and he's gonna help out the young kid and in Jaden Daniels. So that is an interesting pick, but I see why they did it. He can definitely stretch the field.
He's big. He's 6'4", 250. Gee.
Yeah, that's a tight end for you, right? There you go, right? So that leaves the Browns now on the clock. And their pick is in, yet to be announced here, but we're moving pretty quickly toward the Bills here as we get about 7 picks away now. So Browns pick. Oh, I thought they were going to announce it, but still delay tactics. You know, the NFL's got to get all that revenue money in here going toward
the worst part of the draft. The worst part of the draft, just the in-between stuff.
Constant build up there. Yeah, even when the pick is in and then Twitter gets it leaked 10 minutes before.
Oh, I'm off Twitter until
I know I can't deal with it either, right? I have the ESPN going and that's pretty much it.
Adam Schefter saying like the sources that this team is picking. I'm like, oh, thanks. I'm assuming they're picking him. But he doesn't actually say it. He just kind of like beats around the bush, but you know what he's saying. So it drives me nuts.
Interesting. As
moving along,
coming
54.
In. Yeah.
Pick 54. We got 2 picks from a possible slow day with only 1 pick coming into yesterday to now 3 picks, maybe a 4th pick. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's getting interesting and fun now, right? So we got to keep it moving here. And again, the guys who haven't we discussed yet? That's what I'm thinking in terms of who's on the board right now that the Bills could still go for. I mean, is there a position? We talked about Ed, but we really haven't discussed which players we think they could be targeting once there's, I mean, Nealand, right?
How about Adisa Isaac from Penn State, Brandon Dorlus from Oregon, Braylon Trice from Washington? I think all would be very solid options at 60. So I think those are probably the names. Maybe like a Chris Braswell from Alabama as well. You can toss in there. So another D tackle.
I like it.
I'll be right back.
The Browns are taking, they did. Ohio State defensive tackle Michael Hall Jr. So, yeah, another defensive tackle coming off the board there.
What's up, Izzy?
Izzy.
What's up, man?
He's been in the background helping us out again tonight. So, you're liking how things are working out so far? You gearing up for this next Bills pick?
Well, if you wanted a defensive tackle, no, but
that's right.
I think we're good at defensive tackle, honestly, with the guys we picked up, and I think there might be somebody later on in the draft. I like Jordan Jefferson out of LSU. He's a big guy, 1 tech, where we're older, and so that to me is a guy that we could target probably in the 4th round, unless this continues. We'll see.
I think that's 7 defensive tackles in this round now. That's, I mean, a crazy.
Unless they have one guy that they like, but everyone's kind of off the. Maybe we could Dwayne Carter from Duke, but I don't know if you want to go this high.
Go that high, especially with the conversation we've had about these other positions where it feels like some of the guys we know they've had their eyes on are sitting there waiting at 60. So I don't know that. I think that the Bills are hoping this run continues so that they can take the position that comes up on their laps once it comes.
I'm going to knock on wood here, but obviously Troy Franklin is still on the board. Miami's up now, so, Miami's going to probably try to mess us up a little.
There you go. Miami's pick is in. Do you feel like they have what's their biggest pressing need at this point? I mean, offensive line we talked about, right? But could they take a receiver? That would be a little bit shocking at this point.
I would probably say O-line because they went edge last night. They went Chop Robinson. So receiver Waddle and Hill, but I think you need to protect Tua. So I would probably say an offensive line here. I don't know. Let's see who's on my board at the moment. You can go like a Cooper Beebe from Kansas State, a Christian Haynes from UConn.
Christian Haynes is still on the board.
People like a lot, yeah. The tackle room at this point is probably Patrick Paul from Houston. The kid from Yale and BYU that I just cannot pronounce their last names, especially the kid from BYU. That's why I need Izzy.
I like Christian Jones, Texas as well, right tackle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Him as well.
That's a good call. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's options as well, but if you're Miami, you probably have to go.
So let's hope they go punter. There's some good punters.
Punter.
Let me check my
quarterback.
Quarterback.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Spencer Rattler.
Those Mafia would have a field day on Twitter. If they went Spencer Rattler here, it would be unreal.
I'll have a field day right now.
They can go corner. TJ Tampa. They need secondary help, right? Don't they? Didn't they lose Xavier Howard?
They did. Yes,
They
did,
signed
yeah.
Kendall Fuller, but he's more of a slot corner. So, and they still have
Good depth,
Jalen Ramsey. They can go corner. They can go safety, right? I think they probably need some secondary help as well. So, they could take one of the safeties.
Oh, and there you have it. It is indeed offensive tackle. They go with Patrick Paul out of Houston. So Miami taking a tackle. You know, there was a few guys there to select from. I have said, although it's a deep tackle class, it's kind of a pick your match. Which one do you like the best for your team? I feel like, yeah, he could have been within this range with the guys who are currently on the board. So that's the direction they go. They shore up their offensive line. You know, that helps them. It helps Miami. You can't knock this pick, right? They go defensive tackle. They get a guy in Chop Robinson. Now they take offensive tackle. We talked about it with the Bengals. Now we're talking about it with the Dolphins. There's definitely a theme here of these offensive or of these top juggernauts in the AFC, competitive teams saying, look, we got to shore up the lines if that's how we're going to move forward, because we already have some good players that got us to where we are now. And to move forward, we got to shore up the offensive and
100%.
defensive lines.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, tackle's been a thing. Eric Armstead's always injured. I believe they lost Lamb, their backup left tackle.
They don't have Hunt.
Come in there and be their swing tackle. If somebody goes down, you got a guy, second round, talented from the University of Houston. I like to pick for them. I hate it, you know, because the Dolphins, they suck. So.
Yeah, Dallas on the clock here. It looks like
they suck too.
Yeah, but at least they suck in the NFC. So
we don't know. Yeah, exactly. Right. We don't have to worry as much about competing with Dallas so much. However, they're on the clock's still ticking on the Cowboys. You never know with Jerry Jones and club, right?
They went Howard Guyton last night from Oklahoma. They said they were targeting Jonathan Brooks today. I don't know if you guys saw that report. Like Jerry Jones came out and said they wanted I think it was Jonathan Brooks. It was a running back. I'm pretty sure it was Jonathan Brooks.
Okay, maybe that's the pick here. He would
Brooks already gone. That's the thing.
Yeah, he was already taken. The second running back would be interesting.
Like a Trey Benson here, maybe. They need a running back. They don't have a running back.
They do. They need a starting running back.
They can go Trey Benson.
They did sign Zeke.
Oh yeah, they did.
Was that official? I think it was
not
rumored,
official. It's kind of
official.
like rumored. I think MLA football or something, or JPA football tweeted it. So you never know with those people. But like Trey Benson, Blake Corum, Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, maybe you could toss in there as well. But those are probably the names you can think of for running back. They need a running back, which would help the Bills. I know the Bills could use another running back, but not at 60, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
Another position off the board, right? That's not, I guess, the key position that the Bills want. Can't hurt you, right? And running back's probably more of tomorrow.
Some linebackers out there. They did lose some linebacker, right? So
if the teams want to start taking linebackers and
that
running
would be great.
Wouldn't that be the word? Or corner, take a corner. I know we could always use another corner, but that might be a tomorrow situation.
Right.
Take take a TJ Tampa or a DJ James or a Rakestraw from.
Wow, TJ's still on the board too. Wow.
Yeah, TJ Tampa's still on the board. So
wow, yeah. So that is one there that could go here. We'll
and
see.
We mentioned D tackle. I know Brandon Dorless. Some people have him listed as an edge. Some people have him listed as a D tackle. He's super talented. One of my favorite prospects in the draft. Do the Bills value him as a D tackle or an edge? That's kind of if the Bills want to go that at 60.
At a minute 40 here, and the pick is not in yet, so that I can see at least.
Could be a trade.
Could be a trade here.
Man, we found that out last night at 28 when that clock keeps ticking and ticking and ticking.
Yeah.
Either the Wi-Fi got cut out in your building or you're making a trade. So.
Yeah, they're going down toward a minute here. So
poor Wi-Fi.
What is their play? I think they're saying, okay, strong arming a team to come trade with them. I don't know.
They're giving the Bills CeeDee Lamb. That's what I'm thinking they're
doing. Okay, Dallas, where are you going?
Pick is in. I see Jerry Jones.
Yeah, there it is. Yep.
Yeah. They forgot the phone number.
They had to push redial. You know,
they're the wrong. The guy hung up on them.
Hello.
There you go, team.
Oh, this is Jerry Jones from the Dallas. Nope. See ya.
Yeah. Linebacker is one of their needs. It wouldn't surprise me if that happened here. That's what I said. They, lost one of their
Yeah.
starting linebackers. They could use one of these guys on the board. That wouldn't hurt the Bills.
No,
A few picks before the Bills, right?
yeah. The
Speak
funny
it
thing
into
was,
existence.
watching draft rooms is so funny when they make the pick or they call it, everyone's just like shaking hands, all congratulating themselves on the pick. I just find that so funny. Like obviously they're excited. They got the guy they think is gonna be the next superstar, but I just find it funny. Everyone's just hugging each other. But yeah, linebacker, running back, corner could all be good for the Bills. And it's not like the Cowboys do need those positions, so it's not like we're projecting just for the Bills' benefit here.
Right,
They need
right.
a lot though because they couldn't really do anything in free agency. They were really capped.
Yeah, they were very capped. They still have to probably repay Dak eventually if they want to pay him. So the Cowboys are an interesting team.
Oh, no playoff winning Dak Prescott. Like a better
Still no pick on my end. I don't know.
I'm obviously delayed. I'm watching on my computer when I watch that.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah.
I mean, I know who it is because it's my job too at this point, but I can't tell you.
Yes. There you go. Oh, they're doing one of the special presentations here. So
Say nothing if it's a quarterback.
quarterback, you said?
Quarter. Well, because this would also break the internet if it was Spencer Rattler as well. That would also break the internet.
It would.
I could take Jalen Hurts when the Eagles drafted. Jalen Hurts broke the
I
internet.
mean,
in the
all right
second
with the
round.
gains though. Them shoulders are beast. Let's go.
What?
The guys in the wheelchairs on the team.
Oh, I thought you were
the guy on the
talking
right,
about.
man. Them shoulders are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Talking about the player they drafted, and that was a hint
No.
about his shoulders.
How about the fitness of that guy? That guy.
Well, I didn't know.
One would hope. Okay,
he
the
didn't
pick
power
is
slap.
in. They're making it. Here we go.
See, no one likes the Cowboys.
Are they booing them? Yeah, I don't have the sound on there, so let's go.
Fellow veterans, brothers, now let's go, baby.
And the best linebacker for the Cowboys is looking forward to these teams. I mean, again, we have Tampa, Green Bay, and the Texans ahead of the Bills here. I think, looking at the board the way it is now, the Bills are going to stick and pick because
Yeah.
or trade down. That's always an option if they think,
I get
there's
impatient.
this team that wants to come up. But at this point, you're slowing down in terms of where is that drop off, right? They said there was a second round drop off.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Edge
waiting
could
at
be an
60.
option here. There's some legit edge rushers still on the board, like some
Oh, fuck
really
that.
good.
Sorry. I'm a veteran. I can't help it.
Fair enough.
My guys.
Celebrate it.
What do we got?
God bless them.
Running back, linebacker, quarterback, receiver?
Quarterback.
They could use a receiver.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Oh, wow. Marshawn Nealon coming off the board.
Mm.
Probably, definitely, the best edge player left on the board right now.
Yeah.
Could have fallen to the Bills. Would have loved that pick at 60. Again, I'm comfortable going defense now because we got one of our wide receivers.
I'm 100% comfortable going.
But right
defense,
now,
yeah.
again, Tampa, Green Bay, Texans, probably not threats to take a wide receiver if you still have a guy on your board right now that you're like, hey, that's the guy we wanted to take at 60.
So what is it? Tampa doesn't need one. They have Evans and Godwin, and then you have obviously Green Bay has a
They've
couple
been
nice
drafting
youngs.
over the last.
They have
couple
some
years.
young guys. Who's 59?
That's the Texans right now.
They could go
Houston
receiver.
Texans.
They could go receiver.
You think?
I know they have Diggs, but future down the road. CJ Stroud was talking about last night on Bleacher Report. He wants them to draft a receiver. So I'm just listening to CJ
Interesting.
Stroud.
Okay, well, they're good.
Yeah, they have a nice receiving core though.
Quarterback
But
would
obviously-
say that, but they do have.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, everybody, the next guest is almost ready.
Yes,
There
that
you
means
go.
it's time for my goodbye. So I appreciate you guys
Yeah,
having me on. And
Peter. Yeah, it was great having you. Good analysis here. You got your thoughts in on the Bills first pick in this draft, which is great. And we're coming up already on the next one. So final thoughts on who you think the guy is at 60 or trading back, or what are you doing?
Let's go crazy here. Let's go Troy Franklin. I would probably say it's a safety, but I would say let's go Troy Franklin. Let's be a little crazy here.
I love it.
And let's reshape this receiver room, I would say.
I love the hair, Peter, man. It's always on point, man.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate
Always
it.
fly, man.
Thank you, guys.
Slick.
Okay.
Let's go.
It was a pleasure, guys. Enjoy the next 3 hours. You guys.
Yeah, right.
I did this. I did this last
man.
year. I hosted with Lance last year, the 7 to midnight. And when it's
yeah.
midnight, you want to jump out of a building because you're kind of
We were
done,
all
buddy.
night last night. We're all night.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's fun,
baby.
but it's a different style of watching the draft than just sitting on your couch and just taking it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
So appreciate you guys having me on. I know A Rich is off screen, but thank you, A Rich. I appreciate you having me on. Hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of the draft. Hopefully the Bills don't make you too mad at 60. So
let's get those guys, huh? We'll get them.
See you guys.
Thanks, Peter. Talk to you later.
Godspeed, Mike on Rich.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate Peter.
All right, now our next guest. I'm pulling out. My man's coming in. Kevin Masari.
What's up, gentlemen? How are we today? How's everything going in your world?
Kevin, what's going on, my man? It's been a little minute since we've gotten to connect on here, but draft time, and now we're getting on board. How you feeling? What do you
Good. Good. I have a separate war room than I normal podcasting setup because I have multiple TVs.
There you go.
So I'm being able to kind of tune into everything going on. But ultimately, look, I think the Bills have done super well so far. Probably got the player that they would have selected at 28 and secured another pick for us here tonight. So I think they have the opportunity to still double dip here. My safety just went off the board, who I was hoping for. But ultimately, the defensive line run has happened kind of, with Nealon and Braswell. So, I mean, I think all roads point to maybe potentially a double dip here, unless they do have another safety or the wild card sleeper of pick 60 is running back.
It's going to be interesting to see what the Buffalo Bills do at 60. I would love a double dip here. I would love a Troy Franklin, even maybe a Malachi Corley here at 60 for the Buffalo Bills. But there's definitely other guys that's on the board. Kevin, what you thought about Keon Coleman as a player and how he fits with the Bills?
I think he's grossly underrated in terms of his athletic ability. One of the fastest gauntlet scorers in the last couple of years. His RAS is still pretty good. His 10-yard split is a 1.54. Still in the top of the league, top 90 percentile. He's got that vert and broad jump that is going to help Josh Allen. Josh Allen has said that this was his player. So ultimately, the slant route that he runs is elite. The drag routes that he runs are elite. And he's at the top end of his athleticism in those settings. So I'm pretty excited to see the type of player he is. Will the Bills link him up with someone like Roman Wilson? I don't know. Well, remains to be seen in a couple picks.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what they do with this selection. I would love to add another player with a different skill set to complement Keon Coleman. What's your thoughts on Tez Walker from Carolina?
He does compliment him. I know he gets a lot of hate. He gets a lot of heat. But he does have that deep speed you're looking for, that athletic, explosive ability. So he definitely feels that pressure of, is he just kind of a one-trick pony? Will he actually be good in the NFL? But I think he would complement Keon Coleman in a way that would be successful in the league. A lot of fans may be a little disappointed if it was Coleman and Tez Walker when it could have been maybe Roman Wilson in the slot, or maybe even Troy Franklin or Malachi Corley. So, but he does complement the style of play that Keon Coleman has.
Yeah, I like it. Izzy, is there another position besides the wide receiver position they can actually target here at 60? Edge, defensive tackle. Do you have a name? I'll throw a name out there. I like Adisa Isaac from Penn State. Is he a reach here? I'm not. Can you get him in the third round? I'm not sure, But what's your thoughts on positions beyond wide receiver? Mute.
I think defensive end is in fact in play. Also safety and defensive tackle. The defensive tackle has been run a little thin right now, so we may be waiting a little longer for that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, my guy Jordan Jefferson is the guy I'm thinking of a little later. There's been like 7 or 8 guys that defensive tackle taken, and again, the position's thin. So defensive end and safety are my 2 favorite spots right now for the Bills to go to. There's a bunch of guys, Bo Braid from Utah, Kalen Bullock,
USC,
Devon Bullard.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of guys on the board right now at safety that can be, studs that come in here and challenge Mike Edwards or Taylor Rapp for his job. Both those guys are really on 1-year deals, even though Taylor Rapp technically signed a 3-year deal. We can get out of it after this year. There's a lot of love to be spread here. And, the Bills kind of have their pick of the litter. Where do you want to go? What do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be tackle? Could be tackle. Spencer Brown's done that for this year, unless they re-sign him. It's a lot of money to be investing, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony, what you think? Me personally, but the Buffalo Bills could go any direction here. 2nd round pick, they can go offensive line, they can go cornerback, they can go many different directions. But I want an immediate impact player right now. Anthony, what you think?
Well, I don't know if you just saw the Green Bay Packers took Bullard, the safety, which was one of the positions, the next guy that I thought maybe, McDermott would at least have some interest in. But I've already given my piece on not necessarily being sold on safety. I'm okay with the defensive player, but we know McDermott can turn safeties into stars, and he looks for his talent set and makes it work and gets the most out of them. So I'm happy that, or I think the Green Bay got a good player in Bullard. I'm not saying I would have been mad if the Bills took him, but they get the safety there, and I'm not leaning towards safety. If anything, I think you can make the argument for edge. You can make the argument, yes, okay, there's only one defensive tackle we like. We got to take him here at 60. And wide receiver. This will really be the telling pick now, just like it was at 33. Keon Coleman was their guy all along for that pick. Now at 60, it's going to be our second guy was Troy Franklin, and we wanted to pick him here, and we got him. Or it's going to be, you know what? I said this earlier. We had 3 guys that we have the same type of grade on, so why not sell this pick and let's, see what's there. And just as we're talking here, the Texans pick is in, which means Buffalo is on the clock right as we speak here. And I think that this could be a good trade out spot. But what we noticed for all that action that we had at the top of the draft and all the trades that were going on, the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks have all been stick and pick. So some of that being talked about there being a drop off in the 2nd round. I don't know where he draws that line, but the action itself tells you that there was spots where teams were willing to trade up. Now all of a sudden that trading silenced over these last few picks.
Do you allow leakers? Because you got one in the chat. I don't know what the stream rule is.
So we haven't been announcing until it comes officially across the ticker.
Well, leaked to me. So
exactly right. I didn't see it, so I'm not going to read the chat either. I'll block that out. But so the pick is they're still on the Texans on ESPN, at least on my stream. I know I'm a little bit behind because I'm watching it on the computer, but
the pick came in.
Texans right now.
The pick came out. I see it.
The Bills pick, you're saying, or you're talking about?
No, it's the Texans.
Oh, okay. The Texans pick, yep, Blake Fisher from Notre Dame, the offensive tackle. We talked about tackle being a potential spot there for the Bills as well. So good pick for the Texans. They're still showing the Texans draft room. I want to see Brandon Beane and company and see how excited they get for this pick at 60 now.
Bills on the clock.
Yeah, right. Pick is in for Buffalo.
Quick.
Pick is officially in. Yeah, they
with no time. Wow.
So trading was not an option. This is their guy.
This is their guy. Okay.
They're confident in who they wanted here.
Okay. That was
they double dipping at receiver? This is truly a mystery for me. So Kevin's over there trying to bite his tongue because he knows who the pick is already. But I
Yeah,
want to watch it
the
live.
chat
We'll
killed
see.
it for me.
Yeah.
But
I know. I don't know who the pick is, so don't kill it for me,
Yeah,
please.
no,
No,
we're
I'm-
watching. You're gonna get our
I'm-
live reaction. So
stay silent.
Nah, I gotta see. I have to
I
see
mean,
the pick.
there's a lot of
Don't-
different
don't do it.
directions
Don't
they
do
could
it.
go here. I think at this point I'd be surprised to be surprised because
Okay.
you could tell me pretty much any of the positions of need. Now, if you tell me they pick a linebacker, I'm going to be really friggin' confused. But a cornerback, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna feel great about that. But if a safety, they must really, really love him.
Exactly.
Exactly.
O-line. Yeah.
Exactly. I think that
Running
those would be
back?
great. Running back. I mean, it could be anybody, right? So we know that there is all of those positions in need. And I thought all along that the goal was to get 4 picks today. We know they have a boatload of picks in the back of the round. They held on to that second round pick now for next year, 2025, which has been surprising to this point. So maybe they're contenders to come back and trade up with these last few picks in this round, if they are still willing to shop that pick and another. Still waiting for the pick to
We
come
still
in.
got
officially.
95. We still got pick 95. So we'll see.
Oh,
We'll see.
and
what
and they
happens.
went to commercial too, so it's
I know
all
it's
over
it's
everywhere.
gonna
yeah.
be
Mm.
Yeah.
yeah. So while we're waiting, there's over 1,300 people here watching with us live. That is amazing. Thank you all for joining us. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow all of us, interact with us, follow Built in Buffalo. We're all there. We all have our shows during the week. You'll get the best content if you follow the Built in Buffalo page. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, you can super chat. Super chats get discussed automatically. If you put in a super chat, we'll put it up on the screen, discuss. You can tell us about how you feel about the last pick, the next pick, what's going to happen next, etc. And we do have a sponsor for tonight's show. That's Acropolis Realty Group. Acropolis is covers all of New York State. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York? Look no further than Acropolis Realty Group. Acropolis is your full-service independent brokerage specializing in commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, the experienced team at Acropolis Realty Group is there to help you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691. Let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And here we are. The Bills pick is coming in. Keem and I have no idea who the pick is.
No idea.
Kevin has been biting his tongue for a few minutes now because
and it's
they wish
killing me. They always go to commercial when we pick all the time.
You're gonna see our live reaction here, and it's Mel's best available. TJ Tampa's a name out there.
I love TJ Tampa.
He has Isaac as the number 2 overall, the edge.
Love Isaac too.
Oh, and he actually for wide receivers, he has Malachi Corley as his. Here we go now, coming up to the podium. Okay, so not the direction I was thinking here, but safety, Cole Bishop. Again, I said if they're really in love with a guy, they would take him here. They take a safety in the second round. Bishop was a guy that I did see connected to the Bills as a potential guy that they could like his skill set and want to work with. I mean, again, safety was one of those positions where McDermott can turn anybody into a star, but he must have saw this guy and said, that's the type of player I want to have on my team now, and build him up with the guys we brought in to potentially be that long-term replacement at the position. And picking him this high, he has to be that long-term replacement.
He's got the connection with Dalton Kincaid as well.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Right. So that's what I was going to say. Kevin, what are your initial thoughts? You've had a while to think about it now. So tell us what you think.
I mean, he had to have been this certain archetype that was looked for by McDermott. Look, you could have gone with DTD, Jaden Hicks, Kalen Bullock, Cam Kitchens, and whatever it was, they had their choice. We'll never know if Bullard went a few picks ago was the guy at the top of the board, but he ultimately was his archetype works. He's a good blitzer, and he really does a lot of different things. He plays in the box. He's a talented player. If you're probably going to look at draft boards around the league and see that he went a little bit higher than you're expecting. But I don't think that matters to the Bills, who probably thinks he's a starting strong safety and definitely can drop down in the slot as well.
Absolutely. And Akeem, you and I waited to get our reactions. What are you thinking on this one?
Yeah, I apologize. I had a TV on. I know. I thought he went a little high as well, but at the same time, if you the pick was in really fast, right? So they wanted this guy. And as far as the football player aspect, first of all, it fits a position of need, in my opinion. I wasn't necessarily comfortable with Taylor Rapp and Mike Edwards. I'm okay with it. I feel a lot better about the position now. I believe he's going to be a guy that's going to make a play to be a starter this season. I think he's going to be one of those guys, or at least heavily within the rotation for the Buffalo Bills. I think he could do a multitude of things in terms of playing both safety spots. I think he could play the nickel as well, and I believe he is probably one of the more athletic DBs we've had in the Buffalo Bills back end in some time. So I like the position flexibility Cole Bishop brings for the Buffalo Bills. I do think we selected him a tad high, but I like the skill set.
Yeah, and of note here too, we mentioned that Ryan Talbot put out a tweet with a list of guys that he thought looking ahead at 60 could be in play for the Bills. A.D. Mitchell, Marshawn Nealon, both taken before us. Obviously, we're on that list. And Cole Bishop was the third player he mentioned and said the Bills have done their homework on this guy. And clearly, they liked what they saw. They said this is the guy we can develop for the future and be our starting guy. So, yeah, I mean, they have made the statement by putting in the pick quickly and saying this is clearly the guy we wanted here. And that also tells me, peeking at wide receiver again, that they said what I talked about earlier. Hey, there's like 3 guys here that we could still take and like. So we don't have to run to the podium and pick one of those guys higher than we had him on our board versus taking the safety that we do actually really like best in this spot. So good for them taking their guy. But it puts a lot of pressure on McDermott and on, the player himself to step up and become the guy at safety starting, maybe not this year, but definitely next season. I'd say you're penciled in as the starter. You were taken in the second round. You better be that starting guy and you better have that impact. So I'm putting the pressure on because, again, safety was one of those spots where I felt like we could have waited on, even though it was a major position of need. So depth, certainly, starting competition, certainly, you could say all those things. But yeah, good pick here for the Bills.
And it shows how important that position is to the Buffalo Bills and their defense and what they expect from their safety group. They selected this guy in the second round, the safety position. So that's a high selection, especially for that position. So I think it's a good selection. And I also think it says a lot about Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde. I kind of disagreed with the aspect of you could just plug and play any safety, because I do think Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde are great players. They're great individual players, and I think that we kind of continue to try to feed that position good football players. And at the end of the day, do I think it was a reach? Maybe a tad reach, but is Cole Bishop a good football player? Did the Buffalo Bills improve that position today by selecting him? I believe so.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at his athletic profile as well, I'm a pretty big guy in athletic profile because I think it translates, especially at the safety and tight end position. I agree. Most notably, those are the two that really translate. 9.88 RAS. He's in the 99th percentile in his athletic profile. He ran a 4.45, 1.53 10-yard split. He jumps 39 vert at a broad of 10.4, 6'2", 206. He is literally an athletic specimen who played, basically speaking, and all around the defense. Similar to what people thought about Cooper DeJean. The difference is he may have had more snaps in the slot than Cooper DeJean had. He had 180 snaps in the box. He had 247 deep as a free safety and even played more outside corner, he had just as many outside corner snaps. So he was pretty successful with his, about 100 outside corner snaps.
Nice. That showed that gives us some position flexibility, right?
Yes.
Because we're a little thin at the slot cornerback position. Cyron Neal is gone. There's no more Cyron Neal. So who and Teron Johnson, he do suffer from the concussions. He's had multiple concussions last season, and he has multiple throughout his career. So God forbid that happens again. Who is going to fill that role? And I think we got a guy that can do so with Cole Bishop.
Absolutely. And yeah, that versatility is something we know all defenses love to have, really, in especially in that backfield. And now Sean McDermott and the Bills organization in general, moving on from that safety tandem, bringing in, yes, we have, two new starters at the position, presumably in the guys we've already brought on board, but having position versatility guys makes you able to do so many things in your scheme. You talked about his big build. He can do the Jordan Poyer-esque things of coming up to play linebacker and dropping back and playing deep, and that's ultimately you want a playmaker. You want a guy who attacks the ball, right? And clearly McDermott and Bean said, this is the guy we envisioned for the path that we want to go down at safety.
Yeah. And you got Chris Simpson, great athlete who's best around the box, but can do free safety too. He can cover top tight ends in the league. He will start this year from Chris Sims.
There you go. Start this year.
So. I think so too. I believe so as well.
Certainly wouldn't surprise me. The direction that the Bills are going is play your best players, right? The competition will be there. So if he proves it and he shows up, they're going to play him. And we talked about that with the Bills needing to get impact players in this draft who can play day one. And if Cole Bishop is that guy and proves it and beats out the competition of two veterans to become one of the starters, then good on him. And that only adds to the success of this pick, because I gave him some grace and said, well, they've got two veterans. He'll get time to play this year, but by next year he'll have to play. If he can do it this year, that'll tell you that the Bills won with this pick.
Go ahead.
No, sorry about that. I was going to say, and the biggest thing in that playoff game, guys, that everyone was talking about was the lack of athleticism from Jordan Poyer. What was going on in the Bills secondary, hurt around the corner position, really only Taron Johnson healthy. The linebackers were a mess. Guys have an athletic machine that's not gonna have a problem in cover three or in quarters, like absolutely monstrosity that AJ Klein was in game two, or in that playoff game, as well as some missed assignments there by Dane Jackson as well. So the Bills, I think, got a lot smarter. They got a lot more talented, and that athletic profile, the Bills are feeling a little bit better about than what they trotted out there against the Chiefs in the divisional round.
Absolutely. The Buffalo Bills got more athletic on both sides of the ball today. Speed aside from Keon Coleman, he's one of the more athletic wide receivers in the draft at his size. So I think the Buffalo Bills definitely have some type of theme here where you want to have some athletic ability. And I think the Buffalo Bills were lacking in that department in recent years, right? With having athleticism on both sides of the ball. And the youth factor is also playing a toll here. They're both 20 years old, Keon Coleman and Cole Bishop. They turned 21 when the season starts. So we're talking about going very young here. And that excites me because that gives these guys an opportunity to grow as they get older and form out into their NFL body. So I like both picks.
Absolutely there. And as the Bills have made their pick, there was a few more guys who came off the board. Oh, excuse me there. The Lions took a cornerback, Ennis Rakestraw out of Missouri. The Ravens went with offensive tackle, and the Kansas City Chiefs followed it up with the other offensive tackle. Two guys we had mentioned earlier in Rosengarten and Suma Talata. I'm not going to pronounce it right, but you know who I'm talking about, the offensive tackle. And yeah, so
Sua Maitia.
Suma. Yeah.
Sua Maitia.
Suma Matia.
Yeah, Matia. Yeah.
What you said. Matia. Exactly.
Everybody.
Gotta love the pronunciation champ there, right? So thank you, Izzy, for that. And yeah, he was quizzing us earlier.
Names, bro. I got one of those names. I hate it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that is a good pick for Kansas City there as well. and always again shoring up those offensive lines. So that tells you right there. You talk about the teams in the AFC: Kansas City, Cincinnati, and the Ravens, all picking offensive tackle, and tells you that that's not only a premium position, but the best teams are shoring up that offensive line position. And the Bills, although they're comfortable with maybe who they have in the room now, are probably also looking to add to that offensive line depth. Maybe in the next round. Who knows?
Yeah, one pick remaining, one pick at 95. Do you think is a possibility they move up here for tonight, or do you think we're staying put at 95?
I would be surprised if we do not move up and get some action here. Either trying to give up some of the later picks to add a pick, or to move up from 90 and say, okay, there's one more guy that we really want to get here, and it's at this spot. So I'm all in with Bean saying, yeah, this is what we have to do to get this pick. Let's add two more pick quality guys here, because they're looking to make it happen, basically.
So we're talking about Cole Bishop now, right? The Bills. All right. So my take on Cole Bishop. I really like Cole Bishop as a safety for the Bills. He plays all over the place. He plays deep. He plays in the box. He plays at slot sometimes. So if you're looking for a big nickel, if you're looking for a guy who can play deep, if you're looking for a guy who can tackle, Cole Bishop's the guy who's there. I think he's more of a jack of all trades type safety. However, I like that he's good at everything, even though he's not technically great at any of those things. He's more of the Micah Hyde type guy. Micah Hyde played in the box sometimes. He went and tried to tackle Derrick Henry. No fear, got crushed, but no fear. Against other guys, very well, good tackler, goes low. Cole Bishop is that type of guy, cut from that same type of cloth. I do like the pick. There are safeties who I like better a little later, like Kalen Bullock. Not to say the Bills can't double dip at the position. They could. And safeties are kind of going a little slow right now. Like, there's a 4 off the board. 3. So
I think to remember too about the composite big board here. So I use a composite big board that compiles. It's really done by a really good creative content analytics guy who compiles all the data of everybody's big board that's well respected. Over 30 people's boards. Believe it or not, Cole Bishop is the third safety on his board, 71st ranked. So it was a little bit high, but the Bills probably felt, especially after Bullard and Newman off the board, they probably very, very much did have him around that range. Like Pro Football Network had him 44th. The Ringer had him 58th. You have USA Today had him 38th. Walter Football 59th. Yahoo 60th. So he was very much picked around that. The only ones that he was a little lower on was PFF and CBS. But pretty much every ESPN and 54th on ESPN too. So
we saw with those PFFs, right?
Yeah, they, for whatever reason, it wasn't PFF's favorite player, but he is probably ranked about there, and definitely not by the end of the third. So, but I do think that trading up is an opportunity here. We'll see. We'll see what that would be for. Watch out for running back again. This is the range the Bills have historically liked running back, and they do have a gaping hole at RB2 on their roster. Will they double dip on the Florida State players and the Florida State current running back and go with Trey Benson? Definitely could be a really fun addition to this Bills roster. If they went that route with only one running back off the board, the Bills could get their pick. Or would they finally go back to go to the well and receiver? I think we see a receiver at the double dip shortly.
Troy Franklin's still on the board, going into the second and the third round, potentially here. Yep. Actually, no, definitely, because now the Niners have taken Ronald Green, cornerback from Florida State.
Yep, and the Jets traded up for Malachi Corley just now too. So
they're ahead of me.
Yeah, it's on the screen now. Yeah,
Malachi Corley, I like it. I like that kid a lot, actually.
The third round, they're not even playing around. Okay,
right at the top of the third. Yep,
mm-hmm.
First pick of the third, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that graphic on the screen. You guys go ahead and Let me know. What do you think the probability is of the Bills moving up and potentially taking a running back? And what would it take to move up from 93? Would it take a 5th round pick, or do you think that we'd have to give up a 4th?
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to give that 4th, Kevin. I don't know about you. I wouldn't want to. I would. We have a plethora of 5th round picks. I think 3 or 4 5th round picks, 4 5s. I would give up 2 or 3 of those 5th round picks if I have to. If you see a guy that you want to get. What are your thoughts on that, Kevin?
Yeah, I think that's about right. They would trade maybe 2 of those 5th round picks.
Mm-hmm.
Probably could get as high in the 70s if we're being honest. 75. They probably realistically can't get up any more than 75.
Okay.
It's going to probably be too costly for their pick package. Maybe you could even get a team to throw you in a 6th in return as well. But I would say 70s are the range. I don't think they wouldn't have any real motivation to come up earlier than that. But if they got a package they like, they could probably make something work. But I'm thinking the mid 70s.
Okay, I like it.
What about let's talk about our surroundings a little bit, right? What do you like? Do you see anything that you like that's like, okay, the Buffalo Bills, we have to worry about the Cincinnati Bengals a little bit more, the Kansas City Chiefs or the New York Jets. What about our competitors? What you like about or didn't like about what they did thus far? Any team stuck out to you?
I don't think the Dolphins did anything to really go crazy. I like Chop Robinson. I don't know how much he's going to move the needle. He's a 3rd down pass rusher to me right now in his career, or in this stage early on. So I'm fairly okay with them. I mean, we'll see what New England does. I have a lot of connections in the New England area who this feels a lot like Mac Jones and N'Keal Harry to them. So we'll see how that ends up turning out. But they kind of wanted to go the other direction with maybe waiting on QB and going with Marv. So they thought the trade back could have been better. At least that's the pulse of what they're saying over there. They really feel like this is just a remake of the Mac Jones N'Keal Harry combo. So been interesting to hear that from their perspective. So if they're upset, I'm not going to be overly sad about it.
Excited for them, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it was cool to get the pulse of New England, and then the Jets are just kind of waltzing around. We'll see if they take a tackle every year. At some point, Mekhi Becton, AVT. One of these guys have got to stick, but they're just recycling the tackles right now, and ultimately, I don't know how much that moves the needle to me right now.
So the Jets move up here to 65.
Take Corley, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I like what the New York Jets have done all off season. Now again, coaching matters. Nathaniel Hackett, Robert Saleh. I'm not sure if those guys are the guys that can lead men to the promised land or to playoff contention. But from a talent standpoint, or from just looking at depth chart, if Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy, that's an upgrade. They got Breece Hall. They got Malachi Corley and Garrett Wilson on the sides. They upgraded the offensive line, and they always had a stout defense. So if their coaching can round these players together, they can possibly be a threat to the Buffalo Bills. But we'll see what happens there. And they signed Tyrod Taylor to be the backup quarterback. So I like how they made that insurance policy as well. So I like what the Jets done this offseason.
Yeah, Corley is a good ad in my mind. I think they've been making some solid moves, but nothing that's like overly exciting, like, wow, they got their guy, and I think that's going to be their X factor. So, the Jets, this was a solid pickup for them. They trade up. I was just looking at compensation, just thinking about what will the Bills have to give up if they want to come up, and what would that look like. Here, the Jets gave up number 72, which was their next pick, and 157 to move up to 65. So that tells you that some of those later picks that the Bills have now could come into play with moving up in this round.
What was the trade, Anthony?
One of the guy. So the Jets got number 65, right? They gave up their next pick, which was 72, and then 157.
Okay,
so
came up 7.
So you come down,
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's
we probably have to give 2 of them because we would be coming up a little higher.
Exactly. So that
But yeah,
tells you. Mhm.
we're in the 70s. I would say would be striking distance to see our name pop up. I'm going to guess the 70s.
Yes, and again, maybe they stick and pick again, but there's a lot of positions still, of need. Obviously, we could talk about edge. We got a safety, which is great, but cornerback could still be in play. Defensive tackle, pretty much running back, another wide receiver. So I think the move here is to get 2 guys in this round, and if they don't, man, I don't know what they're thinking about for the 4th round, because they're going to end up taking 10 guys if that was the plan all along. If they don't move up here, I don't know. They're going to have to, really, really load up with the capital that they've built.
Yeah, and all this tells a story. We don't know what the Brandon Beane is thinking. He's always thinking for the present and the future. So 2025 we open up some cap flexibility, and we're able to be spenders in 2025 a little bit more than we was the last couple of years. So who knows if he's thinking about that in hindsight and in the future, and saying, you know what, maybe this is the year we build up that young capital and try to develop these guys and get as much depth players and rotational guys as we can now to fill out the roster. And then we'll be able to make more of a splash in the near future, which will be 2025 off season. But we'll definitely see what happens. Everything has a story to tell, and it's still playing out.
You got Benson off the board here now, just to Arizona. So he was one of the targets I would have
Yes.
Been
I liked him a lot.
Expecting. Yeah.
Probably one of the in terms of what type of running back the Bills were looking for, certainly a fit there. One that I had seen mocked to them a lot. And he goes to the Cardinals here at pick 66 overall now. So maybe a little higher than most people had him going, at least in Bills mocks that I saw. But yeah, a good pickup for the Cardinals, a running back who can come in and be either maybe a starter, but potentially really more of that tag team where he's the bigger bodied guy to go with another one, a smaller, more, what am I trying to say? Fidgety, get through the tackles type of player.
Yeah, we'll see what happens at the running. How the Buffalo Bills will attack that running back position. I still like a couple of guys. I like Marshawn Lloyd out of USC. I like Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. So I like a couple of guys there, but we'll see, how the Buffalo Bills would attack that. If they have 4 5th-round picks and they're going in with that, then I think that will be a round that they would target a running back. So I'm not sure that's going to be their mindset with pick 95.
And I am a firm believer that, there's some of these guys that are better fits in, and certainly, deserve to be drafted where they are. But running back is not a premium position anymore, and you can get a starting running back later, or in our case, not necessarily even a running back 1, but a complementary running back, certainly in the later rounds. So it's not one that I would necessarily prioritize or be disappointed if we didn't pick. But to me, what stands out now is the wide receivers left on the board, and where do they end up going, and when do the Bills make that move and pounce to try and get the other guy to complement Coleman. Speaking of another Coleman here, Brandon Coleman, the guard going to Washington at pick 67, puts New England on the clock. So we'll see another division rival make a pick here. New England obviously gets their quarterback, and a wide receiver to go with them. So what are they doing here? What would make Kevin, you were talking about New England fans earlier. Do you think there's a pick here that would actually make them happy, or something, offensive line? Or is it like, just take the best player on the board situation?
Yeah, maybe they'll reach for another offensive lineman. They seem to do that every year. But I think, obviously, offensive line is probably what they need to continue to build up in the trenches. So that's probably the move, but I would keep trying to give your quarterback some weapons. That's what I would do if I was New England. I would continue to bolster their weaponhood with whatever they conceive to be the best available weapon options. That's what I would do if I was in their shoes.
Hey, Kevin, before you leave us for the evening.
Yeah.
Who do you
What's
think
up?
is our next pick?
I think that the Bills will complete their double dip here with this pick. Yeah, I really do. I think it could be Malik Washington. He's a guy I really like. Will it be Javon Baker, Tez Walker, Roman Wilson, Troy Franklin? I really think that the board is
A lot of guys
stacked
still out there.
nicely.
Yeah.
Now
Good
they
game.
stacked the safety, but there is still a lot of them. If there starts to be a run, that's when you could probably see the trade up. They want to secure safety, which they did. The 2 receivers, they can go in tomorrow with a clean head. That's kind of where I'm at, I think, guys, right now with where I think that they go here.
All right,
Nice.
Kevin. No, that's your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
You
guys.
have a great
Enjoy the
rest of
night. I'm
Always
glad to be on
Go
here.
Bills, baby. Go Bills.
Izzy, as always, go Bills.
Yo,
I'll
Kev,
let
appreciate you, baby.
I'll let my partner in crime take over. But
Yeah.
pleasure being on here with you guys. See you
Kevin,
soon.
Appreciate
I
it,
gotta get
Kevin.
on you guys' show sometime.
Hey,
Yeah,
Kev.
absolutely.
So are you covering day 3 tomorrow, Kev, or
Yeah,
how does
we
that
are.
work?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll be on all day, all night.
sir. Nice.
It's been a tradition for us. So we'll catch you right here on the
Nice.
stream
Yes.
tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Love,
Yes, sir.
Kevin. Take care.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Kevin. Go Bills.
And bringing on for the next guest, the other Kevin from the Kevin Squared. My man,
Yes, sir,
Kevin
dude.
Syracuse. Let's go, baby.
Kevin,
What's up,
tell
guys?
me,
What's going on,
you
bro?
left in a bad place last night. I know headspace wise, you were one of the ones who was down on what was happening here and
Yep.
couldn't quite wrap your mind around it yet. So I gotta ask right off the bat, how do you feel about the 2 picks the Bills have now made in Keon Coleman and going to safety Bishop? Where's your head at in terms of, are you feeling better? Are you still angry about what happened yesterday? Are you feeling like Bean did the right thing? Go ahead.
We back up, baby.
There you go. All right. See, I tried convincing everybody last night, like, it'll be okay. We'll be all right. Don't worry.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Hey, wow.
Now, I will say, Keon
Wow.
Coleman was
He's
not
high.
one of my guys. I was pretty shocked to see that he was a pick, especially at 33, because I was thinking, okay, if you wanted that big-bodied receiver who has those nice ball skills, you could have had that with the Xavier Leggett, and you also could have gotten that freak athleticism and the speed to go along with it. So that was the thing that was holding me back on Coleman, is that he doesn't really have that speed. So I was like, okay, you could have just had Leggett, but considering that he's a fan of Josh Allen is a fan of him, he
Yeah.
wants to be in Buffalo. And what was the other thing that I tweeted this, and now I'm blanking? There were 3 things that I was like, oh, this is a Buffalo guy.
He wants to be in Buffalo. He loves Josh Allen. Does he put blue cheese on his wings? Because that would check all 3 boxes for the Bills,
But either way, I mean, I think that the Bills did very, very well here. And now I heard you guys were talking about this, and I actually tweeted this right at the same time. I'm looking at a trade up to go get Troy Franklin right now.
Yeah.
The Bills have 4 fifth-round picks, and you can go
Gotta use
get
'em.
Troy Franklin double dip, and I will feel much better about that Keon Coleman selection because you got the big-bodied receiver. Now you can go get that skinnier frame with Troy Franklin, and that is a beautiful pairing right there.
Yes, I've been trying to track very, very meticulously now the trade compensation at this point. Like, what is it taking to move up? How many spots? And we talked about the Jets, who just made that most recent trade. But yeah, I think that the way it's just finding out what it's going to take or what is appealing to a team to be able to trade with, to say, look, we've got a load. We got 4th round. We got 5th round picks. We can package them together. We can move down. It seems to be the trend this year more than I've seen in the past to swap picks and, okay, you move up this many, we move back that many, whatever. And teams seem to be favorable toward that. New England pick is in. The selection is coming across my screen soon. I assume they're doing another special presentation here. Do you guys already have the pick in?
I just want to jump in real quick and say that the other thing that Keon Coleman said is that we have the best fan base. So that was
yes.
the seller. So he's a fan of Josh Allen. Josh Allen's a fan of Keon Coleman. He
And
says
he loves the
we have
fans.
best fan
Yeah.
base, and he wants to be in Buffalo. That makes that pick.
I do remember that. He was asked that way early on about, like, what team do you think has the best fans or something, the way the question was, but he did answer with Bills Mafia. I do remember that coming out in an interview.
Now, I will say, Cole Bishop, I love that pick. He was one of my guys. I had
Wow.
him at 95, but clearly the Bills saw the value there. I thought he was a third-round prospect. I saw some rumblings that he could creep up into the second, and I saw that he was mocked to the Bills at 60, and I said, that might be a little bit too high. But either way, the Bills got their guy. I think he is a great fit. So I did want Troy Franklin there. I thought they could double dip and then get Cole Bishop. But again, clearly they saw the value in Bishop, and now's the time that you could strike again and still be able to get Franklin.
Yeah, absolutely. I would absolutely love a trade up for Franklin at this point. And you have to think that somewhere soon people are going to have him on their board and be willing to take him if you don't. So this is a matter of the delicate balance of how long do you wait and who do you try and call and make that trade with to move up and make it happen. And maybe they think that he'll fall a certain amount away. I mean, is he going to make it all the way to where are we, 95? I'm not sure about that. So I'm hoping that the Bills are able to make a pick earlier than that to get their guy to pair with Coleman. And as we're talking here, yeah, the Patriots do take an offensive tackle. We talked about them shoring up the line.
That's high.
Hayden Wallace, the offensive tackle from Penn State.
Okay.
You know, you could say New England has been known for stretching for offensive linemen, as we talked about, but definitely a need for that team. So they go out and get their guy. And, you know, is it the best player to pick in this position? By some people's evaluations, maybe not. But you go ahead and look at what they've gotten now. Quarterback, wide receiver, offensive tackle. At least they're building in the right direction, right? Overall, in terms of what they're bringing in. This isn't some crazy Bill Belichick, we're going to take 3 cornerbacks and make it work somehow, or, you know, get an offensive lineman in the first round who was ranked in the hundreds. But certainly, you know, you got to get your guy, and in third round, they go ahead and take that pick. But it's not – they still have a long way to go in terms of what they have to prove. But you get a quarterback, you get a wide receiver to go with him, you get an offensive tackle to go with him, you're at least building in the right direction.
The Chargers could take Franklin here.
Yeah, you're right. They already took one wide receiver, but they could indeed be on the same track of the Bills. They lost both of their top 2 wide receivers, Williams and
I don't think they go wide receiver here, but it could.
I don't think so either.
This is Harbaugh we're talking about.
It's probably going to go defensive line, edge, or, you know,
linebacker.
Okay, yeah. See, we talked about that a while ago. With there's still being some top linebackers out there. Let's see.
Can I talk about Cole Bishop a little bit more?
Go ahead.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
So last weekend for the Dunkirk Observer, which is in Chautauqua County, if anyone's familiar, I wrote an article. I came up with a final mock draft, and this is what I wrote about Cole Bishop. So I said, with that third round pick, because I had the Bills trading up and getting a third round pick, so I had them giving Washington a 4th, 5th, and a 6th in order to get to pick 100. Because again, I thought that was the range for Bishop. So that was the only thing that I had wrong here. It was the place of where they picked him. But I said, I had the Bills selecting Cole Bishop. Bishop is a very intriguing prospect as he is versatile, has great instincts, and plays with a high motor. He can play free safety or strong safety, although scouts say he is more effective when he's closer to the line of scrimmage. Regardless, he is a great tackler and has great coverage abilities as he shows good route anticipation. On top of all this, he is incredibly athletic as his 9.86 RAS score ranked 15th out of 1,000 safeties ranked since 1987. Ooh. So this just screamed Sean McDermott type of player to me. And I was like, that is a guy you get here in your defense, because the Bills don't really have a hole, right? Like there's not a glaring hole at safety with Mike Edwards, Taylor Rapp, and if you want DeMar Hamlin, Cam Lewis. But I think what Cole Bishop presents is the ability to play multiple positions while they figure it out. Because if Mike Edwards is holding the fort down, and Taylor Rapp for that matter, you don't have to rush Cole Bishop into a certain position. And I think that, not that the Bills would want to slow play it, but I think this gives them the flexibility now to where they can use Bishop in different ways. They can throw different packages at him. He can learn different positions because Mike Edwards is only here on a 1-year contract. Taylor Rapp got paid like a safety 2 or a safety 3. So I think the Bills have done a great job of building up their safety room. And let's not forget, Micah Hyde still hasn't rolled out a return.
And
That's right.
The Giants pick is in. You know, they probably want to surround Daniel Jones with as much weapons as they can. So, you know, Troy Franklin can possibly be an option for the Giants here with this pick. So we'll see what happens with the Giants pick. But
Yeah.
Kev, my bad, Anthony, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, of note, too, with the last pick, that linebacker that went to the Chargers was Junior Colson. And what institution did he come from? That would be Michigan. So Harbaugh taking one of his own guys there in Michigan. So it only took till round 3 for it to happen. And it came in the form of a linebacker for them. But I was waiting for that connection to see how that transition back to the NFL would go. Would he try and take some of his own guys that he already had the connection with at Michigan? Or, you know, would he actually take a big picture objective view and let things happen? Now, maybe this was the best player on their board, and it just so happened that he said, you know what, get that guy because I know exactly who he is. But yeah, interesting connection for that coach.
Still waiting on the Giants pick, but yeah, as far as Cole Bishop, and they picked the cornerback out of Kentucky, Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky. Don't know too much about him.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What are we going to say about Cole Bishop?
Yeah, as far as getting back to Cole Bishop, I like the position flexibility that he presents, and especially with not only both safeties playing deep thirds and in the box, he could fill the slot as well. I believe he feels a need there as well. And talking about Teron Johnson's injury and concussion history, Tyron Neal is no longer on the team. I think he's a viable option to play slot as well. So being able to figure it out while he progresses as a player for the Buffalo Bills, being that he's only 20 years old, is a good look for the Buffalo Bills, and I think he presents a high ceiling and a high floor as well.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I missed the end of that because I was just making
you're
sure the
good.
Cardinals didn't take Troy Franklin. They did not.
They did not. Okay, I didn't get it on my end yet.
I did not either. Okay, here it just came through. Offensive tackle Isaiah Adams from Illinois going to the Cardinals. So there you have it. They took the running back and now an offensive tackle. So that team starting to grow in the right direction with their franchise quarterback Kyler Murray and some protection there for him.
Yes, absolutely. So what about how do you think the Bills are rounding into form from both offensive and defensive standpoint? I like the athleticism that both of these guys bring to the table. I don't think the Buffalo Bills, in terms of athletic ability, has possessed these type of athletes since Sean McDermott has been in the fold. So I like it from an athletic standpoint. What you think about both selections overall? And if you had to give it a grade right now based on these two selections, what grade would you give it?
I would probably say B+, considering everything. Keon Coleman had an 8.18 RAS. So that was a lot higher than I thought because the knock on him has been his speed. And I think like everything else he tested well. It was just that, 4.62 40 or whatever it was. And he doesn't have that separation. But everything else pretty much checks out. Like I said, Cole Bishop, 9.86, incredibly athletic. So I think... what was the original question? You were saying what would you grade?
Yeah, what would you grade these two picks so far?
Okay, so I would say B+ for these two picks. And then in terms of getting that athleticism, I think the point that I was going to make was I'm curious to see what they have in store because when Kevin and I had Kentley Platty on our show, we were trying to we were gearing it towards players that tested well and had that RAS. And I'm just wondering to see if they follow that trend because I think they are trying to get younger and more athletic.
All right, everybody, we have another guest who's jumping on the show. It's not me, right? It is one of our favorites, of course, the wonderful Benjamin Shoop. So, Shoop, welcome to the show.
What is going on, everybody? Great night tonight. Great draft so far. Loving everything. It's been a good one. Happy to join you guys.
Shoot, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Oh, doing great. It's draft day. Well, second day of draft day, but you know how it is. Draft weekend is just it's a phenomenal weekend. Even if you're a little disappointed with some picks, it's still a great weekend to just enjoy seeing these guys get picked. And it's pumped to see some new Bills on the roster. So it's always a good night.
Absolutely. Welcome in, man. And it's been an eventful couple of days, even though, there's been emotions one way or another on all things happening around the Bills. But man, we are at over 1,400 viewers right now total. So man, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go to the Built in Buffalo YouTube page. You can super chat us. If you super chat, your comment will be put up on the screen. We'll all discuss it right here live with you. So head over there if you want to get your comments seen and have some discussion with us. You could talk about the next pick. You could talk about the Bills picks so far. You could talk about the current topic that A. Rich brought up, which is, ranking or grading the last two picks. So Shoop, I got to ask you, where are you standing with those? Because it sounded like you might have some negative, some positive in terms of the first two. Is that where you're at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious that they had certain guys in mind, right? Especially when it came to safety and wide receiver. I was a little shocked to see it be Keon Coleman, to be honest. I mean, I think you get maybe a Gabe Davis-esque replacement in a guy that can play that type of receiver. But I just thought they would go maybe more of a refined route runner, get a guy that is more known for getting open rather than making big plays, which, that's obviously the back and forth on what do the Bills really need. I mean, they already have a bunch of slot guys. They have a bunch of guys that can really kind of make plays after the catch. They just opt to go with Keon Coleman, who, I mean, he definitely makes plays. I mean, he'll make those wow plays for you. But I was kind of leaning more towards a Ladd McConkey, a guy that just can, get open. I know a lot of people were kind of against him. They said, he's played slot a lot, but I think in the NFL, he'll be a guy that will be able to move all around the field. He was another guy that I really liked. So I thought maybe him, still talking about Troy Franklin. I heard Kevin talking about right before I got hopped on here. I'm not as big on him as I am others, but he's another guy that I thought was obviously open there too. I think even now that he's still there, I would love to see the Bills get aggressive. Heard Kevin talking about that right before I hopped on as well, is just get aggressive, go get your guy. But I think when it comes to the receiver pick of Keon Coleman, I liked it months ago. Over time, kind of fell less and less in love with him as a receiver, but he's got all the athletic traits there to be able to become a very good receiver in the league. So receiver wise, I do like that. Safety, as pretty much everybody knows, I was a huge Tyler Nubin guy. I wanted them to go get him bad. He goes to the Giants. I thought he was close to kind of being that guy that they could go up and get. Even Bullard, I thought maybe, go up and get him. But I like Cole Bishop. He wasn't my first option, but he's another guy kind of like Coleman where I like him, not love him. It's one of those types of picks for me.
So if you had to grade it so far, what's your grade?
I would give it probably about a B- right now. I think I think the Bishop pick better than the Coleman. I think Coleman was a little bit early for my likings. That's really the only thing I think that brings it down. But like I said, it could change over time a little bit. It could change in the next month. It could become a B+. So I think right now I'm going to stick with B-.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you guys. Kevin said B+, you said B-. The professor in me loves these questions, by the way. I can grade all day long. So when we're talking about, Keon Coleman, certainly not the guy I was clamoring for. But, again, I think what Shoop said speaks to a lot of where I'm at with that. Big body receiver, can see what he brings to the table, can see why the Bills like him, can see why Josh Allen likes him. But he wasn't my favorite pick. It didn't awe-inspire me. So, that was and in terms of Bishop, although I like the versatility and the player, when Eric and I talked about the positions of safety and cornerback on the show, he was one of the guys where I said, I think this type of player who's athletic, who's versatile. That's going to be what stands out to Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, and I think that could be what they target, but I didn't want it to be in round 1 at 60. Am I okay with it? Yeah, I'm fine. But again, Sean McDermott being that coach who can turn a 5th round pick into a superstar at safety and has done so throughout his career consistently, I'm not sure if I'm totally on board with the investment there. I like the things he does. I like the ability to compete now and to be the guy in the future. It's certainly a smart pick, but again, probably not the pick that I would have made. So where am I at with those players? I have to give Brandon Beane a few extra points for trading down twice, right? I've been preaching that for years, it seems. Every time I've done, since we've started draft analysis on the hoof, which was 6 or 7 years ago now, I have said always, like every year it just comes up, right? You're like, man, if they trade down, they could get 2 of my favorite players in the 2nd round, and that would be nice to see. And of course, that never happened under Beane until this year. But once again, all through draft season this year, I've said, look, if we trade down, we could get this player and this player. We could get this position and this position. We have needs to fill. So I will give Beane credit for actually making the moves that needed to happen and not being afraid of, working with whoever it took to make that happen, right? The whole Kansas City criticism, whatever. To me, that takes more gusto to say, I knew what I was going to do and I don't care what they're doing because this is going to help me and my team. So I sit right in between you guys at a B. I'm at a B. It's not my favorite. It's not exciting, but it's certainly a passing grade. It certainly improves this team. I'm certainly excited to see both of these guys on the Buffalo Bills next year. They're both starting caliber players, right? They're going to compete for jobs, but they have to earn it, but they're right there as starters in the 1st and 2nd round of a draft, or in this case, 2nd round, both picks. That is, that's certainly a place where you want to be in that meat and potatoes. And we'll see what happens the rest of the round. We've been waiting for the trade up at some point here, but with considering the ammunition that Beane has built up in the later round picks, but so far that trade back up that Beane usually itches for hasn't happened. He's been very patient, waited to see what falls to him, and we're still moving throughout the draft. So yeah,
and one more thing that I want to say about my grade here, because it looks like I'm actually the highest one here
so far.
What was your grade, Akeem? Or did you give one yet?
I did not give one yet. But I could give one now if you want me to, just so we could get you a quick rebuttal. I'll give it a B. I give it a solid B. Go ahead.
Okay, so I am the highest grader here, and I think I was combining the 2 questions when you asked what would you grade this so far, and then we were talking about the athleticism, and I might have made this point, but maybe it wasn't clear enough, so I'll just make it now. I think I was probably within that B range too, because you're thinking Keon Coleman, that's really not the guy that you want, but then Cole Bishop outweighs that, so that boosts it up, and then on top of it, the fact that Keon Coleman's RAS was actually an 8.18, which is probably a lot higher than most of us were thinking. I think that was the one that kind of sold it for me, where it's like, okay, I'm going to go a little bit above a B- or a B, because maybe Coleman presents more than maybe we thought on paper.
Okay.
I like it. Did y'all hear Brandon Beane's comments on Keon Coleman's selection yet?
I have not.
I found it very interesting. Just to paraphrase, he said Josh Allen loves him. Number one, Josh Allen loves the Keon Coleman selection. Brandon Beane alluded to how much big plays he made with Florida State, a lot of dynamic plays. He talked about the ability that he has in the scramble drill. He mentioned the scramble drill, and when plays break down, he think that would be an excellent pairing. That's one of the reasons why Keon Coleman was gravitated to him, because of the ability to create when Josh is scrambling. So he alluded to that as well, and he alluded to him being a dog. He said this guy's a dog on the football field. He's a fierce competitor on the football field. So speaking about Keon Coleman, he seems like he adds a dimension that the Buffalo Bills maybe haven't had. Stephon Diggs was an alpha in terms of having that dog mentality, but this kid seems like an alpha in terms of how he displays his will and his physicality on the football field and his athleticism. So I think they're excited about the possibilities of what Keon Coleman can do in the offense.
Yeah, because Coleman's more of that go up and get that ball, like give me that. Essentially like a basketball player. And
Yes.
he does have a basketball background. I think I saw that, right?
Yes, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So what do you say? What do you say? My bad, Ben. What do you say about the people out there that says, "Hey, well, Josh Allen throws people open. Josh Allen doesn't necessarily throw to guys that don't separate." So, do you think that combats with? Do you think Keon Coleman's ability combats with that with that theory of Josh Allen don't throw those 50-50 contested balls? Or do you think now that we have Keon Coleman, Josh Allen has the ability to display the fact that he can throw those 50-50 balls? Anybody that want to take that?
You know, it's funny you say that because sorry. When I was working today, I was thinking, could Ladd McConkey be the guy here? Because I was on the side of Brian Thomas and Xavier Legette because I want that prototypical big-bodied receiver who can do a little bit of everything. So that's why I was thinking it was those guys. But then when I saw the report today that the Bills were interested in Deebo Samuel, I was like, okay, wait a second. Let's take a step back and realize what the Bills are trying to do, because they might be trying to get a receiver specifically for Joe Brady's offense. And Joe Brady likes those smaller, shiftier, craftier receivers who can have that good footwork, the good release, then get yards after the catch, the separate, all that stuff. So I was like, I really wonder if Ladd McConkey would be the guy here, because it just seems like they go after those kinds of guys. So then I went back to, why didn't you get Xavier Legette? Because when I saw the Coleman pick, I was like, if you like this prototypical receiver, why didn't you just get Legette, who also had the athleticism and the size to go with them? So it's kind of an interesting ride to go on when you're trying to find that perfect wide receiver in your mind and Brandon Beane's mind. So I think we fell somewhere right in the middle tonight.
Okay.
I also think that you look at the Bills wide receivers they currently have, right? They don't have that type of guy. They don't have that Keon Coleman type of guy. I mean, people might say Justin Shorter, but we don't know what we have from him yet, right? He didn't get a chance to really see the field or anything. He was on IR. Yes, he was also a late round pick, so who knows? You go out and you get Coleman. I think, you now say, okay, this is that guy that if it is third and long, if it is fourth and long, and we need to throw this thing up there, we got at least a guy that can go get it, right? And I think that's the one thing I keep seeing also, as well, as people talking about how his contested catch rate wasn't the best this past year. He didn't really have the best season at Florida State. I am in the boat of, I think Florida State's offense does not help their receivers really that well at all, including Keon Coleman, because you look at then compared to 2022, his contested catch rate was phenomenal. His EPA was great. Everything was way up compared to his year at Florida State. So I think when it comes to Keon Coleman, you get a guy that's different than any receiver you have now. You get a guy that, he had a down year, but people said the same thing about Jordan Addison last year. People said he had a really down year his last year in college, but his productivity was greater the years prior, and his numbers were better, and his advanced analytics were better. But he fell a little bit because he had a worse year his last year in college. So I think Keon Coleman's a similar type of guy where he was very hyped up, kind of fell a little bit farther than most people had when they first started talking about him. And I think he's a guy that can bring that aspect that the Bills are missing right now on offense, which is that guy that can go get the football and really just make plays that most receivers aren't going to make in the league.
Yeah, so the way I see it in my mind, where it's like Ladd McConkey was over here. Now, I'm not saying in terms of talent or tiers or anything, but you have the McConkeys, who are those smaller, craftier technicians. You have Keon Coleman, who's like that big-bodied receiver who doesn't really pop, but he does a lot of things well. And then you have Xavier Legette over here, who kind of does all of those things with that athleticism. So that's why I said we kind of went around in a full circle, and I was like, okay, Legette, maybe we circle back to McConkey, and then in the end, we wind up right in the middle at Keon Coleman. So that's another reason why I think Troy Franklin could be the move here for the Bills. We'll see if they decide to move up, because I think I kind of alluded to this earlier. but he is more of that technician. I know he's a little bit taller, but he's that vertical deep presence. And I think that if you have that big-bodied receiver with Keon Cole, that would work really, really well with Troy Franklin. Now, I'm not sure about him in the intermediate game and, getting screen passes just because of that smaller frame. But just on paper, when you have that big-bodied receiver and the skinnier receiver, I think there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah, and I just want to comment on something, Kevin. In your book, Brandon Beane must have done some hella extra credit because he went from a D- last night to a B+ this morning or this evening. So yeah, that's some pretty good work by Brandon Beane. And I was trying to keep you all calm last night, saying, "Look, guys, we're okay. This is gonna be all right." And now here you are. You're even above where I'm at a B, and you're saying, "No, this is a B+." So good. I'm glad that it's come around full circle for you, and you've had the time to digest it and see the
What
picks
is
and now
back?
say,
Like,
this is
actually
me.
back. A twist?
Well,
It's good for you this time. You deserve that mouth-watering swirl of bold flavor and refreshing.
Is that coming from? Okay, so there we go. Are we back in here?
Yeah, I don't know where that was
Yep.
coming from.
Yeah, I don't know where that. I don't know.
I think we
Right
solved
now,
it.
because we're
Whoops,
officially
it's coming
bringing
from
Soda
Shoot.
back.
Yeah,
It's coming from
we'll
Shoot.
mute you for now. Figure it out there, but yeah, some interference coming in. Anyway, but yeah, it's coming full circle now that the picks are actually in. I tweeted it last night. I said it today. Usfraba, Bills Mafia. Just wait for the picks to come in. And while we were discussing that, by the way, another trade happened with the Texans and the Eagles. The Texans trade up to 78 from 86. Texans trade up with the Eagles. The Texans get 78. The Eagles get 86 and 123. So that tells you that what they move up. Remember, the Bills are at 95, so 86 to 78. So the compensation being 123. The Bills pick after 95 is which one now? Because we've moved picks. I should have had it pulled up already. I'm sure one of us does. Anybody know it off the top?
I did not get that yet.
The numbers. Okay, let's see. Full list of picks.
While you look for that,
Up.
I'll just finish my
Yep.
last thought. I don't say I was as far as a D- on Brandon Beane's draft last night. I think I was probably at a solid C because, like, that first trade with Kansas City, I did like it because if the value wasn't there, okay, you get a third round pick back. And I was a fan of that. It just dampened it because they got Xavier Worthy and because the Bills didn't trade up for Brian Thomas. But after I thought about it, I was like, no, I think this is a solid trade. The one that really did it for me, though, was passing on Xavier Legette. And now that they got that bigger guy with Coleman, I still think that I am correct for believing that because, again, they could have just went with Legette last night. So I think I was probably at a solid C. And you're right, that boosted up to at least a B+.
But could it have been experience a concern for the Buffalo Bills? Could it have been? Because that's the only thing I can really think
with Legette, you mean? Yeah.
Yes, with Buffalo Bills and Legette. It's like, okay, this kid, he's only had 1 year of production. It's taken him 5 years, fifth year senior, I believe, to round into form. And Keon Coleman, he's more of we kind of know what we're getting with this guy. We're more comfortable taking him. He's played in SEC big games. We're comfortable taking him over the possibility of Xavier Legette. Could that be a possibility there? Experience being a factor.
Well, I mean, if you look at his stats, Keon Coleman has only had 1,500 total yards in his career. The first 2 years were at Michigan State, and then this last year was at Florida State. Let me pull up his stats here because I looked at him and I was like, oh, I thought he was a little bit more productive. So I guess those players would kind of match up because at least Legette did have that 1 year where he popped off. He did play for 5 years, so he had an extra couple of years of experience. Keon Coleman had 3 years of not the most production, So I'm not sure if I would want to look at it from that angle with Coleman.
Okay.
I'm
So I'll
back, by
pull
the
up his
way.
stats here.
I do apologize for that. That was it was Roman Wilson's player profile, and it was playing a commercial. So that was my bad.
You had it pulled up and it was playing. Yeah. Well, at least you found the source. So welcome back.
Sorry to cut you off there, Kev. Go ahead.
Okay, so according to Sports Reference, 2021 with Michigan State, 7 catches for 50 yards and a touchdown. 2022 with Michigan State, 58 receptions, 798 yards and 7 touchdowns. And then this past season with Florida State, 50 catches, 658 yards, and 11 touchdowns. So for his career, 3 years, 115 receptions, 1,506 yards, and 19 touchdowns. So when you look at it from that standpoint, I don't know how much more experienced he is than Leggett.
Yeah, I mean,
I like it.
I like the production in the second year that you said with the 7 touchdowns and the 700 something yards. At least then there's some consistency there of like, okay, this guy had good production with the limited touches he was given versus Leggett, who seemed to only have that production. I don't know if you pulled up his numbers too in that final
I did.
last year.
Yeah.
And he's a little older, right? So
Mhm.
Leggett is an older player as well. So I think that might have played into it. And who knows? Again, Bean isn't going to give us all the secrets of why they went with Coleman over Leggett, but we can certainly put the dots together that that's probably something that mattered to them in terms of either his age or where he was. And remember that this is only one pick apart. They said, okay, Coleman's our guy. We'll let them get Leggett. And we were going to pick Coleman here anyway, so we'll get a pick out of this and move back one. So maybe they were neck and neck, but their guy was Coleman, and that's why they went with it.
And in 5 years, Xavier Leggett, 5 years, 113 receptions, 1,678 yards, 12
Much
TD.
less. Much less. In 5 total.
Well, he had more yards. Yeah,
five,
he had less,
5 years.
less
So
touchdowns.
it's more of about maybe a progression, slow developing standpoint, with Xavier Leggett. It's something, I wish, it's actually kind of phenomenal. I wish we could have been flies on the wall in the war room and we could have heard the real details of why they chose Coleman over Leggett instead of the political answer in the media.
Well, I think
Akeem,
one
you-
reason.
Go
I
ahead,
will say
Kevin.
one last thing on this was before this last thing, they did mention after Keon Coleman did mention, I saw a little interview somebody had with him right after he got picked about how with Buffalo they broke down a lot of film with him in his pre-draft meetings. My guess is maybe that played a factor in the mindsets they saw in Leggett versus Keon Coleman. Maybe they just liked the mindset of Coleman, of how he saw the game, how he progressed through each play. So that was one thing that just stood out to me when they were asking him about the Bills. He said that he really felt the connection right as soon as they were talking about film and go deep diving into the film. So I just wanted to add that real quick, and you can go ahead. Sorry, Kev. Again, I keep cutting Kevin off on accident. My bad, but yeah, go ahead and ask.
So, Akeem, your original question was, is Keon Coleman more experienced than Xavier Leggett, right?
Could that play a part of the selection over Xavier Leggett?
I think the only way that you could say he's more experienced is from a target standpoint, which I don't have on hand right now, but maybe, he had a little bit more production in the time that he had, because Leggett did play 53 games compared to, 24-34. So yeah, Leggett has probably about 20 more games on Coleman. So he is more experienced from a game standpoint, but maybe from that production standpoint, targets per game, that one might go to Coleman.
I like it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that previous year did have an influence in that way, right? So it's not just all in the one last year. He had production somewhere, he went somewhere else and still had production, probably being in the worst situation of some of those guys that we are talking about here in terms of the quarterback play and, the offense he was in, the team itself, right? So I think that might have worked in Coleman's favor, actually. And again, still having that production, having a little bit more consistency over that time And maybe one thing you didn't mention was level of opponent, right? The opponent play and who did he get his production against? And maybe that's something that could have counted against Leggett. Again, not knocking Leggett because I like the guy, but I thought he would be the pick over Coleman, especially. But if we're talking about what was happening in that Bills room to decide between those two guys, that certainly must have been in play. Is the level of the opponent that you got your production against? Are these guys who are going to the NFL, or are they inferior opponents that your team was meant to beat up on? And in college, obviously, that's the design of the schedule and the conference you're in. And Coleman, having been in two different places and produced somewhat consistently, if not improved, over that transition, is a benefit in that case.
And sometimes it's a matter of how well do you how well can you pick up this the concepts of football, right? How well can you adjust to the speed? How well you have to be mentally focused and be prepared to play this game. Where is your IQ at and your awareness and your level at there as well, right? So I know Ben Shoop spoke about discussing football with Keon Coleman and Josh Allen and discussing football. I think that did play a part of it. Maybe they had the same ideologies in terms of what they believed in and in terms of how they felt the game should be played or what type of play should be called. And they probably felt that camaraderie and energy through the conversation where they didn't feel that in Xavier Leggett. Again, me personally, I wanted Leggett, but we don't know what happened in those walls, in those conversations to make Brandon Beane steer one way as opposed to another. So again, maybe we'll find out more as time goes by. Maybe once we have those little clips of Brandon Beane of what happens in a war room, maybe little snippets could come out where we can get a chance to really hear what went on in the thought process. But this is all speculation right now in terms of our assumptions of what we think might have happened,
So the Bengals take Jermaine Burton here. So they do take a wide receiver, not Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
I wonder why he's slipping and what the cost would be to go up and get him.
Yeah, at this point, again, I was looking into some of the trade compensation. The Colts jumped just ahead of that, right? Got only a few spots. They went from 82 to 79, and they gave up 191. And the Texans trade before that was a similar one, I think, to where you would be at this point. They went from 86 to 78, and they gave up 123. So, it depends on how many spots you're moving up, but 123 would be right around the Bills' 4th round pick, which is 128. And if they're willing, obviously they would give up 95 in that situation to move up and 128, but that's their only 4th round pick.
I wouldn't want to do that.
You have to believe, though, that the leverage with 4 5th round picks could get you back into the 4th round as well. Especially, if there's somebody there that you're specifically thinking about in this round still that might, long term say, okay, if we take whatever position now, we can get our running back late in the 5th and use 2 of those other 5th round picks to get back in the 4th to get our whatever other position, edge, because we're going to probably take another receiver. At least if that's the idea, we're trading up for Troy Franklin.
Yeah, I mean, I am more than fine with using one of those 4 5th rounders to move up. I mean, what do we think the cost would be just for 1 5th round pick? Like, how far could the Bills get up with 1 5th round pick right now? So it'd be pick 90 and one of those 5ths.
Well, that would probably get them a few spots, right? That's very similar to what the Colts just did, right? They went up 3-4 spots for 191. So if you're giving up the 95 pick, you could probably give up 141 or 144, and that would be enough to move up 5 or 6 spots at this point.
That's what I'm thinking, like 5 to 7 spots, shut off one of those 5ths and go get Franklin.
So we had pick 95, we had 81. So we're talking about a sweet spot being 89, 90?
I think
So
that
make
could
that
be
happen.
well within range just with one of the 5th round picks. Now you put something else in play there and maybe, a pick swap or something like that we've seen, popularized right in this draft, especially that, that could maybe jump you up a few more even.
I might have said pick 90. If I did, I apologize. But the Bills are
95.
at 95, correct? Okay.
I wouldn't be shocked if they go a different direction here, to be honest. I mean, there's still some great interior defensive line there. Running back, I think, is also still on the table here if they do want to go out and get a power back. Although I would personally wish they would wait on that, maybe till the 4th round. But I mean, there's a lot of options here. Even corner too. Although corner, I think two of the top 30 visits they had projected to go a little bit later, so they could wait on. But I mean, this is a curious one to me, because even, alluding to Bean's comments before the draft, it didn't really seem like a receiver was that big of a necessity to get to him. Now, I think at this point there are plenty of guys there that you should be able to get at 95, whether it is Troy Franklin or Jalen McMillan or even Brendan Rice, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, any of those guys. It really just, I think, depends. Do they want to go up and get him? I think you can wait at 95, still get another receiver that is a very solid guy. But in seeing how far Troy Franklin's falling, it is going to be tough, I think, for the Bills to kind of let that slide if they do get there. I mean, he's a guy that people were talking about at 33, and now he makes it all the way to around 95. It's a tough one.
Yeah, unless there's something going on that we don't know about. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer. Go get your guy. And one other thing I'll say is I do want to be cautious with our picks. I know I just said you can go shed one of those off, and I'm still I just said go get Troy Franklin. It's a no-brainer. So I'm going to stand by that. But I also think that there's value in rounds 4 and 5 for offensive and defensive line. So they could be planning a trade up for tomorrow, and maybe they want to save that capital.
Yeah.
Or if they don't, if they stand put, I can see Brandon Beane start to think about the future and start giving up some 5s for some later picks for the 2025 draft. Because I don't see the Buffalo Bills. I could be wrong. I didn't foresee Brandon Beane trading back twice, but I don't foresee the Buffalo Bills selecting 11 draft picks in this NFL draft. So one way or another.
Well, yeah, I agree. Actually, with that, just real quick, I do agree with that. I don't think they will take all 11. I think it even go before the draft. I'm pretty sure they had. I'm blanking on the exact number, but they had a pretty good amount of bodies already on the roster. And when you do look at the depth chart, there isn't many spots that are necessarily open. And then do you want to end up in a situation where you have to put a guy in a practice squad like last year with Alex Austin, who got scooped up then by the Pats, or, obviously Isaiah Hodgins got stolen. That was a different scenario. But do you want a guy to get stolen, one of your 6th, 7th round draft picks to get stolen off of a practice squad because you don't have a room for him? I think that will come into play with Brandon Beane. He doesn't like to waste picks, and every time he loses a player, it obviously stays with him. He's talked about Hodgins, and he even talked about Alex Austin a little bit last year. So I'm interested to see. I agree. I don't think that they keep all 11. I think they should move up and get moving, or as Aqib said, get picks next year, so you could be prepared to even move up next year.
Interesting. Yeah, they could go that route as well. They certainly have that collateral, and I think we're all on the same page that they're going to use it in some way, shape, and form and not end up picking all of those guys. One of the things we mentioned earlier was that Ryan Talbot put out a short list of, hey, the Bills pick is upcoming. Let's pay attention to these guys, right? And the first 2 guys on his list got taken before, and the 3rd guy on his list was the one the Bills took with that pick, which was Bishop, right? So on that list for him currently, linebacker Peyton Wilson, wide receiver Jalen McMillan, edge Jalix Hunt, and then Troy Franklin is the 4th player he lists, who obviously had a 30 visit and a private workout with the Bills and obviously at the combine. So they had a lot of interaction with him. You have to believe that they at least know their evaluation of him. So if they don't trade up for him or they don't pick him if he's there at 95, then you have to believe that they decided that it wasn't the direction they were going to go. Interestingly, 2 other edge players on, listed at 5 and 6, Isaac and Booker. And then we go back to the wide receiver change. He has Des Walker, Javon Baker, Roman Wilson on there. And then the one running back he listed was Jalen Wright. So
Adisa Isaac still available?
No, he went early, didn't he? I thought he did get picked. You're right.
Okay.
Who'd you say again?
Adisa Isaac? Isaac? Adisa Isaac?
Yes, I do believe I saw his name actually.
Yeah, he went in the second round, so he's on his list, but I'm double checking.
Well, there goes a running back just went to the Rams there. Blake Corum just went over to the Rams. So there's an offense. There's one running back that's starting to go. Maybe that starts the run on running backs there.
Blake Corum. I like it.
Because there hasn't really been a run on running backs too much yet. So I'm curious. Maybe it will start now. Or
He's the third. He's the third.
Isaac
He's the
is
third
still on
running
the
back.
board. Isaac is still on the board.
Yeah, Isaac is still on the board. I just double checked that. Yep. Thank
On
you.
the board. Let's go.
I really like Adisa Isaac. I really, really like him.
When I pop in, it's important, son. Let's go.
So that's, again, the picks, the guys that he nailed it last time. Ryan Talbot hit the nail right on the head in terms of he's been on top of these 30 visits as well. So he's been a reliable source for those, and certainly nailed it with the Bills' last pick. So you have to imagine as the pick is approaching here, obviously a longer list now because we were further away from the pick and we're deeper into the draft, which means there's a lot of these guys who are probably on or at the same level. It's just a matter of which position do they go and which guy do they have higher. A little bit surprised that another running back went here to the Rams, although they probably needed the help, right? So they must have saw something in this running back, Blake Corum from Michigan, obviously with the national championship under his belt.
It's going to be a duo over there in LA with Kyron Williams. I'll just say that. I mean,
yeah, I like that a lot. Kyron Williams with Blake Corum. I like that to go with Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay's offense.
I pose a question to the board. Could Braylon Allen be in play for the Bills? And I'm going to.
What was the question?
Braylon Allen, right? Is Braylon Allen in play at 95?
Braylon Allen be in play at 95 for the Bills. Let's go.
Personally, I would say no because I think there's value tomorrow with someone like Audric Estime from Notre Dame, or I'm big on Isaiah Davis from South Dakota State on probably round 5, round 6, especially with all those round 5 picks that we have as of right now. So I would say the Allen to Allen connection would be a no for me.
I do also think I heard Will Shipley got a little bit of interest from the Bills as well. I think it was a late top 30 visit, I believe I saw. So Will Shipley could be in play as well. But yeah, the names that Kevin just mentioned are two that I absolutely love. Audric Estime and Isaiah Davis. Absolutely love those two. But yeah, there's a lot of names even still Bucky Irving still there, Ray Davis. I mean, there's a lot of names still there. So I think if they do
too much names for 95 right now. Too much names.
Yeah, and like we said, they have if they do want a running back and they start to see the run start. If Blake Corum did start that run, you see the next couple picks running backs go. You can always move up. You can always go get your guy. Then once it starts getting down to those 2 or 3 left that you like, so I think they will wait. I think they should.
Steelers just got a wide receiver. There it is, Roman Wilson.
Wow, yeah. So he was
I'm not surprised. They needed one. They needed a receiver.
Another popular pick. Thinking about the Bills, and while we're at it here, something we haven't discussed since the beginning of the day yet tonight was the fact that there are wide receivers out there on the trade market that are expected to go somewhere, right? Higgins, there's been a lot of speculation around San Francisco. They already drafted a wide receiver, and yet no action thus far on those moves. So that tells me 2 things. One is that the teams know their asking price, and when it's into the draft, if you want something now, well, you're not getting anything in the 3rd round pretty much, right? And they probably value the guys, which means you won't be getting picks until next year. So at this point, maybe they're saying we're just going to play it out and wait till the end of the draft and see what we can get compensation-wise for these guys. I say that now because the Steelers were one of those major teams basically in on every receiver that was available from what we heard. But they draft a guy here in Roman Wilson who I had seen some people mocking to the Bills as that kind of second wide receiver to pair with one of the top guys that they had them drafting either at 28 or trading down and getting 2. So did any of you have Roman Wilson on your board in terms of players who could possibly go to the Bills to match with Keon Coleman?
I had him definitely on my radar. I think, though, once we saw Coleman get picked, it kind of went out the window because they're both not the greatest route runners, not greatest separating exactly. So I think to get a Roman Wilson, it would be kind of the same issues that you have with Keon Coleman in the fact that they just need to work on getting separation and really just getting being able to be that reliable weapon for Josh Allen consistently. So once I saw Coleman go, I think that kind of shut it down for me, thinking that Wilson would be the next guy to pair with him. Now, beforehand, I was a huge fan of Roman Wilson, kind of like same with Javon Baker. He's another guy that kind of was similar to me with all three of those guys. Once I saw Coleman, I kind of thought those were both off the board, and then more of like a Troy Franklin or even like a Tez Walker, I think would be more of a fit than a guy like that. So that's really kind of where I was at with Roman Wilson.
I didn't think that he was going to be in play for the Bills. I know there was some smoke. Some people did want him, but I just thought that he was too much of a comp to Khalil Shakir, and maybe not Shakir specifically, but I just thought that could be redundant stylistically. So I figured that's why I wanted someone like Leggett, or in this case, Keon Coleman, because it diversifies our offense a little bit. So whenever I see one of those 5'10", 5'11", 185, 190 guys, I say, no, thank you. But I will say Troy Franklin is what, 6'2", 6'3"? I'd have to double check.
I think he's 6'1". I think about 6'1".
Okay. So he is the same weight, but he's taller and he is more lean to go run those vertical routes down the field. So that's why I think there's a difference between Franklin and Wilson for me.
Yeah, there's a couple of receivers I still like. I like Franklin. I like Brandon Rice. I like Malik Washington. A couple of receivers I still like.
I want to get your guys' thoughts
McMillan still
on
there?
McMillan is still there. Yes, he is still there. I was going to ask about your thoughts on Brendan Rice. I mean, he's another guy, 6'3". Obviously his dad, we all know. But, he's another guy that kind of been floated around. Not so much with the Bills, just kind of floated around in this range I've seen of third, fourth, maybe even pushed to the fifth, a little bit, mostly third, fourth. I just want to see what you guys' thoughts on him. I would be interested in him to kind of pair up with a guy like Keon Coleman, even though, 6'3", get that other guy that can kind of do a little bit of everything. So what do you guys think about Rice?
Yeah, we talked about him just slightly a little earlier in the show when we paired him with a guy like Luke McCaffrey. Similar things, family bloodlines, all that. Where do they go? They've been kind of all over the board within this range or lower, right? And what is the fit for the Bills and which one would you see? I could see them saying, you know what? These guys are going around later than a Troy Franklin, and we still like both of them. And what we need on this team is a, speedier, smaller build guy who can still have good hands and catch. I would put McCaffrey and Rice next to Keon Coleman and feel good about it. Do I expect that they're going to come in and contribute something day one? No, I wouldn't put the pressure on one of those guys to come in and contribute day one. Whereas a Troy Franklin, I probably would say his speed down the field, what he can do, catchability. I'm saying you need to give that to us now, right? Maybe not play every snap, as the X receiver now, but certainly give us more of a contribution now. But I like both McCaffrey and Rice in the right situation in later rounds, not at 95 for me.
Would Rice be too redundant to Coleman?
Was that
in general? I mean, I would say no in my mind. But, I could see them being next to each other on the field and not being the same type of pass catcher player, right? So I don't think so. I mean, I'd be fine if they drafted Rice later and say, but at that point, you have to believe that they're investing, saying, although we like what he can contribute, again, he's not going to be playing a lot of snaps in his first year, every down kind of guy contributing. But they like the potential there to develop him.
Well, the Browns are picking now. They could get a wide receiver.
Oh, they went. Nope, pick is in. They went guard. Zach Zinter. So another guard off the board there. A position that
trade.
Another trade.
If Philly is trading their pick, it is to the San Francisco 49ers. So the 49ers are moving up all the way to 87, I believe this is at.
86 from 94. So this is a direct comparison pretty much. The Bills at 95, right above the Bills they were picking. They gave up 132. So just above or between the Bills' fourth and fifth round picks. The Bills' only fourth round pick is 128. Their first fourth round pick, their first fifth round pick is 141. So now is a time where maybe you can offer that 5th round pick to come up, that first 5th round pick to come up to that point. So, or maybe even pair 2 of the later 5th round picks to come up, if that's what they're trying to do. But right now, seems like the 49ers are not likely picking another wide receiver here. So we'll see which direction they go. The pick is in. Could they pick Luke McCaffrey just for family ties, right? Probably not at this point, trading up for another wide receiver, but trying to look at my board here to see who I think they could be going with, which direction they could be going. Yeah, there's a few corners still out there, but I don't know that safety we talked about earlier with them, they could go. Does anybody have the pick yet?
Yep, they got Dominic Pooney from Kansas, offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle. Okay, so they go with the tackle. We've talked about the depth at the tackle position this year, especially. Lots of guys who are falling into this range that could probably be starters, potential starters, and certainly could shore up the offensive line. So what do you think? I'm not sure that's, affects the Bills so much. Obviously, the Bills do need guard, center, depth. That would be a piece if they added it. That wouldn't surprise us. But I don't think that was necessarily taking away from where we've been talking about the Bills potentially going with this next pick.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people talking about the Bills in mock drafts going first 3 rounds, getting a tackle or even a guard too. And I think they have enough depth at those positions. I think, people saw Mitch Morsley, right? They saw, especially then moving McGovern down to center. I think they were a little bit skeptical, but I think the signings that they've made, even to bring in, I'm blanking on his name right now, tackle, came over from Cincy. They signed as a backup.
Oh, the Bills, yeah, or the depth tackle, yes. Oh my goodness,
Lyle
Collins.
Collins?
It's getting that late. Lyle Collins, thank
yes.
you. It's getting
So,
that
yeah.
late in the day, isn't it? We've been here 2 nights now. The brain is going foggy. So yeah.
Yeah, so they brought him in. He, I think, can play a little bit of guard if they need him to. So I think they're fine depth wise. Maybe in the 5th round, 6th round, you try to snag somebody, but I don't think offensive tackle is going to be a huge concern for them right now. But yeah, I did see that a lot before the draft. A lot of people mocking them as a tackle and getting somebody. Last year, I think everybody would have said 100% yes, go get a tackle. But Spencer Brown, I think played himself into that starting role pretty nicely. So I'm going to say offensive line's pretty much off the board unless they go somebody late in 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th. So.
Yeah, it's picking up tackles late is always a good idea, right? That's one of those positions where you take a shot in the 7th round, sure. 6th round, yeah, get a guy, bring the body in, see what he could be. And the Bills have hit on some of those guys, right? So you could definitely see them doing that later in the draft as well. And I've been on the board of similar position where 5th or later, a guard center, somebody who plays both positions, that would literally check both boxes for the Bills in one spot. So I think that's more of, give me one of those late round guard center guys, and with one pick you've added to the depth and given competition where you need it, right? And so I think that's more likely than picking one at 95. Seems like we're all still on the pick another wide receiver train. At least that's where my head is at for sure, because we want to know by the end of tonight where that pick is. And I'm a little surprised that the Bills haven't used. They didn't use, obviously, in the last round, that 2nd rounder next year, our 2nd rounder to go. We also have Minnesota's 2nd rounder. I think they would have tossed into play our 2nd rounder, which is, later, to try and trade back in today, either late 2nd or 3rd round. But that did not happen yet so far. And Brandon Beane has shown patience in sitting and picking. And we're not used to seeing that from him. He's the trade up master of, I'm going to go nab my guy. So a little bit of patience this year from Brandon Beane, still bringing in a haul, could still land the guys that we wanted to see him get, even in the 2nd round. If Troy Franklin is still on the board at 95, I think that would be an absolute steal at that point. So yeah, I mean, where's your head at coming toward the Bills pick now? some trades happening, but I think they're going to stick and pick and just say, okay, which one of these guys that we like is here. The only other position I could see, if it's not wide receiver, is edge. If they're like, you know what, this is our guy, and we do see a drop off after this, then they need to go and get that guy, because we could use edge depth. But yeah, what are you thinking?
I think you could also see defensive tackle. I think, especially seeing last year with injuries, you never know how they're going to happen. Daquan Jones is a little bit older. I'm looking at a guy like Dwayne Carter you could try to bring in. I know Tyler Davis is a bit undersized for defensive tackle, at least for what they might need as depth. But there's a couple guys still there that I really like. So I think that's an option. I think it might be a little bit early for them to go defensive tackle, especially because they do have 3 guys there that they could rotate and be fine with, even if one does go down. But I think we saw last year that, you can never really have enough defensive line to kind of rotate in there in case somebody goes down. So defensive tackle is one, but yeah, I would say edge, wide receiver are still the top 2, with wide receiver being the number 1. Running back maybe in play, but again, I think that's got to wait. So
Dallas's pick is in here, waiting for it to come across. And it's, yep.
How about them Cowgirls?
Is the pick in?
yeah,
Oh, it's
so the
in,
pick-
but I mean, is it announced? Yeah.
yeah, so it's linebacker Marist, and I'm gonna mispronounce his last name.
I like him
But,
too. The American Cowboys, hell with him.
Is that why Izzy hopped in to give us the pronunciation key here?
Liufau. Maurice Liufau.
Liufau. Wow, I definitely would have butchered that one.
Si, senor. I almost spelled it wrong, so don't feel
Liufau.
bad.
Good for him, man.
And I liked him too, but now I hate him. So
Yeah, well, another linebacker coming off the board ahead of the Bills is a good thing, because I don't think we had a linebacker in our sights, although there was a linebacker, right, on checking again for Peyton Wilson was the linebacker that Ryan Talbot had on his list of players to watch for this next pick.
I'm not sure if we've brought this guy up yet. What do you guys think about Javon Baker?
We talked a little bit about him being kind of a parallel to Keon Coleman, meaning that big body guy. So we kind of have already checked that box. Talk about a popular pick being drafted to the Bills in the later round. I saw him almost everywhere ubiquitously. Oh, we can get him in the 3rd round. If we didn't get somebody in the 1st, we'll take him in the 3rd round, whatever. So this is definitely where I think he could go, but I don't know if that would be quite the complement that I'm looking for. I want something, equal but opposite as Keon Coleman, basically, right? Give me speed, downfield, lots of ability, good attitude, kind of. But pairing him with another big body guy, that could work, but it's not necessarily what I want to see in this Bills offense as a complementary piece.
That's what I'm thinking, because this is from Bleacher Report. So here are the positives. Functional long speed, above average route runner, good quickness and lateral explosion, above average ability to track the ball, useful yak ability. So it seems like you're right. He just kind of seems like a Keon Coleman, but a little bit worse, because obviously we're in round 3 going on round 4 now. So once we get into this area, you aren't going to have guys that necessarily pop where they're going to be great at everything. But it just doesn't seem like Javon Baker has like that one trait where it's like, yes, this is what he's good at. It just seems like, oh, he's good here. He's above average. He's useful, but he really doesn't have that route running ability or that vertical presence like Troy Franklin. So with Franklin, it says elite speed, can separate from anyone down the field, diverse release package, quick detailed route runner, good ability to hand fight with DBs, above average yak ability.
Lots of comparability there.
Yeah, with Baker,
Tyke Smith just went to Georgia, so another pick where it's not Franklin, so that's good for the Bills. So essentially, I still see Troy Franklin as like that round 2 and now obviously round 3 grade. So I think that he definitely separates himself above someone like a Javon Baker, who seems, like I said, he just seems like that stereotypical 4th round receiver where it's like, oh, he's useful. He'll be a fringe starter. He'll be a serviceable backup. Maybe can develop into a starter. but I don't think you would want to spend a 3rd round pick, especially when you have someone like Troy Franklin who's falling right now.
I will say I've been a huge Javon Baker fan throughout this whole process, but I do agree that he's just not. He's too similar to the. His issues are too similar to what Keon Coleman's issues are. Is separation, getting that separation, being able to get open. But I will say he does have phenomenal body control. Like when you watch him, he just, the way he moves his body, the way that he can be able to control it in the air and adjust, that is phenomenal. But again, that is what Coleman also can do pretty well, is go, with his body control. So I think I would, as much as I would love him, he's kind of out the door for me. I've been a huge fan of him the whole process, but yeah, just too similar for me compared to Keon Coleman. But if they do go with him, though, I still will be pretty happy, just because I am a big fan of him. It'll kind of be I'll be a little curious to the explanation of kind of getting two receivers that do have those skill sets. So it'll be interesting. I do also just want to mention that the Packers just picked another running back. Not really sure what they're doing over there with three running backs now. But I just wanted to mention that as well, because I just saw it come across.
Yeah, I was a little confused. Marshawn Lloyd, the pick there, and the pick for the Cardinals just came in at 90. Elijah Jones from Boston College, the cornerback. So good pick for the Cardinals there, but that means we are only 5 picks away from the next pick for our Buffalo Bills. We'll see if they stick and pick or they try to trade up a few. At this point, I think they're going to stand pat and see what comes through. And guys, we've been with you all night, both nights here now, and here we are sitting a few picks away from the Bills' next pick, and we are over 1,500 live viewers right now. That is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We're having a great time talking about all these picks, obviously breaking down what we see the Bills doing and who on the board might fall to the Bills or is coming toward the Bills pick here. And the positions we desire, everything you could want in analysis from a Bills lens and around the league. So 1,500 of you watching, thank you so much. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, do all of those great things. Follow us on social media. Tune in to Built in Buffalo so that you can subscribe and see all of our great content from all of our people there. And also, if you're watching on YouTube, you can do the super chat function to get your comment on the screen and discuss. We will all talk about it. When you do a super chat, it automatically gets priority. And we do have a sponsor for tonight's show, Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York State? Look no further. Acropolis Realty Group is your full-service independent brokerage specializing in commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, the experienced team at Acropolis is here to help you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-867-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And I can speak from experience. They helped me here in Syracuse, me and my wife, buy our home, our first home, and they were amazing every step of the way. When you're learning, you don't really know what you're doing. Even if you do, they really go above and beyond as a real estate group. So they're not only our sponsor, but I've used them personally, so I can speak to that. Definitely reach out. Tell them Built in Buffalo sent you. Tell them Anthony sent you. Tell them the Hoof sent you. They'll definitely be happy to hear it. So thank you again to Acropolis for sponsoring us tonight and giving us the stamina to get through this long night as we're waiting now with the Packers pick in at 91 here. So just a few away. It's coming. And as we say that, we get a super chat coming in here that, again, super chats get priority. So when you do a super chat, we will put it on the screen from Carl. Why is everyone staying away from Troy Franklin? This is a great question. We've discussed a little bit the things we like about Troy Franklin, his ability to get down the field, get open, create separation. He's fast, he's tall. But I think the one downfall for a Troy Franklin is his size, right? He's a small-bodied receiver. And at the NFL level, that could mean getting bullied by cornerbacks, right? If you can't find a way to avoid contact at the line of scrimmage or deal with contact down the field, then, that could be a knock against you. And I think that's the fear that teams have. Now, he can obviously players, when they transition to the NFL, they can put on bulk, they can put on build that might be able to help him. But I think the risk is worth the reward in the case of Troy Franklin for me. And I've said that consistently from the beginning when people had him mocked at 28 to the Bills, that this is a down the field threat. Yes, I liked other options. You know, I had BTJ I'd like ahead of him for a lot of reasons. But for me, down the field, Troy Franklin is the guy, especially now that we've got the big body receiver that seems to match perfectly and that we've been talking about most as the best fit to go at 95. So what are your guys' thoughts on, is there something else about Troy Franklin that you think could be excluding him from coming in, and why hasn't he been picked yet by a team?
I think it could kind of piggyback off what you're saying, is just because of his size, he won't be able to go get the ball, and he won't be able to fight with corners, or he'll be out muscled continuously. You know, especially contested catches. That was something that was kind of up and down for him. He wasn't exactly able to be consistent ever with contested catches. So I think that could play a factor, but I think that's most of it is just the fact that he is what he is size-wise, and that scares some teams away when it comes to just being that skinny. There's receivers that, yes, sometimes it does work, sometimes it doesn't. You know, you've seen Devonta Smith work out at his size, but there's been multiple receivers that don't work out at that size. So I think that's really the main thing, unless there's something behind the scenes. I mean, that's part of it to me. I think there's got to be something behind the scenes that we don't know, because for him to fall this far, that is a little bit shocking to me. I think, you know, I thought latest would be early third round, right? Early third round, I thought maybe for Troy Franklin, but now we're getting towards that fourth round area, right, by the comp pick. So I think that it's mostly just either the size or there's something else going on.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there and piggyback off that a little bit. Size, strength, physicality, probably struggling against, you know, the stronger defensive backs in the NFL, press coverage, things of that nature that he can possibly struggle with, along with his size. People probably think, even though he ran a 4.40, he should be probably running faster for that size. So you're not running as fast as we think you should be running at that size, at that slender size. Then I think all of that couples into the slide. You know, the lack of contested catch abilities. You know, he does have that slender frame. He has small hands. So I think, you know, all of those factors is probably why he is sliding. But whoever does get him at this point, in my opinion, would be a steal.
Wow. To complement that now, we got a wow from Kevin. What's the wow? Something.
Tampa just took Jalen McMillan.
Oh, I was literally just about to ask about him. So I'm wow. Okay. So I was just about to say, do you see somebody that could go there and use his name as a potential spot there? But that was Tampa at 92. It has not come across my feed yet. But
now, two things.
Take your word for it.
Two things. One.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
So we have Baltimore coming up at 93. Philly at 94, then Buffalo at 95. Baltimore is a team that concerns me. You might want to think about jumping them real quick. They could potentially like Franklin. The other thing that I'll say is you guys were saying his weight could be a concern. And while I agree, I don't know if that would cause him to slip this far. I mean, Xavier Worthy is 20 pounds lighter, and he got picked in the first round last night.
Above average skill set, though. I think he,
True.
you know, with James Worthy running a 4.2 40. You know, so, but I agree.
I'm also interested to see if the Bills go after somebody maybe like a Tez Walker, a guy that is more
there you go.
of a
Yeah.
refined route runner. You know, he's, you know, not exactly he is something that we might even have already a little bit, but a little bit more, you know, speed there and fourth fastest 40 time. So, you know, he can get up in the air. He's a pretty good athlete. Polished route, or he's not the best polished route runner, but he can kind of fit that mold to kind of be a guy that is a little bit better route runner maybe than a Keon Coleman when it comes to separation. But I'm interested if Tez Walker kind of comes into play here as well. There's a lot of guys here too. Like even, you know, Akeem, you were talking about Malik Washington too. I think a little bit that you were a big fan of him as well. But I mean, I'm interested to see Jalen McMillan going because that it's just there's something that's got to be going on with Troy Franklin that's either medical or there's something that's going off the field with him that is making him drop this far. Because especially if Baltimore doesn't take him, I know they just extended Bateman and they got Zay over there, so Zay Flowers. So I mean, that would be kind of a guy that would fit for them. Troy Franklin would be a fit for them, as Kevin mentioned, but if he does get past him, I don't see Philadelphia taking him at all, unless somebody jumps the Bills to go get him.
Yeah, my
Now,
other worry
one
with
thing that
Baltimore picking here is the edge position, right? We talked about the players available. If that's the direction the Bills go, and it's not Troy Franklin at this pick, I think it would be a good spot for them to pick their edge of choice. And now with Baltimore picking ahead of them, could they take an edge here? Possibly. You know, it's Baltimore. They love their defensive guys, so. We'll see what happens here. Kevin, didn't mean to cut you off there. What were you going to say?
No, you're good. I just wanted to say, let's not forget, Joe Brady could get his guy here because he recruited him years ago to LSU. Or he at least tried.
There is a connection there to Franklin, and the Bills have, 3 rounds of meeting with him now, and through the Senior Bowl
top 30 visit.
interview, top 30 visit. They did their due diligence for sure. And again, that tells you that they know where they stand on this player. If this is a worthy investment or not, and you have to believe that Joe Brady obviously has an influence on that decision as well. Trying to see, I still don't have the pick in here, but yeah, so we'll see if the Ravens pick here goes in a different direction. The Eagles with their next pick, unless they choose to trade out and somebody's trying to jump the Bills, again, don't see them going wide receiver. So the Bills would have their choice of what's left on the board. At that point, then, for me, I think it's, do we weigh the Troy Franklin move versus the edge move? And I think that's going to have to come against how far the drop-off is for them in the next round. We know this wide receiver class is deep. What else are they looking for at wide receiver? We already brought up the names of McCaffrey and Rice and guys who might still be available later. But then who do we bring up to match that, right? It's a question of the drop-off at edge. Again, not knowing who their top edge is on the board right now, seems like it might be a little bit bigger in terms of what's coming up in the next round. So, and we're all assuming that it's an investment they want to make, right? Is an edge player, bring in an edge player now while Von Miller is still on this roster to get under his wing and then come in, not necessarily contribute immediately, but be a rotational guy. And then next year already have some training and be ready to go. Do you make that investment with the 95th, a top 100 pick? So pick is in now for Baltimore, just waiting for it to be announced. Thoughts on?
Go
ahead.
Yeah.
One guy that maybe not at 95 necessarily, but one guy that I feel like the Bills could look at because of just the style of player he is Johnny Wilson. 6'7", big guy, can block, can kind of put him on the line maybe if you need to. I know people have talked about moving him at tight end. Tight end is not a need for the Bills at all, but for some reason, he's a guy that I don't necessarily even want him, but I could be not at 95, but I could see them kind of just looking at Johnny Wilson maybe in the 4th round and say, this guy could be a good pick for us to be a blocker, kind of go get the ball, be 6'7", ran a 4.5 40, I believe. So that 4.5 at 6'7", that's pretty fast. So I think, and there's actually the pick from the Ravens as well. It is, I'll announce it. It is.
Oh, there is
Adisa Isaac. So
the edge player that we thought the Bills were most interested in at this next pick comes off the board to
my boy.
To the Ravens. That tells me, again, I knew that edge had to be in play for them there. That tells me that the Bills are now more inclined to go in the direction of wide receiver, because this might have been where their drop-off was at edge, and now pushes edge to the next round. Again, where they still have a lot of picks in play that they can move up boards. A trade down scenario doesn't seem likely at this point because we're not seeing a lot of action to come up and trade anymore, right? The top of this round, we saw a ton of it, and now it's just kind of fading away as we get later in the rounds here, where teams are like, you know what, there's enough players on the board, there's enough talent there, we're just going to wait and see what comes our way. So one more pick to go ahead of the Bills, although the Eagles,
I don't think Philly's
here
going
on
to
the
take
clock.
Troy Franklin, right? Because they
No,
essentially
not
have
at all.
a Troy
Yeah.
Franklin in Devontae Smith.
Yes.
I
And
mean,
even they have it's their third Quez Watkins as well.
I think Quez Watkins went somewhere else. I don't remember the team Quez Watkins went to, but he's not on Philly. I think Pittsburgh.
Yep, he is Pittsburgh.
But but still, it's a couple of receivers. I like Rice here. I listen. I'm probably higher on Rice than most. I like Malik
Rice
Washington.
here. Ooh, yeah.
Malik Washington. I like obviously Troy Franklin. So it's a couple of receivers. I like here.
All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles are announcing their pick. I don't want any spoilers, so I want to see it live. So please, in the chat, I'm away from the chat now so that I don't see it, and I'm going to go to waiting here. So the Eagles pick is in. They take Jalix Hunt, the edge from Houston Christian. Now we've got a run on edge, 2 players right ahead of the Bills. Do they feel the pressure and go with the grain here and take the next available edge player? Who would that be in your mind for the Bills now? Now I have to check my board.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I'm like, who do you like better on you? Who did you like better on your visit? Jalen McMillan or Troy Franklin? That's how I'm looking at it right now. Who did you like better on your visit?
Well, no, McMillan went.
Yeah, McMillan's now off the board.
He went.
So
Sure.
he went to
he
Tampa.
did.
That was
he
the
did.
surprise pick by Tampa.
And
I was literally just pulling him up. I was going to talk about him in conversation when he went. So that was
the pick is
he
in.
did go.
The Bills pick is officially in now. And again, they sprinted to the podium.
I love Jalen Hunt, by the way.
The Bills. You loved what?
I love Jalen Hunt.
Oh, Hunt, yeah.
Love
yeah,
him.
I know. Yeah, that would have been a good pick there, I thought. But oh my God,
For a second, I thought
they seem a little
Oh,
here
that's the
now.
Eagles.
Oh,
Coming
that's
up
the Eagles
already.
room. There
Wow.
we go. Yeah, I told you, pick is in,
This
man.
is quick.
Pick is
For a
in. This
second,
is
I
the
thought
fastest
Indians
pick of the night.
What the pick was.
The fastest pick of the night. They're sprinting up there for our guy Troy Franklin. It's got to be. It's got to be.
Whoa, and it was a different guy that we had talked about a little bit earlier.
Oh yeah, okay. The defensive
like it.
tackle, Dwayne Carter, is the pick here from Duke. Wow. Okay, so that tells you, Troy Franklin still on the board though, right? So maybe the Bills know something about where other teams evaluated him as well. But we get a defensive tackle. You can't be mad about that. We know this was a position of need. We know this was a depth position. They're showing his highlights on ESPN now. A 3-time team captain. Could anything get more McDermott than that right there? They like the leadership quality, clearly. Somebody who gets after the ball, that's always a good thing. What do you guys think with the idea of they sprinted to the podium for this guy? So I will be very interested to hear what Bean has to say about this pick, because this was the fastest pick of the entire second day right now. That there was like, okay, oh, nope, next pick is ready to go. So they clearly feel a very certain kind of way about this player and feel very confident that him being here at pick 95 as the top 100 player was the absolute perfect fit for them and fell right to them.
Yeah, I almost forgot about him, and I thought that he was a guy that could go in the 3rd or 4th round. And we're at the end of the 4th round, 3rd round.
Okay.
So I like the pick. I think that's a solid pick. Defensive tackles have been going so much in the 2nd round, and then in the 3rd round they kind of died down a little bit. So at the end of the 3rd round, I think it's a great pick.
The other thing I like about him is he's you can kind of line him anywhere along the line. He's not just a one trick pony type of guy. So I think I like that about him as well. I mean, defensive tackle, I thought, especially because of last year, they were just going to look to add some depth there. I mean, you had guys go down left and right, especially on the defense side of the ball. This is the 2nd team captain, by the way, that the Buffalo Bills have chosen. Cole Bishop was also a team captain. As you mentioned, Anthony, that they love it. They absolutely love it. So, I mean, I like the pick. Now, not exactly. I still think I would have went Franklin if I were them, but I think adding to the defensive line is never ever a bad move. Adding in the trenches on either side of the ball is always something that you need to do, and you see the best teams in the league usually have very, very good defensive lines or offensive lines or both. So I'm a fan of it.
And with a deep dive, let's go.
You say me?
No, I think Dwayne Carter, the defensive tackle. Again, you can line him up. I like the possibility of pairing him with Ed Oliver in third down situations. I think that's the most attractive thing. This was a need. We know that Sean McDermott likes to implore a heavy rotation along the defensive line, and you can't do that if you don't have those resources. So you have to build those resources. And we've seen Daquan Jones. He's 33 years old. Even though he signed that 2-year contract, he got hurt against Cincinnati. He tore his pec last year. So you're going to need insurance policies like a Dwayne Carter, and you could now throw him in the rotation, and he can be an impact player in terms of being a heavy rotational guy that can make starts if God forbid Ed Oliver or Daquan Jones goes down. So I really like the insurance policy, and the Buffalo Bills continue to add depth and along with impact starters surrounding their football team. So it was a quality pick for the Buffalo Bills.
And I'm about to tweet this, so I will just read it as I am thinking it and tweeting it. So I like Dwayne Carter, but I saw the value with defensive tackle in rounds 5 through 7, especially with Troy Franklin sitting there. So, I mean, there's got to be a reason why Franklin is slipping so much for the Bills to pass on him again for what I thought they could have addressed, a position in defensive tackle that they could have addressed tomorrow.
Especially with the collateral, right, that you're talking about. When you have 4 fifth-round picks, you could have come back in the 4th. You could have waited in the 5th. They sprinted to the podium for this guy. So we're going to hear Bean say, that was our guy. We were trying to trade up for him even. And, instead we took him there. What I think might have happened, what I actually think might have happened is he was their second choice. If the edge player they were interested in, likely, one of the 2 guys who just went ahead of them, although I feel like, it might have been the Baltimore pick that kind of changed their minds, right? They had Isaac on the board. I think he might have been the edge pick for the Bills there. And they said, well, if he's gone, then our next choice is Dwayne Carter. And that's why it was a no-brainer. Boom. As soon as it got to them, they submitted that card. They already had it written down and everything. So yeah, it was a fast selection. And again, from what evaluations I've seen, he was going in late 3rd, early 4th round. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's within his range. But value of the position, again, there's something about him they like. They went and got their guy. Now you're talking about with the 3 picks today, we've gotten our wide receiver, which was the biggest position in need. Safety, depth certainly needed there. And now we have a competition for a starter, if not a day 1 starter. And now defensive tackle, where to me, that's the first pick where clearly they are not going to be a starter on day 1. This is a rotational player who's going to learn the ropes and develop into a starter someday. So it takes a little bit of a pressure off of that pick, but still fills a need. So that's where my head is at with this pick. Again, I'd probably put it more at like a B- for me, or maybe C+ because I liked some of the other options there. Not super satisfying, thrilling, amazing, exciting, but certainly fills a need and checks a box in terms of, that depth at the position and future after, Daquan Jones and some of the guys on the line.
Sorry, go ahead, Game.
When Terrell Bernard got drafted in the 3rd round, he was a 5th, 6th round selection. Right. And we was like, there's a reach. The Buffalo Bills reached. And now we saw Terrell Bernard play, and we're looking at that like 3rd round sounds about right. It sounds about right to me seeing him play right now. Right. So one thing I'm not going to do is criticize Brandon Beane about where he selected his players. Mm-hmm. So we're, again, would we have wanted the sexy selection? Yes, Troy Franklin. I think that would have been the sexy pick. We want to surround that with a guy, Josh Allen, with as much weapons as possible, especially not having a number one receiver right now. So for us as fans, it's definitely like, okay, it's disappointing we didn't get that receiver. But again, I think Anthony was 100% correct. It fills a need, and I think it's an important need. It's not like, okay, this is a bench player that's not going to play. He's not a starter, but he's going to have a chance to make an impact in games because he's going to be a part of that rotation. Ed Oliver played about 70% of his snaps this season, and that's a career high for Ed Oliver. You know, so the Buffalo Bills defensive linemen are going to play in games. So we'll see what happens with Dwayne Carter and how they implement him in the lineup. But I like the depth possibility, and I like what he can do in pass rush situations.
I actually think this might be my favorite Bills pick so far.
Wow.
And there might be like a hot take, maybe. I'm not sure, but
I don't know, but that kind of fits, right? Because Coleman, right? Yeah, Bishop, okay. So I could see that. That's not necessarily a hot take, but I like it.
yeah, and I see, McKinley Jackson just went off the board to Cincy 2 picks after us. So there's another defensive tackle. Maybe this starts the run of defensive tackles going into, day 3 tomorrow. They saw their guy. The main thing for me is just the versatility of Carter, that he showed flashes kind of being able to be a run stopper, more of a pass rusher, but he is a guy that on those third downs can take pressure off of Ed up the middle, going to rush the passer. So I think this might be my favorite one. I think I'm gonna I would say probably like B plus A minus for this one. Bring that up a little bit to bring the total up. So I'm actually a really big fan of Dwayne Carter. Defensive tackles was one that I really thought they should go get, but I do think they maybe saw, maybe kind of alluding to what Kevin was saying with the depth of defensive tackles. They thought, okay, we want to get our guy. We see that these receivers are kind of slipping, of Javon Baker, of Troy Franklin. These guys are slipping, that they can come up then early in the fourth and get one of those guys, whether it is Baker, Rice, whoever it is. So maybe that played a factor into their decision to go defensive tackle now over receiver, seeing some of these receivers slip. So it's going to be interesting. I think they just wanted to get their guy, and I'm a huge fan of it. I like Carter there, and I think especially once Daquan Jones leaves, then you're going to have somebody. I don't think Daquan Jones has much left, if at all, after the season. He's getting up there in age, so I'm a big fan of this one.
I'm gonna have to get going after this, so I guess this will be my
Your
final
summary.
my final summary synopsis for the night. Actually, gotta go work my other job. I do like the pick, or I should say I like the player. I'm not sure if I like the pick, just because of what we're talking about, how we're trying to surround Josh Allen with as much talent as possible. And I saw the talent with defensive tackle coming tomorrow, because I saw the value there rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. So again, I like the player here. I think he's going to be a nice rotational piece. Put him behind Ed Oliver. It fills a need, but did you need to do it right now? Could you have gotten someone like a Gabe Hall tomorrow with all those 5th round picks, or a Christian Boyd for that matter, or someone of that caliber? So there's got to be a reason why Troy Franklin is slipping. Maybe the Bills can use one of those extra 5ths to come up in the 4th and get Franklin, but I'm a little bit skeptical on this, just because I wanted that other wide receiver. But again, I like the player.
I will say, I think you just summed up the Bills draft pretty perfectly. It's like guys that could have maybe gone later, like even, Coleman could have gone later. Bishop, could you have waited on a different safety? So I think it honestly sums up the Bills draft very well. And the Carter is exactly this pick of, could you have waited and got somebody else that maybe, slightly less talented, but value-wise, it's better down the road to then get a Troy Franklin now and get somebody, a defensive tackle, who is maybe slightly less talented on their board or anything like that. So that is a good point, and I do think it sums up pretty much all the picks so far for the Bills.
So I'll give the Bills a solid B. I dropped from a B plus to a B. I think, they've done some good things. It hasn't been perfect, but I feel pretty good going into tomorrow.
There you go. So I mean, that's a pretty good evaluation, that there's still work to be done, and we're going to see there's only a couple picks left in the round here. If another wide receiver isn't taken off the board, I think that's going to be, shooting a star to McDermott and Bean saying, hey, look, come up and get your guy in the 4th round, because you have the collateral to do so. At this point, 2 5s will get you up there, right? So, I mean, I think that is likely to be the case tomorrow. I'm a little shocked we didn't get 4 picks today, because I was preaching that all week and ever since we got that 2nd round pick for Diggs basically next year, that maybe that 2nd round pick would be in play to move and get more picks today. Doesn't mean they weren't on the phone trying to make it happen. It just means it didn't happen. And the same could happen tomorrow, but I find it less likely. I think the Bills will find a way to use the collateral that they've built to move up the board and make something happen, whether that's at wide receiver again or just, playing it out. But like we said, there's a few more other guys at wide receiver that we could have. So Kevin, thank you for joining us tonight. It's been a pleasure to have you on for so long. And, your input has been awesome. And we didn't always agree on these 2 nights, but I'm glad we've both come around to kind of saying, okay, this is a good draft, right? This is a good Bean draft. He's taken his guys. We're on the right track. It's not over yet. It's not complete. There's still work to be done. But so far, so good.
It's solid. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's a nice, solid draft. And we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Sounds good. Thanks again, Kevin.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Now, the Rams were a team that I thought could go after Troy Franklin to get, that speedster kind of guy, but they ended up going Cameron Kitchens.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Guy that I was somewhat interested in late in the draft if they wanted to go safety and wait on it, but goes to the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Got one more left. Is that right?
One pick. Yep. The last pick of this round now is on Washington at pick 100. The top 100 guys, right, will be off the board officially in 2024 here after this pick by Washington. So, yeah, so Kevin, before he left, said he was at about a B for the Bills. Where are you guys feeling with the movement we've done so far? The one thing that is kind of on my mind and pressing is like, okay, you got Keon Coleman for Josh Allen, but it should be a Josh Allen focused always draft, right? Especially after what we lost. So not getting that second wide receiver, I'm not in panic mode yet because we've looked at the board. There's guys there, right? It's in motion. So I think I'm at like a B- C+ right now because I have to look more into Carter. But again, for what value he would bring to the team and what he could do now, they obviously saw a lot of potential future there. But I'm probably would have wanted to pick my wide receiver here and move forward. Even if that was like a Des Walker or somebody that wasn't Troy Franklin, I would have been happy with it. So again, where are you guys at in terms of grade? Same area as me? Are you a little more excited? Shoop, it sounds like you were higher on that last pick. So does that boost you up a grade a little bit? Are you in the more of the B+ range now?
I was at like that B- C+ ish range. I was kind of leaning towards C+, but I was gonna give it a B-. So right now I am right around, and there's actually another receiver that just went, by the way, but it is not
wow. Yeah, it is Luke McCaffrey, the guy we have been discussing, and he comes off the board here to Washington at the end of the round at pick 100. So not somebody I saw going quite this high. Again, we had discussed him. Akeem, you mentioned that you thought he might go a little higher, I think, right? And along with Rice. So McCaffrey gets picked in the 3rd round here. I mean, I saw him going as long as 4 to 6 maybe, but 3rd round is certainly high. But they obviously saw something they liked, the pedigree. They're building from the start there in Washington, so he's going to have a few years to get used to the league and maybe get some experience before they are, considered true contenders and competitive there. But he's got that pedigree. He's got that grit and determination. He looks a little bit like his brother too, obviously, which is interesting. But if you can get half of his brother out of a player like that, certainly worth the pick there. But interesting pick. A little bit of quote unquote a reach. I hate using that word because it's all about where a team feels they like that player. but not where a lot of people had him mocked. We'll say that much.
So the reality is we don't know until we see the production on the field.
Yeah.
We are going based on our personal feelings and assumptions right now. So am I overly thrilled with the draft? No, I'm not overly thrilled with the draft. I don't think it's an A+ draft from my perspective. I'm going to go ahead and still give it a solid B. The reason I'm going to give it a solid B is because we feel necessary needs, and I think we got 3 players that can come in and be that can fight for starting positions or heavy rotational roles in the on this football team, and I think that's the goal for the Buffalo Bills right now. So. I'm gonna give it a B, but again, we're not. We have to see. This is all preliminary right now. This is all before we actually see the production on the field and the progression on the field. None of us knew that Terrell Bernard was going to be talked about as one of the core players for the Buffalo Bills at the time he was selected. None of us knew Christian Benford was going to be talked about as one of the core players for the Buffalo Bills when he was selected in the 6th round, right? Mm-hmm. So we have to continue to wait and see and look at the ending result in this process and see what happens from there. But preliminary, from going off face value right now, I like what we've done because we filled necessary needs with players that can come in and play right away, in my opinion, whether it's starters or rotational roles. So I give it a B.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm around that too. I think B, leaning B+ now because of that this past pick of Carter. I will say though, I'm more of a what's the ceiling and what is the floor for this draft class. So far, I think the floor is like a C-. I don't think you're going to get much worse than that from these guys. I think you already are getting, at worst, a Gabe Davis-esque player, at least talent-wise, when it comes to the level of receiver they are. I think that's the floor pretty much for Keon Coleman. And then you get Bishop, who at worst, I think, is a rotational guy, can be a guy that's a depth guy for years and years to come, at worst. Now, do you want that out of a 2nd-round pick? Absolutely not. But I think his ceiling can also be that guy that can turn into, as long as he can just get a little bit less aggressive. I think that's the one thing. He can definitely get a little bit too much. He can get very aggressive and overplay plays a lot. If he can just kind of calm it down, which I think Sean McDermott, we all know, gets the best out of his secondary, gets the best out of his defensive players. And then you get Carter, who I think can learn from a guy like Ed Oliver in the pass rush game. And then you get Daquan Jones, teach him in the run game. And he's already at least showing signs that he can improve very well in the run game. So, yeah, I think ceiling probably like a C, or floor C, C-. Ceiling, I think you get to like an A-, even maybe an A, depending on how Coleman really progresses there as a receiver.
Absolutely. One of the things coming in about Dwayne Carter that I saw again from a Ryan Talbot was the evaluation. I like this wording here. He never throws up the white flag early, and teammates feed off of his relentless energy. That is, again, McDermott and Bean through and through. You're talking about a guy who was a 3-time team captain. That's awesome. But when you have that energy that translates to the field, not just an off-the-field leader, but translates to your play on the field, and guys actually are better for having you around them, that's the kind of guy anybody would benefit from having on their team, and certainly the mentality that McDermott and Bean like to bring to their guys. So that tells me even more why he was on their board this high and why they sprinted to the podium to get him. They just felt that the need is probably, going to be there at defensive tackle for that type of leadership moving forward.
That was actually, I will say, another knock. Sorry, Izzy, I know you're about to say something. Another knock on, like I said, Cole Bishop was that he plays so hard that sometimes he overplays it and just gets way too all over the place. So there you go. Those are two similarities, I guess. Carter and Bishop, both team captains, and both just have that motor that just never stops running. So I know that's my little last thing, and then at least the pick so far.
Well, I think that this is going to be a interesting day 3 with all the picks we have and the ability to move around if we need to. If there's a guy that we, covet, we can go ahead and move up. If there's a guy, if there's nobody that we think that's worthy of the we can move back. And so the freedom in day 3 is going to be really interesting for the Bills. And, you know, I like that because day 3 is really where Brandon Beane tends to eat.
Yes.
Rounds 4, 5, 6 is really where he does his big
Strikes
work.
gold. Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because not a lot of guys can hit in rounds 4, 5, and 6. But, you know, having as my GM, I like weird at this point. Let's do some weird things next day of the draft tomorrow, and get some players that can get on this roster, take some depth positions, and then develop into starters like Matt Milano did his first year, like Christian Benford did. Let's go get some guys, man. Let's go get some men who are willing to go in there, put in the work, develop themselves along with this coaching staff, helping them to get better. And then later on, we'll be talking about guys in the 5th round of the Buffalo Bills 2024 NFL Draft who are then quality players, if not need I say Pro Bowlers and potentially all pros in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with the first few rounds being lackluster because those guys are all high ceiling, low floors, right? You take your risks early. But for some reason, they hit on those guys. So I got it as a B- for this draft so far. B-, C+. Call it what you want. I don't care. It's the same thing, right? It's junior middleweight. It's super welterweight. It's the same damn thing, right? If I don't know if you're a boxing fan, if any of you guys are, if you look at 160, it's middleweight. 147 is welterweight, and 154 is the super welterweight, junior middleweight. It's the same damn thing. C+, B-, whatever.
Same body type. Yeah.
I'm right in that range with what's going on right now, and I'm fine with that because the draft is the draft until 3 years later, and you find out whether these guys are nasty or they're not. And so I'm a patient guy. 17 years, of drought. One thing I learned is patience. So we're going to see what happens. I like Joe Brady. I love Bobby Babbitt Jr. And we're going to see how they do with these guys. I like the picks we got. I wasn't in love with any of them, but I like them. I'm okay with them.
That's it right there.
And so that's what I've been saying the whole time. It's like, oh, we're Latin funky, but if we didn't take him and they had a different plan, fine. However, it's not my plan. My ass ain't on the line. Their ass is. So, you know what? You put your ass on the line for these guys. Go out there, train them up, let them become great. If they can't become great, it's your ass, not mine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that pretty much summarizes it very well. You know, what we've seen go down, there's been a lot of emotion in these Bills picks. We hyped up Troy Franklin because we thought maybe, man, if he makes it there, it's definitely going to be that pick, right? Like, man, the 3rd round, we thought he could go in the 2nd. In the beginning, in January, he was going in the 1st of mock drafts, you know? So, like, come on, man. And now he's fallen all the way to the 4th round, unless there's some kind of medical red flag there, which also would be confusing as to why the Bills would string him along in all of the interviews, right? Again, starting with the combine, the private workout, the 30 visit. There has to be something in their evaluation there that they were like, okay, we want to see this again. Okay, let's see how this translates. And okay, let's refine this detail about him. But unless something came up in their post research that they're like, oh, he's got a red flag from his personal life or something, we could only speculate. But I think Troy Franklin is still the target on the board that I would most like to see become a Buffalo Bill and match with what we've got now. And that would definitely move the needle for me in terms of my grade and what I'm thinking. By the way, did we get an RAS score for all 3 picks again? So Keon Coleman was an 8, something like that. It was higher. Coleman was the one who was higher.
8.1. I think it was 8.18. Coleman, I think, was 8.18, and then I had just had Bishop's right in front of me. Bishop was a 9.88.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Mm.
Solid.
And
was it?
then
What
let
was
me try.
Very, above, well above
9.88.
average.
No. So he said 8.
Let's see. Dwayne Carter was a
8.18.
7.67.
7.67.
So not too bad.
Uh-huh.
Very, very, very
Not at
good
all.
composite speed grades. 40. He was in the top percentage
Speed.
for 40-yard
Okay.
dash, 20-yard split, 10-yard split, and vertical. Which was another thing. He can get his hands up in the passing
Yes,
lanes.
yes,
He will be
yeah.
able to do it as well. So,
Mhm.
You know, I see a question in the comments. Can any of us see us competing for the AFC East, let alone the conference? And I can, because even before this draft, I was like, all right.
Exactly. We did not need to add a thing. I'm sick of this talk between Bills fans. They don't know how good we are. Even in our chat, Built-in Buffalo chat, I was arguing with people saying, stop it, right? Even this morning, I talked about my podcast partner and good friend Eric, who I'm telling him, just shut your mouth, okay? Enough is enough already, because come September, you all are going to say the same damn thing. This roster is Super Bowl ready right freaking now. And that's because it was before this draft started. It was Super Bowl ready. Bean has had it the plan in place. McDermott has had the plan in place. Forget about every other team. Think about this team and what this team is capable of with McDermott and Bean at the helm. The team will be ready. The roster will be ready. You can't take things like health into consideration. There's things that happen. Last year, we were an injury away, one backup player away from beating the Kansas City Chiefs, and we would have been in their spot. This roster is already better than the roster we had in the playoffs for that reason. This roster going forward is going to be even better. You could have just added depth in this draft. We already got a starter in Coleman. We already got more depth and potential starter in the second round. We got a guy who's going to get snaps because defensive tackles on this team get snaps and is going to have an impact. So you got three guys who are going to have an impact on this team, at the very least getting snaps and seeing time on the field and having an impact. But even without any single one of them ever touching this field, the Buffalo Bills are a Super Bowl team, whether you like it or not. So you can talk all the shit you want right now, but come September,
Let's go.
come September, you will be on board. You will all be on board. So start looking objectively at what's happening now and not thinking, oh my God, I wanted this guy and they didn't get him, so the Bills all of a sudden suck. Because that's not the case. You are wrong, my friends. And I've said this to many of my friends starting last night on the air right here. I had to be a therapist for everybody. And this morning and all last night, that's right, Izzy. You and I, Izzy, were on the same page. And everybody else was so downtrodden and like, what is happening? And I'm like, look, Bean, it's Bean. Let him do his thing. He knows what he's doing. This roster is getting better. The confidence in these picks is better. Are they the guys I wanted? Absolutely not. They're not the ones I picked, but I do have faith that the team we put together in September will be a Super Bowl contending team, will beat the Kansas City Chiefs, will beat the Cincinnati Bengals, will beat, the Baltimore Ravens, whatever team you put in front of us, the Miami Dolphins, the Jets, get out of here with that. They have a lot more to prove than we do. So do the Miami Dolphins. Who's better right now at the end of the season? The Buffalo Bills are. They're chasing us. So enough of this nonsense. Don't buy into the ESPN bull crap. Don't think about the guys we lost because it was age. We got younger and better. We knew that Poyer was on his way out. We knew that some of those guys it was time to move on from. We didn't want to give up Trey White, but he got injured, and he was a detriment to this team and this roster with his contract. We couldn't move forward with him anymore. So continuing to harp on this team isn't good enough is absolute insanity at this point. We are a Super Bowl roster. You have Josh Allen. You have a damn good team around Josh Allen, and it's because we have been making the decisions in that front office and McDermott leading the way on the field. All the crap talk during the season, all the crap talk in the offseason, that is what matters in the end. Come September, this team will be a Super Bowl team. I don't care what ESPN tells you. I don't care what any national media tells you. We know this team, and we know that through and through.
My only complaint, Anthony, is you can't downgrade shit from crap. All right, you can't do it.
And I'm just
That's
looking
right.
at some of the comments as well. Last year it was every team got better, the Bills got worse, and same type of things happened. The Bills won the AFC East. They were a high seed. That we were told the Bills were not going to be good.
Yeah.
Same thing happened. You saw the AFC West get hyped up. You see every year.
Yeah.
You've seen it. You hear even if the roster got worse, guess what? There's only one team in this league. One team in this league that has a guy that's put up 40 touchdowns 4 years in a row. One guy, actually, one team in history actually has that guy. Not just in the league right now, in history. So I get everybody, oh, we lost him.
We still have him.
Half the time people were also calling for half the guys that left to leave.
Yes,
I was hearing Poyer, get out of here after last year. I was hearing Hyde, get out of here after last year. Troy White, I was hearing he doesn't play, get rid of him anyway. That's all I've been hearing. And now all of a sudden now it's an issue. Well, it doesn't make sense. Nope. We got one guy in the league that has been a top tier guy in the league at his position, at the most important position. You got a head coach that knows what he's doing, whether the team is supposed to make the playoffs or not. And you got a GM who continuously gets dogged on, yet year after year, when you look at his drafts after that year, they're great. When you look at the signings, yeah, maybe some of these small signings don't work out, the low risk ones, because they're low risk for a reason. That's what he does. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to manipulate the cap. He knows how to move up and down the draft board. He knows how to do everything. It's like, I get it. I get why people are necessarily like concerned, but to go as far as I see some people, I not necessarily even saying the people in the comments, just people that I've seen going as far as they have, even the national media with this team, it's going to be the same thing year after year. And yes, Brandon Beane's drafts are good. You can go look at the hit rate. You can go look at other GM's hit rates. You can go look at anything.
Yes.
You can go look at any stat you want to about drafts. Brandon Beane is a top-tier drafter in this league.
Just look at our roster. Who wouldn't want to have Matt Milano? Give me one team in this NFL league who said, I don't want Matt Milano for 5 years, the past 5 years, even plus. Since he stepped on this field, any team in this league would beg for Matt Milano as a 5th-round pick. Christian Benford, we've already talked about all of the leaders on this team, the day 3 picks he's had. Why? Because he missed on a couple of 2nd-round picks, because Kaiir Elam is yet to be proven. There's a couple mistakes, but you could look at any GM and you're going to see those same things. And when you compare it to Beane's record and what Beane has done, my God, you should respect Beane as one of the absolute best GMs in football. Period. End of story.
There's like a tier where it's like Beane and Roseman and Veach and a few other guys, and then there's everybody else.
Yes.
Right? And I just think 3 guys,
and even
Chiefs, Bills, Eagles, and then who?
And even those guys missed. Look at Veach with their receivers history. Look at
Sky Moore.
He's missed multiple times on receivers. If Brandon Beane missed that many times on receivers, people would be calling for his head.
Yes.
And it just blows my mind that we drag him every year for no reason. He puts a top 5 team together every single year. And and again, you say you're being realistic. They beat Kansas City in the regular season just because they lose to them. Like, they beat them in the regular season. Houston, what is Houston? Houston has, again, more to prove than Buffalo this year.
Way
because
more.
If they don't do much, what's going to go on there? Same with Baltimore. Baltimore every year. I hear every year Baltimore's been,
and they can't do anything.
They can't win a playoff game.
The product of a beaten up division that had 3 quarterbacks out. Come on.
And Andrew, 31 teams lose every year, dude. 31 teams lose every single year. For the past 2 years, then every team has been trash except for one.
The Bills, since Josh Allen took off, right? And we got Diggs. Let's be real, right? Okay, we'll say it. Since we got Diggs, since that takeoff of Josh Allen and that growth, the only teams that have beat us in the playoffs are the Chiefs and the Bengals. That's it. Where were the Bengals this year? Not in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? Joe Burrow's been hurt, injured, season-ending twice in his career. So good luck, Bengals, with that.
And they've got chaos going on too. They're losing T. Higgins
and Trey Hendrickson.
Hendrickson.
They lost.
There's nobody on the Bills who wasn't Diggs saying, "I want out of here." There was nobody
ever. When players leave, they want to come back. They say, "We love Buffalo." They don't say, "Oh, I hated it there."
Shaq Lawson, Jordan Phillips. Those are 2 alone that have come back. You got Milano signing extensions. You got Deion Dawkins signing. You guys got people signing extensions over and over and over. And
we've lost because of coaching. We've also won because of it. McDermott's one of the winningest coaches.
Exactly.
We've also lost because it's football. Here's the other thing. I think
exactly.
It's football. At the end of the day, you do need luck to go into the game. You can look up Tom Brady saying the same exact thing. The guy who is the ultimate winner in the game of the NFL, has even said you just need luck a lot of times.
Exactly. The timing of the playoff game against Kansas City, we literally pulled a linebacker off the street to come in and start because we had no depth. And Kansas City hurt the whole game.
And they had two more days of rest, right?
And they barely beat us. So I mean, come on.
They had two more games, 2 more days of rest.
Here's nothing that pisses me off about some Bills fans, right? Here's nothing that aggravates the hell out of me. So we can't get past the Chiefs. Well, who the hell can? Okay, 2 quarterbacks, 3 coaches. 2 quarterbacks, 3 coaches. Tom Brady with Belichick, Tom Brady with Arians, and Joe Burrow the 1 year he was healthy enough to do it.
And his defense went on an unbelievable playoff run that year. His defense was lights out that entire playoff year. And what happened in the Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm. Give me Kyle Shanahan. Hang on. Which of those coaches that have beaten them, which is one of them is still a coach right now. Only one. 3 of them have beaten them. Bruce Arians, Bill Belichick, and then Zach Taylor. He didn't make the playoffs this year. Well, let's McDermott and see if we can't snag him up. Get the hell out of here, man. Come on, who we get?
Look, and here's the thing. I will say this. It's all right to be, kind of just down on the team with certain things, right? But to me, it's the extent of how far some people go with it.
Yes.
Saying this team is now going to be garbage. It's a rebuilding here.
Yeah.
Do we look at other teams in the league? Like sometimes I'm like, do we look at what other teams do? Like the Bills aren't the only team that lost players. We aren't the only team that missed out on good players. Like it's just hilarious sometimes. And I get it. They're going to miss on some picks. Every GM misses on picks. Every player drops balls. Every player does something. There's no such thing as a perfect team. There hasn't been since the Dolphins in, I can't even remember what year was it, 73 maybe, but whatever. There's been 1 or 2 perfect teams ever, and it hasn't happened since however long ago. It does not happen. Things happen, and people lose. That's what happens. And it's just at the end of the day, it's football, and I think sometimes this isn't basketball, right? In basketball, yes, majority of the time. In basketball, you have the top players.
100%.
Your team's going to do well.
And
football,
that's what I'm saying.
It's not that way.
All we can look forward to is September. Will this team be a Super Bowl contender? Can they get us over the edge? And I don't care what happens between now and then. This team is a Super Bowl contender, and we'll get there. Okay, so September is what matters. That's when the season starts. This roster will be a Super Bowl contending roster. And then, yes, what Shoop is saying, it takes everything coming together at the right time. Timing is everything. Super Bowl depends on the playoff run. This year, we got injured at the wrong time and dealt with that going into the playoffs, and that's the reason we lost. You can look at the excuses before. I know you're bringing up in the chat other things that have happened, 13 seconds, all that. Yes, there were mistakes made there, but I'm telling you, those teams were playoff ready too. Those teams were Super Bowl ready too, and they've learned from their mistakes, and Beane and McDermott have continued to grow in every single way, in a positive way, and that only can carry the momentum forward. You have to get over the hump. Kansas City is there, but yeah.
The only other thing that I would want to say as well is everybody's saying the offense got worse. We don't know what this offense is going to look
exactly.
Like. We have no idea. For all we know,
Joe Brady.
You've seen addition by subtraction time after time, but team after team. You've seen it happen. I love Stephon Diggs as a player. I thought he was a phenomenal player for the Buffalo Bills. He was the best receiver in Buffalo Bills history. But who says that Joe Brady's offensive scheme now, bringing in a guy that maybe fits his offense a little better. Yes, Diggs would probably be phenomenal in a Joe Brady offense. They probably could make it work very well. But it's like, what are we really doing here when it comes to offense? And there's no, Justin Jefferson, by the way, I keep seeing that we traded out of the first round. We traded out. We could have got other guys. Justin Jefferson, by the way, was the 5th receiver taken in his draft. 5th. People probably said the same thing about other teams. The Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Reagor got picked before him. That was an awesome pick. Some people were probably thinking it was great. We don't know until it gets to September. Yeah, maybe all these guys are misses. Maybe every single one of them is a miss. Maybe Keon Coleman will drop every football. Maybe Cole Bishop can't tackle for a thing. Maybe Dwayne Carter gets knocked over every other day. But it's just, we don't know. And to be able to say that this draft is horrible, yes, you could say, oh, well, this draft didn't go the way I maybe wanted it to. I wanted other guys here. I wanted this guy. But you do not know until it gets to week 1, until you see them put the pads on and start going at each other. And I'm going to try to be optimistic. Yes, there were other guys that I would have wanted over Coleman, over Cole Bishop, over Dwayne Carter. But the picks aren't like they're even any analyst that's out there is saying that they love the pick. Dan Orlovsky loved the Coleman pick. Dwayne Carter was a guy, as soon as I heard him talking about it, as soon as they put it up there, they were raving about how this guy does a little bit of everything. So you don't really know until we do get to week 1. Do I wish, yes, they do go do a little bit more on offense? Yeah. But we don't know. This offense could look completely different. We could be a run-heavy team for all we know. I doubt it, but we don't know.
Here's another thing, right? Like, the arrogance it takes to be a fan, like one of us. We're all fans here. All 4 of us are fans here. But the arrogance to sit here and believe that we know better than a GM who has done nothing but produce playoff teams 6 out of 7 years. The arrogance it takes. For me, I was a Ladd McConkey guy. When we took Coleman, I was like, well, I mean, McConkey was there. He went the very next pick. But for me to be arrogant enough to be like, well, I mean, Bean done fucked up now. Like, no, I don't know any better than he does. If I'm going to sit here and be like, yo, I know better than Bean, take my guy, you stupid son of a, you know, I said it. Hey, you know what, you stupid son of a bitch, take my guy. No, he's the GM. It's his ass on the line. Like, I don't know why I have to sit here and explain the arrogance it takes for fans to be like, I know better than him. I watched the film. You think he didn't?
How many Bills fans
didn't watch the film and be like, well, our new offensive coordinator says we need this, so we're going to go get this because that ain't it. And then the arrogance it takes, it's I tried my best to not be arrogant, right? And and I know most people aren't even thinking about it being an arrogant thing to do, but to be like, I know better than you, and this is your damn job, and you've made the playoffs for 6 years out of 7. I'm smarter than you. No, you're not. I'm not either. I'm not. No, I'm just not. And I wanted other guys, but here's how I know I'm not smarter. When Josh Allen was drafted that year, I wanted the Bills to stay put and draft 2 offensive linemen, Billy Price and Hernandez, in that first round. I wanted James Washington in the second round, and I wanted who's the Steelers quarterback we beat the playoffs this year? Randolph. I wanted him in the 3rd round. That was my 2018 draft class dream. And I think I know football pretty well. I hope everybody here agrees with me somewhat within the either quality amount of interactions like Rich and Ben, and then the few I've had with you, Anthony, that I've actually given a good rapport of myself to be like, you know what you're talking about, at least generally. But like, you're going to be wrong sometimes. And I was wrong as hell that year. I was so wrong. Where's James Washington? I have no idea. Billy Price sucks. Hernandez is, I don't know where he is. And Rudolph is the Steelers still, maybe? I don't know.
He's over. He got traded somewhere. Vegas, I think.
I was wrong all 3 rounds. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Well, so, I do also want to say we've already mentioned other guys too that we've been wrong about. Josh Allen, Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, like Khalil Shakir, Dane Jackson, like guys that be like, why are we choosing this guy? And we're not saying that you guys can't have opinions. It's just even us, like we have opinions. Everybody's got their opinions on what the team does. The thing we're saying is the how deep that we're taking our opinions,
and how to the extreme. Yeah,
how solidified we are on our opinions. That's the other thing. Is it's like
we're saying fire bean yesterday, right? We got a lot of fire beans. We got a lot of angry people, angry messages. All those people. It's just you're completely overreacting and not seeing the situation for what it is, right? We got pieces today that help this team because of the decisions we made yesterday. And tomorrow when we make moves with the other assets we got, it's going to impact the team in a positive way. And you can make that judgment years from now and then say, well, I wish they would have taken this guy. But you can do that all day with every team, no matter what. Patrick Mahomes didn't go number 1 overall. Okay, there was a lot of teams that didn't think he was the best player ever anywhere, right?
Yeah, Bears.
Same thing. Josh Allen was the how many quarterbacks went at him? 3 quarterbacks at him. I mean, that's, it's you can have hindsight every single year. You're making the team better, and that is ultimately what matters. And there's a right way to criticize and a wrong way to criticize, and you can't just be totally on board either. I'm not that guy. I will always disagree with Beane and McDermott on things and call it out and say why. But you can't just say, oh, fire Beane or fire McDermott because this happened or that happened. The context is so much bigger than that. Where would we be without Beane and McDermott, right? Oh, where would
I think there's also a difference between acting like your opinions are opinions and acting like opinions are facts. There's a difference there as well, where the way it comes across sometimes by other people. Even I do it too. I'm gonna be honest. I do it all the time. How many times in Built in Buffalo chat do I come across where I'm this arrogant? I come across arrogant a lot, but it's just something that at the end of the day, I'm gonna go to sleep and I'm gonna know that what I think probably might not be true. Might be wrong. So that's all I got on that. I know we kind of just did kind of go on.
Yeah, we did. We went on I took this that way though, because I saw the comments in the chat and after last night and then all night and tomorrow morning, and I'm like, damn, what's
like, I'm not in it, motherfuckers.
Yeah, Akeem's like, hey, I'm the one of those. He's taking a beating because he's one of those who thinks Beane should be fired tomorrow. So,
like my man Andrew, look, Bronx Tale's my favorite movie, but I get it. You're not saying fire anyone, but
I've also seen you angry. Oh, Andrew, I've also seen you angry in the comments too. Don't come after. Come on now.
Not angry. You're angry.
My thing is like, as far as the draft, the reality is, I alluded to it earlier. The reality is we have to see the production on the field. We have to see these players on the field to see what type of players we actually got. I don't like Dr. Pepper, but it doesn't mean if I have a store, I wouldn't put it in my store. I'm pretty sure there's people that's going to like Dr. Pepper. So just because it isn't, just because I don't like it doesn't mean that it's not right or it's not going to be successful. You know what I'm saying? So I think we have to take a step back and see how these players perform. At the same time, I do feel that I'm a Super Bowl or bust guy. I'm one of those guys that's like, listen, every year we're at that point now is like, okay, my expectation is to win a Super Bowl. My expectation is to hoist the Lombardi Trophy. That's my expectation for the Bills. And the reality is, the window is always open because of the franchise quarterback that we have, but it gets harder depending on what happens and if you're not successful. So when Josh Allen was a rookie and he broke out in that third year, that was a window where it's like we didn't pay him yet. So that's the probably the biggest percentage. That's when the window is open at its most, at its biggest, right? You're not paying your quarterback yet, and you have money to play around and get certain guys. And the Buffalo Bills was at that window, and they was not successful in that window. Now Josh Allen's got paid, and it's not going to get any cheaper. It's $40 million, $50 million is going to balloon now, right? So that the window is now still there, but I'm not sure how big or small it is now because of stuff happening. Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde, they're no longer here. They was in the prime of their careers in 2021. So they're no longer here. So you have to now rebuild off of that. Now you have to rotate players and hope you can revamp core players for the Buffalo Bills and don't miss on certain guys so you can maintain that a successful success and sustain the success in terms of being a four-time AFC East champion. But I'm at the point right now where I want to hoist the Lombardi Trophy. And are the Bills closer to that Lombardi trophy after this draft, I'm not sure. That's a remains to be seen situation, but it's always Super Bowl or bust for me for the Buffalo Bills. And every year the Buffalo Bills don't win the Super Bowl, it seems like it's further away. So that's just how I look at it in hindsight.
I do have one question for you, A-Rich. Yeah, so I got one question.
Mm-hmm.
When this year, right now, do you feel more confident about the next 5 to 6 years of this team now or before the last season?
So I believe there are situations now. I believe that the Buffalo Bills are in a situation where this year Brandon Beane is a guy that he's not just looking. He's not like this. You know, he's not narrow-minded. He's a guy that's looking right now in the present future, and he's looking in beyond. Right. So we have to understand that even though we say the cap is a myth, sometimes we like to joke and play around, the cap is indeed real. And in 2024, the Buffalo Bills are in a spot where they cannot spend the money. They don't have that cap flexibility to go out there and be big players. So Brandon Beane is now have to think, OK, how can we remain competitive while we go through this lull in terms of not being big spenders in free agency? So I think that's the point we're at in 2024. And I think he's looking at it and attacking this draft as, you know what, we have to get as much players we possibly can that can be high full floor players and be starters or rotational guys for this team now, because this is the biggest proponent I have to invest on the team in 2024. Now in 2025 because now I built these players up in 2024, where now again, we're not conceding a Super Bowl. I'm not saying we can't win. We don't know what happens throughout the course of a season. Players go down and change the entire course of an NFL season. So we don't know who's going to be available from who's not going to be available from all 32 teams. So as long as the Buffalo Bills are competitive this season, they definitely have a chance. But we have to think about next season as well in terms of 2025, where it's like, okay, we built a team in terms of 2024 where we didn't invest in terms of money. We invested in terms of development and draft capital. And next year in 2025, we're going to have enough cap flexibility to go ahead and be a bigger player in free agency. And now we can probably get those above average players or star players to align with the players that we hope can develop this season. And maybe 2025, that window may expand. But I think it's levels to the certain situation that the team is going through. And I think 2024 is a cap strap situation where the Buffalo Bills have to learn to be able to sustain success while not having the money that other teams have to go out and make these big free agency splashes.
I have a question for you, Akeem. What did we expect from the Texans last year?
We expected we didn't have those type of expectations that the Houston Texans showed us.
What did we expect? Like before the season, it was like they're going to be like 6-11,
possibly
12, and them fuckers won a division. They went into the playoffs. They won playoff games. They got to the freaking divisional round. They lost to freaking Baltimore, who then got smashed by the Chiefs. Right? Expectations are one thing. Results are another. And one of the comments here I'm seeing is like, if it's not Super Bowl or bust for you, then you're accepting mediocre or you're okay with it. It is Super Bowl or bust. But just because it's Super Bowl or bust does not mean I can't recognize how good the team is, even though we didn't make the Super Bowl. Like it's not black and white. There's still a gray area in there. Like the Bills are Super Bowl or bust. The Chiefs are Super Bowl or bust. The Ravens are Super Bowl or bust. The Texans are Super Bowl or bust. There's like 4 or 5 Super Bowl or bust teams. And just because those teams didn't make it or didn't win the Super Bowl does not mean that those teams aren't good or should fire everyone. Like the Texans lost, right? But they didn't have any expectations, right? So who cares? They weren't supposed to be there anyway. So the Ravens were the 1 seed. They got crushed in the playoffs. They didn't just lose. They got dismantled by KC. Right.
So let me give you another perspective right quick, right? You don't feel the way that that Joe Burrow has made the Super Bowl and Josh Allen has not?
I absolutely do.
Would you hold on? Would you feel a way? Would you feel a way if Houston surpasses the Buffalo Bills and end up in the AFC Championship game? Did you feel a way that the Detroit Lions are in an NFC Championship game? These teams are teams that just came about, and I don't want to say they surpassed the Buffalo Bills, but they got into levels where it's like, okay, what is the Buffalo Bills doing here? I'm giving the other side of the spectrum. I understand what you guys saying. I'm turning.
We're not against you, man.
Yeah. Now I'm turning the page and thinking about. I'm seeing some of these comments, so I'm like, okay, let me give the
flip side of the coin.
That's my problem with the whole situation, right? You're talking about the Texans just coming up and making it. Great, you made it 1 year. You've got 5 more years till you're at the Buffalo Bills level. If you win a Super Bowl in that time, great. You're better than what we've done over the last 6 years. But if you don't, then guess what? You haven't even reached nearly this. The whole point of what I started ranting about was that Brandon Beane has made this team what it is. And Brandon Beane has consistently made this a Super Bowl contending roster and made the roster better through what he's done. It's not every single thing he does that hits. Of course not. That's not the nature of the job. That's not the nature of football. But he has made this team better every single year and closer every single year. And this year is no different. He has done the hard things, gotten rid of the players that needed to be moved on from, and taken this team to another level with as little to work with as he's had yet. So to me, that's almost, you're giving more credit to Brandon Beane and then saying he should be fired. How the hell are we 5 years now away and still contending, winning the division, getting here, whatever? It's because Brandon Beane is doing that. It's because he's making this roster what it is. It's because he has done the right things to make this roster better and move on from the right guys and make the right moves. And again, come September, that is where we will all be. We will all be saying the Bills are going to the Super Bowl and nothing less, because we know this team and we know that's what it's going to be capable of. And we don't care what Kansas City looks like then. We know that our roster is better and that we can beat them. We don't care what Baltimore or Texans or whoever you want to throw in there. Our roster will be better than theirs, and we will be the team to beat. I don't care what ESPN tells you. They're wrong. I don't care what the national media says. They're wrong. I don't care what players who have left said. They're wrong. This team is going to be right there competing for a Super Bowl next year in January when it counts, playoff time. And that is that's because Beane has worked his magic and made it happen. Even in a year where you take the big dead cap and you don't have free agency like you were talking about and you can't sign big names, you still improve this roster by pushing the right buttons and making things happen with less to make more from less. So that's more of a credit to Brandon Beane than anything the Lions have done, than anything the Texans have done, because those teams scraped the bottom of the barrel for years upon years so that they could blossom now in these couple of years. The Bills have been consistently good over the time the Texans were bad and the Lions were bad to even get a chance. Okay, and the Ravens, look at them. Would you rather be the Bills or the Ravens? You'd rather be the Bills. The Ravens have had a down season, an up season, a down season. We're going to be the best team in the AFC season. Whatever, right? Like, no, I don't want to be that team. I want to be the one that's consistently good, that's consistently winning their division, that's consistently getting into the playoffs and contending for the Super Bowl. The pieces haven't all fallen together yet because of injuries and mistakes and whatever you want to say, but Beane has put this roster in a place to win a Super Bowl every single one of those years.
I do just want to bring this comment back up real quick. I know you put it up here. I want to talk about specifically the last sentence. The draft is all we got. This year, right? It's this year. What we got is, this year is all we got is the draft. He has to hit. I'm looking at this year, and I was going to actually ask all you guys. This is more a question for Akeem, but everybody can answer. But Akeem, do you look? I know. Okay, so people have been throwing around the word rebuild. Not a rebuild year. Do you look at this as a retool more than a rebuild? And when I even say retool more so like a contending retool. or a good retool or a bad retool, as in like playoff retool or not playoff retool, and then bounce back? Do you still think this team is a playoff team? Oh, you're muted. Hold on, I got you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The Buffalo Bills are still, a playoff team. The foundation is in place. It's about the foundation now, right? The foundation is having that good coach. We know our coach is a good coach. We know our GM is a good GM. We have a bookend left tackle. We have a franchise quarterback who's a top 3 quarterback in this NFL. So we have core pieces in place. We have still a solid defense ran by a defensive-minded head coach. So once we have the core pieces in place, the main core pieces in place, that's going to sustain our success as long as we continue to implement those necessary role pieces and hit on those role pieces to complement our core players. And this season, I think the Buffalo Bills have done a good job doing so, in terms of adding pieces and adding depth pieces, Austin Johnson, and adding the draft pieces we added tonight, and adding Curtis Samuel, and adding guys that we've added. In my opinion, we've been able to hold that fort in terms of remaining at least at minimum status quo in terms of what we're expecting the Buffalo Bills to do this season. I expect a very good football team come September.
So I got another follow-up after that so you think they're a playoff team. What are they missing that would make them a contending team, in your opinion?
I think there is still a piece missing on the offensive side. I like the addition of Keon Coleman. I think there's more to be desired at that on that side of the ball in terms of getting Josh Allen more weapons. We have to score points in this NFL. We have to have the players to do so. We lost Gabe Davis. We lost Stephon Diggs. I think we lost 2 starting receivers that, in my opinion, provided a dimension. Say what you want about Gabe Davis for the Buffalo Bills in that offense. So adding Keon Coleman is a nice piece, but I still would like another piece to go along with Keon Coleman. And I think in Joe Brady's offense, the way he likes to throw these short passes and check down and throw the ball to the running back, I think running back 2 is another piece we can afford to get in the 5th round and can be an impact player for the Buffalo Bills. On the other side of the ball, it's all on Von Miller in terms of pass rush. Who's going to make that play when we need a play to be made? 3rd and 6 and the game is on the line. Who's going to make that play? Is it going to be Ed Oliver? Is it going to be Greg Rousseau? Can Von Miller get back to form? So I still have some questions in terms of who's going to make up for that pass rush. There's no more Leonard Floyd and his 10.5 sacks. So I have some questions there. But beyond that, it's more about filling in depth pieces for the Buffalo Bills, because I like our starting unit.
Just on that last answer, when you said that, it rang a bell for me. I wasn't a huge fan of the 3rd pick today, but when you say that, that's immediately what came to mind. Okay, 3rd and 6, who do you want on the field? You want a guy with high energy who's going to bust his ass, get through the line, make a play. Wait a minute, we just drafted that guy. We just drafted that guy who can do that, right? Like, on top of having the pieces in place like Oliver and Daquan Jones, we just added a piece who is that kind of difference maker and would come in exactly that scenario to me. The other end, the wide receiver side, the part that is annoying me is that people are like, well, you lost Diggs and you lost Davis. Look, nobody can replace Diggs 1v1. Nobody. That's not going to happen. But Davis, we added another receiver. Yes, we just drafted Coleman, but where is the respect for Curtis Samuel? You want to talk about short passes or what he can be? The potential for Curtis Samuel in this offense, he was a tier above where I thought we could afford. I did not think the Bills were going to get a level of a Curtis Samuel, and they were able to, because Brandon Beane was able to make it work, bring him in. And I think he is a contributing factor. You look just at our wide receiver room now versus last year, and I am much happier with where we're at now. Nothing is going to replace Stephon Diggs. But overall, in terms of spreading the ball out, in terms of who's going to make a play, in terms of what can you rely on, Kincaid, Knox, those 2 guys are going to be there. We know what they're capable of. But even just at wide receiver, You know Khalil Shakir is going to be better, right? I don't see him falling off. The guy is a catch machine, right? And he's only improved from everything we've seen so far. You brought in a Curtis Samuel, a difference maker, a playmaker who you can line up anywhere on the field and can run any route and make any play. That immediately is an upgrade, right? Sure, you lost Gabe Davis. I think Curtis Samuel adds more dimension to this offense than Gabe Davis ever could. And that's just going off the stats alone. What did Gabe Davis have? 8 games without a catch just because he had 4 with 2 touchdowns? That's not making up for that. I'd rather have that dynamic player. And we just added a Keon Coleman, who is that big bodied guy who can make those catches and everything. So the wide receiver room, the pass catching room is actually better overall.
I had a question. So when we look at the Bills, right? We've lost to the Chiefs, 3 times in the playoffs. Progressively speaking, it's gotten better since the first time. And what has been the biggest difference between the Bills in the playoffs and the Chiefs in the playoffs?
Just getting
luck.
Yeah, it's been like 1 or 2 plays. Feels like at least to me, 1 or 2 plays.
Look, I'm not taking away from the Chiefs.
1 or 2 plays I can get by. Luck I can kind of get by, but it's less.
I'm not taking anything away from the Chiefs. They're very well coached. They've got the best player in the league. Yeah, exactly.
I think
Andy
you
Reid
oversimplification, Anthony, which I'm looking for something more specific, because I have it in mind, and I think that when I drop it, you may kind of
Travis Kelce.
No,
a guy that just I don't know.
The trust
I was going to say
players
this
who aren't supposed to make the play, making the play.
That's a good point.
The guys who aren't
week
supposed
18.
to be there and make the play in the Super Bowl, like who won? Who made that Super Bowl winning catch? Mecole Hardman. The Jets let him go back. They didn't want him.
This is also a good point as well. Actually,
Like the guys who were like, "Oh, you trust me enough to catch this game-winning touchdown?" The trust in your lower end, in the Chiefs' case, yes, Mecole Hardman was their lowest end receiver, in my opinion. He's just one of the fastest. But when the game was on the line, 12 seconds left in the game, who'd they go to? They didn't go to Kelce. They didn't go to Rice. They didn't go to Pacheco. They went to freaking Mecole Hardman.
The guy that got
win
cut
the
by the
goddamn game. That's the difference between the Bills and the Chiefs. Is the Chiefs are willing to give the guy who's lowest in the goddamn totem pole an opportunity to win the freaking game.
Okay,
that's
so
it right there.
On that point, especially, you're highlighting what I just said about the wide receivers and the pass catchers on this team.
Agreed.
Because we had 2 guys on the team last year who were completely useless all year long and into the playoffs and whatever. Never saw the ball, shouldn't see the ball, shouldn't have been on the field, could not be relied upon. Okay?
We were just talking about
position.
We were just talking earlier about wide receivers' playoff performances.
Sherfield and
Can
Harvey,
they show up?
Gabe, or not Gabe, Shakir, who didn't see it early and then saw it late.
No. So Shakir came on, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about your Trent Sherfields of the world, right? I'm talking about Gabe Davis when he doesn't show up. You can't have those guys like that. He made mistakes. That was the problem with Gabe Davis. I said, I love you. Thank you for your service. I never want to see you on my team again because you are unreliable, period. Just what you just said. Unreliable. Curtis Samuel is a reliable guy. He's not a Stephon Diggs, but one, as we all said. This team right now has better pass catchers than we did last year overall. Because, yes, we lost Diggs. Gabe Davis, that is well overblown at this point to me.
Kincaid's going to be in second
easily
year.
replaceable.
Emphasis on catchers, though. They catch the ball.
Yes.
Well, Kincaid will also be in his second year.
Hey, next
Knox
level.
now, they're going to find a different way to
Yep.
use Knox, hopefully.
And he's more healthy coming off his injury. Yeah. So, and that's what I mean. And you look at, you don't have Trent Sherfield holding down your roster. You don't have all these guys holding down the roster there. Bean has made it so that this team still moves forward with a better wide receiver core around the quarterback, around Josh Allen. Josh Allen could put that ball anywhere on the field now. and succeed. Same thing with a James Cook. You know, that's you have a guy you can get the ball to now. You have a guy you can hand the ball to now, because you're going to have 5 fast guys spread out, and if you give the ball to your running back, he's going to have an open lane straight up the gut, wherever he wants to go, because you have to pay attention to those pass catchers. Gone are the days of just find Diggs and we're good, you know, and that's cover Diggs, and this team can't do crap, you know, because we have playmakers at every level of the field, everywhere on that lineup. From today, from right now, from before we got Keon Coleman, I would argue you could put guys on the field to make that play happen. Keon Coleman only boosts you up even a little more. And if we get another guy that could be a factor, like a speed factor, Troy Franklin, great. Because that's only going to add another level of, we could put speed on the field. We could put strength on the field. We can do that. So this team is better now than it was then. Again, I think people get sucked into the ESPN saying, you know, oh, this is what happens. Oh, the Bills are shitty now. Yeah, Akeem, it's been great working with you.
No, he's a doctor.
That's right. Top salesman. I wish, man. I wish I was at 500s. I hate sales, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm technically part of a sales team now, but I'm not. I don't do the actual sales. I am the support. So I'm not that. But yeah, that's right. It's Dr. Romeo to you. That's what I say when people piss me off. You know, it's like, Anthony, no, Dr. Romeo to you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but that's the point. The team is better already right now, and we still have a whole nother day of adding picks where Bean is freaking come up smelling like roses all the time. So it's only going to be up from here. Yeah, and it's this roster has been built in a way to contend for a Super Bowl, still is. All this nonsense talk about, oh, this is a rebuild year, or, oh, look what the Bills have lost, is just ignorance, and it should not be coming from Bills Mafia. It should not be coming from those of us who know this team and talk about this team and are educated about what happens on this team and the leadership like Bean and McDermott on this team, because the national media buys every story about, oh, look who they cut. Forget who's there. Forget what they've been planning for years already. Forget what the plan is moving forward. Look who they lost. Look what the dead cap is. There's no way they're going to be able to recover from this. Bullshit, because we already have. We already had. Before we got rid of Diggs, there was a plan in place. And it's here. And this team will be better for it. So, yeah, again, tonight was a good night for the Bills. Not my favorite players picked. I'm not touting every guy as like, oh, that's an A+ home run pick. No, none of them were the guy on the board that I would have picked. So Bean, I trust his picks. I hope they work out for the best, you know, but I studied the guys in this draft, and I wouldn't have picked the guys he picked. But that's why he has the job and I don't. You know, that's it.
Who else is the criticism going to come from? I don't know. Everybody in the media, like Nick Wright. I don't know. Everybody.
Oh my God.
Bayless. I mean, the list goes on. Who's going to come from?
Look, everywhere. I'm somebody like I feel like we're all definitely critical of the team too. It's like not like we're all like we're critical of the team, but it's just it's again it's all about how far are we taking it, and how far are we like. And I think it goes for all sports too. I mean, it's not just football too. It happens. I mean, not just Bills too. But it sometimes I'm like,
yes, we love it too, Andrew. Don't worry.
I remember 2017 when the Bills went to the playoffs, and some dude kept telling me, he's like, this isn't because of McDermott. He took Rex's team to the playoffs. I was like, fucking Rex couldn't take Rex's team to the playoffs. What the hell are you talking about?
No, that's a new one. I had not heard that one before.
And also, no, that's not even true. Like half the team was traded or cut.
Yeah, right.
There were new guys brought in.
Scrubs, man. That was the scrub year.
They traded the playoff with scrubs. Ronald Darby, Marcel Darius. Like, what are you talking about? Let's say this is Rex's team. That guy couldn't take him to the goddamn playoffs, but this guy could. What are you? All right, like, no, I really don't understand. If Sean McDermott is fired after this year, he has a job immediately next year to a contender, not to some scrub team. Some teams are like, all right, we need to fire this guy before it gets out of hand. And that guy over there who took this team to the playoffs 6 out of 7 years, he's free. Let's
look at Andy Reid.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to Andy Reid. And what did he do?
Mhm.
won 3 Super Bowls, been to 5 AFC Championship games in a row.
Yeah.
Like, get out of
Get to know Dwayne Carter too. To
Yes,
everybody.
I do have to watch more on Dwayne Carter. He's not
Everybody
somebody
out
I
there.
highly studied in this draft. And now that I've learned more about him, I did see the captain thing. I knew that was something McDermott would love. But there were other guys on the board I thought were better talents at the position, but maybe not as good fits for Bean. And it seems like this is going to be one of those positions. It wasn't actually until Akeem mentioned that moment, like who's going to step up when it's 3rd and 7 and you need a sack. We didn't have that this year. Now Bean said we need that, and this is a guy who can bring us that energy in that moment when we need it. He might not be consistent, ready to go on the line every play, but when we need a play, this is a guy who's going to go in there, and he's going to give it his all, no matter what the moment is. And that was what I read about him, in the description from Ryan Talbot too, and I love that. That's the kind of guy I want on my team. Everybody should be playing with that level of effort.
And Izzy, I got the answer for your question earlier of what's the difference for the Chiefs and the Bills past few years that they've won. It's been one guy taking over in the Super Bowl every year, whether it's Chris Jones, whether it's one of the I'm blanking on who it was a few years ago that took over took over the game, but it's someone getting to the pass rush or getting to the quarterback. And you had Ed Oliver come on this year, but you need another guy to be able to help him. DaQuan Jones was phenomenal in the run game. He's not obviously horrible in the pass game, but
no, he wasn't horrible all year on the pass. He was horrible after the peck.
yeah. So now you come in, you get DaQuan Jones back, you get Carter as well to cycle in. You get Von Miller, who's coming off now, hopefully to be able to more rest, get that pass rush. I'm in last year's pass rush, everybody was hyping it up. I wasn't really loving it. This year's, hopefully Groot can come on a little bit more as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge fan of Epenesa. I'm very happy that they brought him back. Hopefully he can stay healthy. So I'm excited to see this pass rush now because I think if they can stay healthy, if Von can come on a little bit, I think it can be a pretty good pass rush in the league. Maybe not top tier in the league, but one that can make enough of a enough noise in the league.
That was a great comment there. Who criticizes the Bills? Yes.
Purple. It's purple. The answer's purple.
Yeah.
Fucking yeah.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
I am beyond reproach at this point.
Yeah, man. I think we're reaching that point. It's the end of the night. We've said a lot now, even afterwards. I think me being here for the completeness
6 hours
last night and tonight. Now I just got to the point where I'm like, I'm sick of hearing this now, right? Don't tell me this team isn't good. Don't tell me we suck. Don't tell me fire that. Even last night when I had to play therapist, although Izzy, again, you and I were totally on the same page of like, this is all right. This is good news. We got stuff, but everybody's focusing on the other guy, and don't worry about the other guy. Our team is ready. Our team is better than theirs. So yeah, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. 3 good pickups today. We have a crap ton of picks tomorrow. There will be live coverage here on Built in Buffalo. I believe the 2 Kevins are taking over, driving tomorrow through the coverage. A bunch of us will still be hopping on and giving input and all of that. But they'll be here throughout that coverage. What time does it start tomorrow? I should have double checked that.
12 midnight. It starts at noon, I believe. Day 3's at noon, and it goes to like 8.
Yeah, exactly. It's another long day. But I can tell you, I was up till at least 2:30 last night, and then was awake at 6 o'clock with my kids, and then had to work all day and came right to this. I mean, I love it though, and what makes it awesome is being here to be able to talk with everybody who tuned in with us. Over 1,500 live viewers. Remember to like, follow, subscribe. Find us all on Built in Buffalo. Interact with us. You get content from us all throughout the week, all throughout the year. And leading into the draft, now leading into training camp, we'll still be here analyzing it, having that conversation with you. And I appreciate the opportunity to be on here with guys like you, both of you, and everybody who's been on with us the past 2 days to have some fun. I really look forward to this every year. And being able to do it now with Built in Buffalo has been really special, and to get to know you guys and be able to share the conversation, and not just the Bills, but the NFL in general and the big picture for all 32 teams is something that I'm passionate about and care about. And thank you to our sponsor for the last 2 days, Acropolis Realty Group. They have been really great coming on with us for this. We hope to carry them into the season as well because it's been a really good partnership. And I know they've been happy with the numbers we've produced and been able to interact with here. So if you give them a call, definitely tell them Built in Buffalo sent you. And we're really happy about that. So before we sign off, any closing thoughts, gentlemen?
It was awesome. I mean, comments, you guys were also awesome. Everybody was awesome. I mean, it was awesome talking with both you guys. It's the first time I've talked with Izzy a bunch, but yeah, first time with you, Anthony. So it's awesome to have it on here with you. Yeah, can't wait to hopefully see everybody else back in it. See everybody and everybody else's show as well, hopping on there. Yeah, draft weekend's a great one. It's a crazy weekend. Crazy time of the year for football fans,
Absolutely.
but it's one of the best times of the year. So it's awesome.
My closing remarks. Hey, even though we may disagree with some of you guys in the comments, we still love you.
Oh, absolutely. We love you all.
Please be here with us.
All love.
We love you. And disagreements
fun.
between family is disagreement between
Greg
family.
Sager,
Right?
Greg. Most people don't. I don't know if people can appreciate the whole look, right? It's the entire suit. It's not just the jacket.
Was jacket on the entire 6 hours?
Absolutely.
As a kite.
Like that's also impressive. I
That's
feel like
great.
most would take off the jacket for like.
I'm
midway
a
through.
blazer guy. I wear a blazer all the time. It's just my thing. I have a whole closet full of blazers, mostly from the thrift store. And my brother, who's a Giants fan, actually bought this suit for me years ago for Christmas because he said we picked names, and he's like, if I pick your name, this is totally something you would wear. And I've worn it every Bills event since, pretty much. And it's always it's my favorite thing in the world because it's my Bills.
Yeah, we love all of you guys in the comments. Come back, argue with us, debate with us. Come back. We love you guys. But most of all, the one thing we all have in common, whether we agree or disagree, is go Bills. Right?
Yes, go Bills.
And
go Bills.
This is my therapy. It always has been, and I know I've been on here yesterday. I was on in the beginning of the show. I didn't come on till 10. But at the beginning of the show, I was in the background. And today, 6 hours, along with Anthony, who did all 5 hours yesterday and all 6 today. We have done 11 hours of show together, even though I was
yeah.
today.
It's been great.
We love this.
Absolutely. Every minute.
We love you. Go Bills. Come on back. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for kicking it with us.
1,600 guys. Let's go.
Go Bills, baby. Go Bills. Thank you all.